PKA 638 with our guest, Dick Taylor.
This episode of PKA brought to you by Lock and Load and RealDBG.com, and also a new product from Wonky Weeds. You'll hear more later. Or is it a product they returned? It's the syrup, everyone. But anyway, Dick, thank you so much for joining us.
You guys always have the goofiest new sponsors. Every time I come on, it's like more Susian. Like this week, we're sponsored by Flim Flam's Wobblers. Yes, they get you. I don't know if they're going to get me high or if they're going to make me cum.
Dude,
yeah, dude, we'll do both.
We've got kind of a niche with audience members that like to get high. You advertise your bongs and your gummies on here, and you will move some fucking product.
I mean, we're literally
it's your cum weed cock pump. Smoke this, you'll come huge, and it pumps your cock while you're watching TV. Like, oh Jesus! You guys finally invented the PKA. It's called the PKA. You can lift, get your dick sucked, and get high and cum.
Yes. We're all about hedonism in a healthy way.
We'll also give you a felony record. It's the full experience.
A tasteful felony. A tasteful felony, though.
Yeah. Tasteful felony. Like 30 years from now, it'll be gone, but like it's real sticky right now.
You guys are looking good, Taylor. I like your glasses. You got has anybody said you have like Millhouse glasses where it looks like your eyes will come off with the glasses if you take them off?
No, these are my
they just did.
You know how you do backup glasses? If you guys wear glasses, like you have the ones that look good on your face, and then you have like the ones from China that cost $40. I've been on backup glasses for about 6 months now because my other ones they became uncomfortable. But I appreciate
you have a
wife? Millhouse is one of the coolest characters in the show.
He's widely known for his sex appeal.
Everything's coming up, Millhouse.
I saw a Millhouse cosplay the other day that usually when people dress up as the Simpsons, it's kind of like, oh yeah, I see it. It's like, holy shit, dude, you're Millhouse. Fucking awesome. Like the hair was perfectly blue and the skin was perfectly yellow.
Yeah, I'm happy to be what was it? Atomic Boy, Radioactive Boy.
Yeah,
I get to star with
Nuclear Lad.
Nuclear Lad. I'm making
that's
that
not
it.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's I get to star in that episode that's Kyle's favorite Simpsons ever.
What's crazy?
The goggles, they do nothing.
When you see someone who normally wears glasses and then they take them off, that person doesn't look right. And they requires glasses expression. I don't know how to describe that, but it's like
a hamster coming out of the igloo, and you pull their igloo off, and they're like, oh, what the fuck?
Dude, I do that like when I wake up in the morning and I don't have glasses on, like I have to close my left eye and use my good eye to like squint and see the time on my phone. It's not great. And you know what they say, your eyes get better as you age. So I'm on the right trajectory.
That's my Vegas face. Like pull back the curtain. Oh God, what is this? Where's all this sun coming from? Out of the ground?
Taylor,
Jesus.
If you were to go back and take like rec league hockey seriously now, like men's league hockey, I guess I should say, would you need those goggles that like strap on and everything?
No, I'd wear contacts. Yeah.
Oh, of course.
I only use
wait. Okay, I'm glad you said that. So now I have another question for Woody. Woody, in basketball, why do some of those guys wear those fucking goggles? Why don't they wear contacts?
I actually don't know. I wonder if Zach does. I thought the goggles were related to getting poked in the eye.
I don't think pros wear them, do they?
Second question. If you fault Jon Jones,
they're just
would you rather go
poking?
in with goggles or no cup? You have to choose.
What was the very start of it?
You got to fight Jon Jones.
Ooh, do I want goggles?
Goggles or a
eye
cup?
poker sometimes.
Yeah.
I just need like a Xanax.
Loosen up like a car accident when you're drunk.
Just get absolutely to prepare for my knockout.
Fuck yeah!
I just go in just visibly hammered.
Just like goggles into your eyes. So I guess that's a stupid thing anyway.
Yeah,
I just think it because like every now and then you see a basketball player rocking the goggles. Even more interesting to me is that face mask. I guess sometimes they wear when they've had an injury and they look like half the Phantom of the Opera from the future. I love that shit. Black Phantom
like
of the
Lecter.
Terrifying. Yeah.
But they're clear over their nose, and so they don't look cool. Like,
I would be like, whoa. Do not reach for the clear one, Doc. Give me that Jason look. Give me that get the full hockey mask. Make it dirty.
Oh, do you know one that looked cool? Like from years ago, it was actually the Stanley Cup that the Blues won over the Bruins. That 6'10" Czechoslovakian monster, the tallest guy who's ever played in the NHL. Jesus. He had a slap shot shatter. His name's Zdeno Chara. He had a slap shot knock a bunch of his teeth out and break his jaw. Ugh. And he came out the next game for game 7 with a little thing around here and his jaw, his teeth wired together. And so you could like see him throughout the game because he's the captain of the team. And so he was like trying to communicate with his teeth like totally wired shut.
Have you ever known anyone who had to have their jaw wired?
Yes, in high school.
Dude, that guy should be terrorizing villages in Romania. Like that's that guy.
You could totally see him like a full head higher than the rest of his warriors, like walking, being like, "Oh no, the fucking Germanic tribesmen are here." Yeah. Fuck, that's Olaf the Terrible. He eats the genitals of his victims.
What is the line in Lord of the Rings? Like, they have a troll monster. What is it?
They have a
cave troll.
Cave troll.
That's the line they say right after after Gandalf goes, Frodo, that is why you will be the Lord of the Rings. Then, like right after that, he said, "There's a cave troll monster."
That is.
Those classic Lord of the Rings quotes.
You ever watch Lord of the Rings like with a girl, and whenever they kill those big elephants, it like kind of kills the mood? Like these like CGI movies where they're like Black Panther does this too, where they shoot the elephants down. The elephant's like, oh, dying. They're like, oh my god, that poor elephant. It's like, it's a computer. Like, why are you reacting? Why are you reacting like this to this computer elephant getting killed?
I didn't feel that way about the Oliphants. I think Taylor, am I right?
Yeah,
yes,
or the Muma kill. Yeah,
but anytime a dog dies on screen, oh my gosh, it's the worst.
Well, the dog on screen is different. And it's funny you brought up the elephants in Lord of the Rings, because I literally remember watching it with a girl many years ago, and it wasn't the elephants dying that upset her. There is a scene specifically showing the Rohirrim riding around on their horses around the legs of the Oliphants trying to kill them. And there's a scene where one horse is under like the encroaching foot of the Mumakil, and the Mumakil crushes the head of the horse. And I remember the girl being like, and I'm like, that's the thing.
It's one of those.
Like, there's
it's one of those shots where like
men.
the horse is there, like galloping, and out of nowhere, that big hoof or whatever it is just.
That is an over-the-top stupid tactic. Like, watch me hand-to-hand fight a tank. I'm going to go after the tread. Yeah. What the fuck? Like, why would you attack the bottom of an Oliphant's foot? What was he thinking?
Yeah, he should have gotten away. That's what I thought.
You never stepped on a Lego, Woody? Come on. That Oliphant is going to be freaked out with all these sharp shit around.
Yeah. That is true. Now I know elephants they have very sensitive like pads under their feet, so it's kind of awful. But trainers, they have these hooks they use. It's like a long pole with a hook on the end, and they like hook their feet and hurt them to like train them. Like if it needs to learn to like put its leg up on like a barrel, like you see that in circuses sometimes, or to like flick a person up onto its back with its knee. That's another thing they train you to do. Or to like bow down. They do it by like hurting it, by hooking it in its like foot pads.
That's what they do to Tess Holiday. To get her into those shots, they got a guy with a gaff there, like a longshore fisherman, getting her in position. Yeah, I don't know if you guys knew that.
It worked.
I've seen it.
Yeah.
Get those shots.
Evolutionarily, if that's a word, why would the sensitive part of an elephant's body be the bottom of its feet? Like that should be tough.
It's not sensitive to the ground and rocks, but if you get a sharp metal hook on a pole,
there's thorns in Africa, I'm told.
Everything is sensitive to sharp metal poles
with a hook on it. I think they sharpen it up just right, Woody, so that it will hurt.
All right.
I don't know my elephant torture very well. I'm just an amateur. I'm gonna be honest with you.
You're just a recreational elephant torturer.
Yeah. I'm sure they go in there before with like they get them in some hot water and like an emery board, and they like knock down the calluses. So
that's U-time.
The hook will be more effective. Yeah.
Do we need to have a serious conversation about exotic animal trainers? Does that need to enter the public discourse? They're abusing these beautiful animals, and the few brave animals who have fought back, like that tiger that killed those horrible oppressors in Vegas.
Yeah,
those tigers get put down. Yeah,
it's. Do people even know about what were their names? It was Roy,
Siegfried and Roy.
Siegfried and Roy. Yeah.
Which one got fucked up by it?
For those of you who don't know, there used to be these gay lover like magicians in Las Vegas who had a bunch of Siberian tigers, and they put on this whole like weird show where they danced with them and stuff. And then one day the tigers had enough. And now that's true.
Yeah.
Were they always out gay, or were they like Liberaceing it? Where they're like, well, we'll just leave it up to you to see if we're gay or not.
To you if Liberace's
I just remember like they're even like gay-ish in the Simpsons episode that did them. Like I just thought they were like Richard Simmons gay. Richard Simmons isn't out. Did you know that?
That can't. I didn't know he was alive.
Dude, There are these hilarious bits where Howard Stern, about 15 years ago, when Richard Simmons had just a little bit of fame left, he would like, "Come on the show, Richard," and then he'd immediately start like, "But you're gay, right?" Like, no, like torture him, like.
Can you show a picture?
Gay?
Of
Oh, my
Simmons
stars and garters.
I met him
never.
at LAX when I was a kid. I had my arm in a cast for some reason. And my mom and I think we were going to Nebraska. We got out of the car, and Richard Simmons comes running over, and he's like, "Ah!" to my mom. He goes, "Oh, I love your vest." And she's like, she's from Nebraska, and she's like a gay man in a woman's body. She's like, "Oh my God, it's Richard Simmons! Oh my God, I can't believe it! I'm such a big fan!" And he turns to me and goes, "And how did you break your arm? I bet it was those damn rollerblades." I'm like, "What the fuck is going on here?" And then he was off in a cloud of gay smoke. I never saw him again.
He's a little more fit.
I'm off to have vaginal sex.
This guy was like the fitness icon of the 80s. He was like, he was the most popular guy. He was, sweating to the oldies, whatever.
He was the women's weight loss guy.
Yeah.
And he
did a very good service, a very, very good and important service.
Yeah,
it's true.
He would have these infomercials, and he would be surrounded by these hogs, and he clearly, and I mean, he literally, you could tell he loved them. Like, he loved those fat women, and he loved helping them. He's probably still fucking alive. I don't know, but I've just seen this goofball like crying. He's so happy for making a fat chick lose weight that he's crying about it. And as weird and goofy as his ass is, that's all right. He's all right by me. If he's crying over being happy that chicks aren't fat anymore, like, we need 100,000 Richard Simmons.
Millions.
We've said on this show 100 times that when you're in the fitness industry, your body is your resume. Mm-hmm. That dude should be watching the tapes, not making them.
Crazy. Do you know how much weight he lost? He was formerly a very obese man.
Yeah.
I am aware he's formerly very obese. I would argue it still has work to do.
He does, but like you have to look at it from like an anchor point thing.
Because of the enormous weight loss for a long time. Like that guy went from. Oh, speaking of fat, awful people, Dick, I saw a clip of you the other day, and you were being informed that Boogie might have butthole cancer, and your immediate reaction was. The clip's 2 minutes long. You learn it like 5 seconds in. You learn. The rest of the clip is you laughing and then playing some sort of Islamic prayer while you laugh.
No, I made a special lower trombone just for Boogie. Here's the shit. I don't know where it is. Yeah, there it is. That's what I made when I heard he had blood cancer.
Why do we hate Boogie so much?
I don't hate him. I just think it's like he got this
death upon him. I mean,
I don't recall that.
He did shoot a .44 Magnum next to an elementary school. So to win an internet argument.
I'm in favor of that.
That was ballsy.
Yeah,
Sort of a devil may care kind of guy.
We were all kind of like kind of okay with that. Like you didn't want to.
No, we.
It was such a weird scenario. Like the whole thing.
Clear
Like,
the school.
No one was okay with a warning shot. None of us were okay.
If I was his neighbor, I would have walked over and kicked the pudding out of his blood. I would have kicked the cancer out of his blood if he pulled that shit. I don't hate him. I just like a race. I'm excited to see if the obesity or the blood cancer kills him first, because it's like a slow acting cancer, right?
Right.
So
you're waiting to see which one takes the lead. Do you and Boogie have horrid beef?
I think I'm just
bad blood. Why wouldn't you say bad blood there?
Yeah, bad blood.
Then he could do his. Damn it! Fuck!
The blood could always be worse.
The whole show. God damn it!
Do you and Boogie have high cholesterol?
I think I'm just a bully, and Boogie loves getting bullied. I know that he loves it deep in his heart. He just wants somebody to be mean to him all the time so he can go cry about it on Twitter.
You know what he's trying to do now, right?
What?
He wants to fight Wings of Redemption.
Yes.
In a pie eating contest?
That boxing match.
That's after.
Oh.
That'd be before. Load up.
Those two are going to box? What? Yeah. What quack is going to clear that?
Wait, can we pause here? Mm-hmm. Last week, we heard Wings was going to sign the paperwork on Monday. Is there an update out there?
There's no way he signed paperwork.
There's no way he signed the paperwork.
Yeah.
Unless
even though he would fuck up Boogie easily. Wings, if you're out there listening, if this clip finds you, you should take this fight because you will fuck up Boogie. He's 12 years older than you. He reached an echelon of fat that's higher than yours, which means
hips are ruined.
Hips are ruined. His feet probably hurt. You know?
He has that disease where you push on the side of his leg, it stays indented for a while. Is it?
Yeah.
What?
Where you get like a
you don't know that?
Newtonian flu.
He demonstrated it on the show. Like he put the camera on his leg, he pressed his thumb in, and then there's a thumb indentation that lasts for a good minute and a half.
It was like a memory pillow. His flesh is like a memory pillow.
Is it? I want to call it lymphoma, but I think
lymphedema. I think.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
His skin literally sloughs off like he's some sort of mutant person who's like changing into another thing, and the outside is caking off of them. Like one of those movies, like a pod person. Maybe that's why he's so big. On the inside, there's something normal sized that's growing.
Yeah, there's a small man controlling him.
So, he's becoming silly putty.
That's Wings. Wings has a small man controlling him. I think Boogie's just fat.
Well, either way, Wings would fuck up Boogie in a boxing match.
Yeah,
I mean, cardio wise, it's really not great either on either side.
Cardio, I think willpower. I've seen Wings go into real rages. I've just seen that Boogie kind of do his character, and I don't know. I did when I was training Wings, if you want to call it that. He hit mitts a lot. That was one of the things that I think he probably didn't enjoy it, but it's kind of fun. He hits hard enough, and he's got enough mobility, the way he swings around. Yeah, sure. Plus, I saw Boogie hitting pads, and he stands like this and does this. It looks like he's fake skiing.
It's like Rock'em Sock'em Robots. Yeah. No, there's no inertia from the side.
No shoulder engagement. No he can't pivot his
like how Trump dances with just static moves like that.
I know we've been over this before, but do you remember when Boogie came on this show and told the story of how he intimidated that man at a gas station?
Yeah.
By showing his I'm angry face, and the guy
he punked somebody out at a gas station.
Dude, Kyle, if you watch that clip and watch Kyle's face throughout it, it's hilarious.
Oh, really?
Because Kyle's face is just indignant of you did not intimidate someone at the gas station.
I'm not a badass, but I know some, and that just ain't how your standard gas station fight goes, bro. And just the idea that anybody's getting
that mustache
by
is
that
hilarious.
Guy,
credit where credit's due.
Nobody's afraid of Boogie out there. His story was that this guy grabbed Boogie's woman's ass or something, super, maybe her pussy. It was crazy. It was crazy how
you know how it gets at Circle K.
It was time. It had
and that man later became president.
It was like a sexual assault. You know what I mean? I was oh, and what did you do? Oh, I hulked out on him. I grew 3 sizes, and he just looked at me and he just shrank like the coward he was. And
what he realized is that we were on a major fault line, and his life was in my hands. He knocks me down, and we all go.
Did he bite through a pipe like Odd Job or something? Like those chompers?
With those white picket fence posts.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the other thing. While we're just being awful people and being mean to Boogie, Boogie came on the show after he got his fake teeth put in Mexico, and this is actually
those are fake.
This is a so this is a segue. Actually, we're going remind me of Mexico because that's where we're heading with this. But he went somewhere like that and got one of those surgeries, and came on the show. We're having a conversation right now, and I don't remember which of us noticed it first, but I quickly noticed that Boogie's gums were bleeding profusely, and all of his teeth were stained with blood.
Yeah, he had pink teeth, particularly in the spaces between the teeth. It collected a little thicker, so the teeth were pink, and it was sort of outlined with blood.
He looked like he just bit a woman. It looked bad. But all that aside, I don't hate Boogie or anything. I just think it's funny to joke around about him. But I hope they fight. I would love to see that. But I would love to bet on Wings. I think Wings is a 2-to-1 favorite in my odds book. But the odds of Wings signing that contract are 10-to-1. If he's got any sense, Wings never sign a contract without having a lawyer fucking look at it. Just do that. Do not sign anything until a lawyer looks at it.
Unless you have a really good feeling about it.
That's straight from Cliff Hutchinson.
At least have Woody look at it. Send the contract to Woody. He'll look at it, and he'll notice if it says that. Like, yeah, but you'll notice anything glaring. You know,
maybe if it's glaring,
you'd notice something like in perpetuity, we now own your house. Whoa! I don't even own my house. Like, it would be a whole thing, you know. So you need to catch him before he gives somebody else's house away or something like that.
Well, I mean, I think Keenstar is promoting this thing, so there is no more reputable source, no more honorable man. He's in good hands.
I think he like runs a boxing show now, right? Is that the same one that Sam Hyde fights in?
Yeah, Happy Punch.
Okay.
Promotions. Yeah, I got my money on Boogie. I think
I'll take it. Boom.
I'll take your
you
money.
and I.
Take these odds.
$10.
I don't think he'll sign the contract either. $10 you're on, but I think he's got a lot. I think he's got a lot more rage that's just waiting to come out. Like, look, that contributes to his size, and I think it'll come out in the ring.
You think so?
I hear you,
I
but
don't know.
think about what Wings says when he loses a video game or if he gets team killed. Like, Wings is filled with rage. It is right there, ready to be called upon at any time. His standard line is, "I hope your parents die in a fiery automobile wreck." Right? Like that. Wings has got the rage. He doesn't give up rage to anybody.
Boogie does hope his own parents die, though, in that same automobile wreck. So
that evens out. They're both brutal. Yeah.
Yeah, he can flip it around.
It's keto.
If Boogie had a chance, he'd have to end it quickly.
Boogie's so fat that if he hit you in a car, it would be worse than normally getting hit by a car. They'd be like, "What happened here? Oh, everything's destroyed."
This is only a Civic, and it hits like an SUV.
Yeah, I'd rather get hit by a truck carrying like ball bearings.
Velocity times mass.
Oh my!
Because he's so fat.
Oh, that's why. Yeah.
Jesus Christ, Woody, where were you?
Get it?
No, I was joking,
Oh man. Anyway, Mexican cosmetic surgery tourism. That is what brought 4 Americans to Mexico last week, and only 2 of them lived to tell their tale because
what's the story?
A Mexican drug cartel picked the 4 of these folks up, threw them in a truck, and beat 2 of them to death or shot them or something, and then beat the 3rd within an inch of their life. They got recovered. They're back stateside. And today, the cartel drops off 5 dudes, beaten bloody, tied up with a sign next to them with an apology to the United States.
Oh.
It says, "These are the 5 people who fucked," I'm paraphrasing, fucked up. "We did not tell them to do that. They were acting on their own accord against our rules. Here they are. Do with them as you will. We are sorry for all of this. It won't happen again."
A little PR statement.
On like a big board. And then,
Muchachos.
and I'm telling you, it's 5 dudes like zip tied face down on the asphalt, laying there. Their asses have clearly been whooped quite severely.
Yeah.
And I just thought that was one of the coolest. It was like something out of a movie. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, cartel does not want attention.
The takeaway is now Mexico is safe.
I think Mexico was already safe for us. Like I'll say this, Woody. Like this doesn't. I think Mexico is safer today than it was last week for American tourists going down there. It's the same thing as when in Atlanta at Whitewater, our water park, this kid shit in the pool. Right? He shit all in the pool, diarrhea style, and got a ton of people sick with E. coli. They nuked that place from outer space with chlorine. The next week was the best time ever to go. So I think right now, super safe to go down. The cartels told everybody, leave the Americans alone, or you'll end up like, Pablo, Hector, and the gang.
You could run your mouth out down there. You can just go, "Hey, what's up, fucking hombres? Fuck you, fuck the cartel, suck my cock, fuck your mom." And they're like, "God damn, this son of a bitch." Diplomatic immunity, motherfuckers.
You can go down there like Johnny
You're
America.
Mexican, right?
You can wear your cowboy hat and your American flag jacket and just be a piece of shit.
Yeah, Dick, do you speak Spanish? You can go down there and be a little liaison. Talk to the cartel.
I don't speak very much Spanish.
But you got enough Spanglish to get us out of some trouble, right? How do you say, like, "We're sorry, no more"? That'd be easy. You get that done.
Me too, Donnie.
No más. No la cabeza. No. Necesito mi cabeza.
What's cabeza?
Head.
Your head. Yeah. I knew that one.
I need my head. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, that's like, you can imagine the cartel doesn't want attention from the U.S. government. And so you can easily see them being like, you did what? You fucking retard. All right, well, tie these people up, take them to the border. Hope we don't get fucked with.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. I bet somebody will die over this. I bet more people will die over this. I think it gets serious when that sort of thing happens.
What was the reason for the kidnapping and the killing? Did they? I
think they intended to ransom and rob, but things got out of hand. That was my interpretation. But
what was
happened like 2 days ago.
The cosmetic surgery they wanted. Do we know that?
See, that's what I wanted. I will say this: they were black people. I noticed that.
Were they fat?
I was seeing it from like CTV footage, and it was kind of far away, and I couldn't really tell. It was a little blurry. You could just tell black from brown. That was kind of how I was telling what was even happening.
It'd be fun to zoom in on them, and
right?
we could guess by what we think they need. Like this guy's for
wait.
This guy need hair plugs. Like,
I see. I thought you meant like how. Okay,
were they there for? So they were there for surgery.
More of a eugenic sort of approach. But,
no, I think Woody was nice and innocent. More of a hair plug joke.
When you say vague, yeah, that wouldn't make any sense. No, I would. I think that's. I've looked at the prices before. I know we did some research whenever Wings was getting his gastric bypass surgery or sleeve, I should say, and Boogie, I think maybe with the teeth. We did some research at just how affordable it is down there, and it is pretty nuts. It's like, this makes sense.
The Boogie T story is an American doctor.
It is.
Saw his problem and offered to give it to him for free in exchange for advertising.
Yeah,
I think that's how that went down.
You're spot on with that. You are. But I think at the time, like because of that, I was doing research about Jesus. All right, what if we just go to Mexico instead? Could we do that rather than advertise our bloody gums on the internet for money?
It'd be funny.
Yeah, Boogie's way is funnier.
Ole!
Kyle, you turned me onto a forum a long time ago, but you probably remember what it's called. It's like all these plastic surgeries with horrible outcomes. Like they're just totally ruined.
Botched surgeries.
Botched surgeries. I need to look at that again because it's such an unrealistic way to look at plastic surgery, to literally seek out and go like badplasticsurgery.com. But oh my God, how could you see someone else's ass giving into necrosis and then be like, no, yeah, I do want to save the 11 grand. I'm gonna pursue this.
Well,
have you seen those pictures where the flesh is rotting?
But I didn't associate it with like other country and less expensive medical care. Like,
I definitely do. I feel like the U.S. probably isn't doing that, or maybe they just keep it under wraps better. I don't know.
I mean, I've seen enough Hollywood celebrities to know that bad plastic surgery happens in America.
Yeah, but like the bad ones in America that you can see is like that lady's lips look so unnatural and terrible, and how could she have done that to herself? She looks ridiculous. The ones you see from like Brazil is like this woman is losing her lower left leg. Like because of a blood infection or some shit. Yeah. Disgusting. If you guys were to get one procedure, what would you do?
I want a third arm. I mean, I feel like I could get,
any procedure that's why you have that doesn't exist.
They're going to attach my
rib
cage,
murderer,
to my rib cage like Goro. And now that I have a third arm, I'll be able to
four arms.
You're not even going all the way.
Yeah, pussy.
I can't afford it. Okay, I'm going to be honest. They're $500,000 each. I'm leveraged. All right. With the third arm, though, I'll be able to earn the fourth arm and go full Goro
over time. Yeah, okay, two non-functional shitty arms.
They work. They work.
Skin flaps.
They absolutely work. I'll be able to do. Oh my God! Imagine the double dumbbell rows. Holy shit! I'll look like
huge.
You'll be the talk of the gym.
You'd need to.
You could just get fake arms caught with like hinges. Sew some new sleeves on your shirt, like the Jackson 5 guys.
Anchor
like
arms.
A spider Halloween costume.
Yeah. It's a whole new workout I do. It's called the Goro workout. You lift twice as much weight, and it looks awesome.
And they get mad if you do it at the mall.
Like, I need 2 spotters for this bench. Okay, how much is on the lower bench?
You're spending twice as much on gym equipment.
I've always wanted to get hair plugs on my penis. Do you think they do that?
Like on the head of it?
cover it. So like the whole thing looks like Cousin It from the Addams Family.
This is a great idea.
Yeah, you absolutely could. Have you seen those people like maybe in China or probably India? India has a lot of it. Like with that disease where they grow hair out of everywhere.
Yes,
they're called like wolf people, and they're like their nose grows hair, their eyelids grow hair. I bet they've got dick hair. So it's
are they called wolf people? Taylor?
That is what they're. That is the preferred nomenclature. Yes. They don't have a lobby, so it doesn't matter. there's like 6 of them, and they're just howling somewhere in the woods.
What would you guys get?
I'd get that Chinese surgery to get like 7 inches taller, where they shatter my legs.
Oh, dude, I know.
I want to be
I know
6'7".
Yeah, this guy who called into my show did that. He went to India, and he was there for like 8 months, or maybe it wasn't that long. I don't know if it was 8 weeks or months, but he got like 3 inches on his height, and now I see it on Instagram all the time. These before and afters of doctors. I assume in L.A. They put this huge screw, this like long metal rod that has a screw in it, and it always separates all day with some kind of magnetic system. Like they crank it every day to grow your bones. It's really fucking wild, man.
It seems painful.
Terrible.
Yeah. It seems like it's like medieval torture.
I would want a surgery that's a little easier to recover from than the growth surgery. Yeah. So the first thing that pops into my head, liposuction. Like, oh man, fucking carve out those abs. It's so hard to get the kind of abs that I desire. And like every so often I'll visit like adjacent to really ripped. Like my abs now are what I call emerging abs. Like they're like,
you've got abs, man.
I have abs, but they could be squarer, right? And sometimes when I'm almost there, like they're really showing through. But to get like that bottom part, the last 2 of the 6-pack, I like a solid 4-pack and then a 5th one that's combined by the belly button. But the thing is, liposurgery is incredibly painful to recover from. I think it's less painful to lose that last bit of body fat than it is to have the surgery. My wife had facial cosmetic surgery, like, I don't know, September or something like that. And one of the things she did, she had fat grafted into her face. So it turns out as you age, you get like skinnier below your eyes, and to make yourself more youthful, they put that back. All right, cool. Well, the donor site was like her hips or something, and that was the worst part of the recovery. Like that hurt her for 8 weeks later. Something
How did it turn out? She got fat from her hips put under her eyes?
Yeah, it turned out great. Yeah.
Wow.
It looks good. Every so often I look at her, I'm like, you look really pretty. Like it catches my attention. Yeah.
I hope you say that out loud.
I do. Yeah. Yeah. And
I'd like to get some cheek fat removal. I could be a donor. Like I got big old chubby cheeks.
Every woman on earth, like Genghis Khan, they've all got Taylor's cheek fat in them.
Yeah, and I just keep replenishing more with my diet. It's an infinite supply.
Yeah, no, I got Jackie on the program. We work out together now, so she barely misses a workout and stuff. She's looking better than she has in ages. So it's cool. I don't know if I should overshare, but here we are in PKA. Like when we're in the gym together. There's activity there that would definitely get you kicked out of Planet Fitness. And
definitely gotta wipe the equipment down.
Alarm.
Lunk alarm.
Jackie, stop dropping your fucking weights.
Yeah. Woody's house is one of those places where if you visit, every surface has been fucked on. Probably, you're just hoping Jackie cleans with bleach. That's
every
your only
wall.
prayer. Yeah.
Do you ever walk into like? I remember this happened in college. Like it was in my my dorm, obviously, and it was a friend of mine and his a different dorm, and he and his girlfriend fucked. And I, then me and this other buddy of his were supposed to go over there and hang out and like play video games or something. And when we walked in, I sat there for just a little bit, and I was like, dude, it smells like fucking cum in your room. And he's like, no, it doesn't, dude. I'm like, it smells like fucking cum and sex. Did you just have sex? And he's like, yes. And then my buddy John was like, he's right. It does smell like cum. And then he like went in the garbage and was like, yeah, well, I guess you're right. There's a lot of cum in the trash. And so then he went in and cleaned it out. And we were like, this is fucking disgusting, dude.
Did he pull out of the girl and blast off in the trash like a
I don't know how it happened, but it smelled like fucking like
was there a condom
cum
in the trash or something? Is that maybe that?
You show dominance. You pull out and then jack off in the trash can. You see this?
Yeah.
You're getting none of this.
Yeah, you're getting none of this whore.
At least you're like talking to the trash can. At least she does her job.
Yeah.
At least she gives back.
Yeah. Look at this, serving a function. Like just getting
You
angry.
don't know anything about that, would you?
Mad, beating off into a small dorm trash can, trying not to miss.
So
Jackie,
Jackie,
had sex in it.
you want to go? You want me to go?
You go ahead.
So Jackie hickeys up very easily. I don't know. She just bruises. She spent most of her adult life with hickeys somewhere on her because that's just how we roll. I, on the other hand, am practically hickey proof. Like I don't. She goes at it. I like I don't care. Try your best, girl. You can't hickey me up. And every once in a while, like I'm like, oh my god. That one worked, and I just get this like I think I have one right now, like a big fucking hickey on my neck. And
You do. It's classy. It's classy.
You know what?
I hate hickeys. I hate scratch marks. That shit'll piss me off so fucking fast. Like,
really, I have a very
if you
different
don't
approach.
think I will stop fucking you and go fuck somebody else for scratching me, you're out of your goddamn mind.
What do you hate
You're
about
out of your-
scratching? The germs?
The pain, the part where it hurts and I'm bleeding now. Like the part where like now you've got some evidence under your skin and you go tell some crazy lies about me, you scary bitch. I don't know you. Don't scratch me. Don't steal my DNA without my permission.
Yeah.
I know.
How about I take a sample of you? That wouldn't go over well, would
I
it?
make women wear winter gloves.
How about I go grab a clump of hair or something? Yeah, good follicles. Like, get the fuck out of here. Scratching me, you bitch.
You're like
Have
the
you ever-
first
have you ever
Patrick
had-
Bateman.
Yeah.
Bite me. I wouldn't. I don't
Biting
want
is
you-
very gross.
anything that we discussed beforehand
give
is
you
up
an
for
infection.
grabs. What I'm saying is like a surprise, like scratching or something would be out of the fucking question. We wouldn't be fucking anymore. You'd be getting the fuck out.
You'd be that annoyed.
Yeah, I'm.
Oh yeah.
I'm not on that train at all. Yeah, I feel like she should have constant reminders of her sex life on her, posted on her somewhere. Otherwise, we haven't been having sex enough.
There's something quaint about that. The hickeys and all the way. I know the way you're talking about is lewd, but it seems almost wholesome.
You should see the
It is. They're a monogamous
You know?
married couple enjoying each other. It's very wholesome.
Yeah, if you're
Yeah.
50 and you still act like high school kids,
With
bingo.
the hickeys.
I feel weird about it. I feel like I'm watching my parents have sex right now. Even
You wouldn't want to do that? Pick up a pointer?
Kyle, have you ever had like when you do the scratching thing when they're like trying to get away with it and it's like this silent battle to just like check them? Like that better not go any
No,
fucking
there's no
further
silent
than
battle. Like I think maybe some people don't talk during sex or like communicate well, but like I'd be like, whoa, the fuck are you doing? Are you trying to sneak a scritch on me? Because that ain't gonna work. We need to go
Not gonna
find you
fly.
some mittens. I'll put mittens on you and duct tape them to your fucking wrists. Like you're not gonna scratch me. The last girl that scratched me, I remember distinctly that I ended up tying her up to avoid any more scratching. I tied her hands together.
Great.
I've told the story before. I was in that fucking hotel room, fucked up on Adderall. I couldn't come. I fucked up for like 6 hours. Like it just I tied her hands together like this with like the iron from the hotel. When she scratched me the second time, I jumped up, mad, grabbed the iron, and like turned around, and she's like, "Whoa!" Because she just met me.
Wait, the steam iron for clothes?
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus.
And I start walking toward her with the iron. Put a little scare in her, you know?
Yeah.
And then at the last minute, I put the iron down, I get the cord out, I tie her hands together, zip, and then I like toss the thing over the other side of the
At
bed.
the
like I'm
last minute,
fishing.
as the steel's approaching her cranium, I divert.
You know, she wasn't your average. That was that crazy bitch that had the snake wrapped around her neck when I met her, and the snake was like licking at me and shit. She was a weird lady. But yeah, she was scratching me. I didn't know her. You're not gonna fuck. I don't want. No, I didn't like any of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now
I hate
you're
that shit.
now you're being scratched by every other guy she's ever scratched.
I mean, potentially, yeah, I guess. I guess.
Now
Like,
you're getting little
who's
flakes
to
of back
say-
skin of some other guy.
See, that's the other thing. Like, who's to say there isn't something gross under her nails that I don't want under my skin? Don't
There
fucking
is.
scratch me.
There absolutely is. Nails are
Yeah.
nasty, man.
Fine.
She was a snake girl I met on a park bench. They're not fine.
You met her on a park bench.
Well, it was the bench outside the hotel. She was out there.
Okay.
Wow.
Well, that's more natural. So you just
Kyle's got
hey,
game.
having a cigarette.
Convenient
I mean, she
hotel.
was crying when I found her, so
She was what when you found her?
crying.
About
Crying.
what?
She was tearful. She had some kind of I don't know fight or an argument with her associates.
I was just
And she's
threatened with an
outside a
iron.
goddamn stick crying.
And you're like, hey, I've got a happy serum. It takes a little work to get it out.
I'll
'cause
tell you
I'm
what,
on Adderall.
I usually don't approach women, and when I do, it usually isn't like, oh shit, I'm just gonna fuck her now. Like that's a real home run, I'll admit. But I was so horny because we just had left a strip club. I don't go to strip clubs a lot, but we had went to one, and I was like, now I remember why we don't go to strip clubs. Like we just spent like $500 to get horny. Like what the fuck was that?
Damn,
We
that was
just
a
saw-
horrible deal.
It's like I just saw an asshole
horny for
wink
free.
at me for $20 a minute. Like, and now I'm back at my hotel, and there this like cute-ish girl was on the bench. So.
I was gonna ask on a 1 to 10 scale, like, was it any port in the storm?
At best, you know, like
but you have a heart.
she wasn't
rating
ugly,
scale.
and she wasn't like saggy and gross or fat. She was so
Sounds like
so
a
it was
7
a
or
real
better to
win.
me.
It was
Yeah.
1 a.m. outside my hotel. She was the best. She was a 10.
She was the best girl on that whole bench.
Yes.
She was the hottest
Her
girl.
best
outside.
attribute is she was there.
Yeah. She was
Sounds
the
like
hottest
she
girl
fucked well,
outside the
too.
Best
Like
Western at 2 a.m.
She's
yeah.
scratching and getting tied up. Like,
Well, that's not good though for Kyle. Kyle doesn't like.
not
to
only
I
scream.
know Kyle's not all this stuff, but for Woody,
Well,
I
like
mean, I'm married, but
that's
you
not even
just
the best
met?
part. Yeah, like the best
Yeah.
part. I tell it again because Dick's here, but he hasn't. She liked to be hit, and she kept telling me to hit her harder and harder and harder, and I'm incrementally slapping her harder and harder, and my increments are small because I don't want to hurt her, and
Yeah.
but we've gotten to the point where I'm hitting her pretty fucking hard. Like I
Where?
would not want to be hit as hard as I'm hitting her. You know what
are
I
you hitting
mean?
her? Are you slapping
In the
her?
face?
I'm
cheek?
slapping
Are you
her in the
having
face.
your ass?
I'm giving her
Yeah.
like
Face
in the
slapping.
face, full face slapping with my full hand.
Cool.
Like, and I'm starting off at like 6 inches from her face. She's like harder every time.
Yeah.
And so anyway, that was our evening together. The next day, my cousin comes into the room. He's pissed because he didn't get. It's a double room. That was his bed. You know what I mean? We've been fucking in the room all night. He had to sleep in the truck. So he's pissed
This is
off.
Scott?
It's 8 a.m. Scott comes in. We got to work at 10. We got to go like record all day filming this video. And he's just like, dude, I didn't get any fucking sleep in that goddamn truck. People in and out of the parking lot, this and that. He's legitimately mad. And just then she comes out of the bathroom with like a towel wrapped around her head from like her shower. And I go, it's not my fault. It's hers. Come here, you bitch. And I grab her, turn her around, and smack her in the face like 8 out of 10 hard.
Like Turner.
Ow! and I turn around at Scott and I was like, should I give her a little more or something like that? And he's just like, oh fucking hell! I'm sorry. Oh no, it ain't your fault, honey. No, Kyle, don't hit her no more. It's just like, all right. You sure I'll give her enough? No, it was just so good.
She's like, really? Are you sure, Scott? I could use another one.
Yeah.
I was
No,
bad.
she played along so well. It was so fucking funny. I gotta bring that up to him next time I see him. That was one of my favorite little moments. But yeah, I don't want to get fucking scratched by anybody or anything. I don't like that.
Yeah, I don't want to be scratched.
Yeah, I'm not on that team.
No hickeys either. Don't be fucking like breaking my skin and like wounding me. That's not
Yeah,
what we're here for.
Or spit upon.
Oh,
You know, when you see like someone spit in a
Spit
professional
upon?
sport. Yeah.
Spat
It's just-
upon.
There's something spat upon. Yeah. It's just disgusting. Some guy in the NHL spit on someone just a couple weeks ago and they suspended him for a few games.
You know a
Like-
word I hate?
Ugh.
Spittle.
Spittle.
Like what
Yeah.
a baby gets or old
No.
people at
I
either
thought
bookend
spittle
of life.
was the name for like a bit of spit, if you will. Like
Like a
when
singular.
like spittle, like some spittle would fall from your lip.
Yeah, that might be
Is
it.
it not?
Yeah, no, I don't know.
Yeah, that's what it is.
I think you're right.
Is that the worst, right? Like another dude spitting in your face? Is there anything like you'd much rather get slapped?
I wouldn't.
I'd rather get punched
be,
than slapped.
I wouldn't want to be molested. That would be the worst.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh no,
Definitely.
Kyle, I
Never
wait,
again.
Never again. 3 times is enough, I say.
Like
Fool me
every
once.
New
thing
Year's.
where they just cupped his butt and maybe touched his taint. To me, that is way less of an offense than spit on my face.
Dude, he pulled him close,
Mm-hmm.
reached back, and
Mhm.
gave him 2 fingers in the gooch. Like
Yeah.
Who did
gooch,
this?
Yeah.
That executive to the big black muscle guy who's an actor on
Terry
TV.
Crews.
Oh, I
Terry
don't like
Crews.
that.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
And Terry Crews complained, and they took the other guy's side. They're like, "Oh, be a man, this and that. Oh, if that happened, you'd hit him." And it's like, you want me to hit the rich white executive who just molested me in front of a bunch of rich white people
No,
at a
I
rich
want
white
you to
people
give him
house?
a hickey.
Can you imagine if
you're Terry Crews?
Oh man, that I didn't like that at all. I didn't like that at all. That
We're
story.
snide.
I like. I went to prison with a guy who was related to Terry Crews.
Such a
And,
great way to start stories.
Was that your opener for the bench girl?
Yeah. I
went to
told her that.
prison.
She was,
Guy who knows
dude,
Terry
she was
Crews.
sopping when she heard about my Terry Crews story.
Yeah.
Frothing.
Oh, she couldn't get enough. Yeah, if Terry Crews can be taken advantage of like that, when our Hollywood careers take off, we won't be safe either.
Never. Dick, I've got a hot take about that whole Ohio Palestine train derailment thing. I think I'm the only one who thinks it's a big nothing burger, and that those people are just trying to get some money out of that fine rail company.
That poor rail company.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. These damn trains. Let's sue them into the ground. We've had enough. Right, like
bunch
that.
of hicks trying to sneak some money out of some fine railroadman's pocket purse.
Out of our fine
Year
federal
of the
government.
shark for train derailments. Like I have the suspicion that we're going through a normal amount of train derailments, but now everyone is a big major story.
No, you see what you've got.
I think it happens
I think what
a lot.
you've got those same people who were shooting the power things. They're now derailing trains. That's what it was.
With those little like the Antifa guys with those little like things, like the club they put on it to skip them off the track. I just love going to every train that has a derailment. You go to their site and go to their job ads, and it says like, all like women and minority candidates we really love. That's what we want to find. It's like, yeah, I mean, you think maybe this is having a cumulative effect on like trains crashing, and shit falling out of the sky.
I used to work for a railroad construction company, and they do have like the contracts have, this is old, it might be out of date, but you had to hire a certain amount of women, you had to hire a certain amount of minorities, stuff like that. You had to buy your supplies from minorities, and that was a scam because there weren't minority owned railroad construction company supplies.
Yeah,
there were just minority owned middlemen, so they would charge 5% for you to satisfy your minority purchasing requirements.
Wow.
And then the like all
God,
the
I wish I was a
flag men-
minority.
all the flag men were flag women, because that was like in railroad construction, everything's heavy, and you typically don't carry the like railroad ties and stuff by hand, but you still maneuver them by hand. Like the machine puts them in place, and then the last inch is some gorilla pushing the railroad tie, jiggling it into the rocks. It's called ballast, and women don't do that job very well, so they got all the flagmen jobs.
There's if you're a minority, there's so many cool little ins and outs you can get. I was talking to my dad today about there's this poultry company that's doing this thing for Koreans, I think.
Okay.
Koreans are known for coming over with a lot of cash to invest into poultry farms. Poultry farms are millions of dollars at this point, and like a business plan. They don't want like a small poultry farm. They often want gigantic ones that kind of scale to all their relatives ending up working there, and then bouncing from that to more farms. But there's like a $1.1 million like signing bonus essentially for Koreans. It's like, wow, this guy borrowed like because they're not the poultry houses cost so much that you can't operate them, you can't pay the note on them with what they make. So they're like, oh, well, here's $1.2 million for starting your farm, and now the note is affordable. Now you can make chickens for us. Yeah, it's like, so white people can't get that money? No,
that would be racism, Kyle.
Damn it! I wish I was Korean.
We had
you look
we
a little
legalized.
Korean. You need 23andMe to verify it. Sorry, Dick.
I feel Korean.
They legalized what?
You could pass as Korean if you parted your hair, if you dyed it black and just like parted it very.
Jesus Christ. This is more racist than any other bit we've done so far tonight.
And then Taylor could do your voice. You would talk.
That would bring you a great honor. What is the difference from Korean to Japanese?
Then no one's doing the racism, Woody. It's like Full Metal Jacket when everybody's hitting the guy. If Kyle's just moving his mouth and going like this, and Taylor's doing the voice, and nobody's doing the racism.
There is no way to put the blame on each of all of us. Because we are distributed the racism across the two people. We are invulnerable to our accusation.
He's just sitting there moving like this.
All right, I don't want to be
Nothing
Mr.
racist
Hitold
about
anymore.
that.
We are flying close to the sun. Flying close to the sun.
Too close.
Oh, too close. Kyrie, be wary with your facial expression, Kyrie.
I love that bit.
I do this thing on The Biggest Problem, the show I do with Vito. I do this thing where I cut out like the mouths of famous people and put them on the OBS with like a cutouts, and then just move my mouth in there. So I was doing Scott, like, you know, the Conan bit. Like everybody knows that Conan.
Sure.
It's so dumb and funny. Like it's just never not funny to me. So I did Scott Adams last week. I opened the show with a Scott Adams cutout, and Vito's like, "Oh God, please don't get us demonetized this week."
You know, they relaxed the rules,
Dilbert
right?
guy, right?
They were being
Yes.
kind of ridiculous about the expletives early in the video, and I still think in the first 7 seconds, if you just go to town cursing, they're going to demonetize. But from what I read, they relaxed it, but they don't give you they don't tell you exactly.
Shit, I could have
how
been
it
saying the
works,
N-word the whole time then. I
The
wish
whole
I would have
time.
known that.
Yeah.
the whole
You
time.
get demonetized all.
I go with Ninja now, and I feel like it's you know how like a nicotine
they'll never
vape isn't
crack
quite a
that.
cigarette, but you still get that like throat hit from it.
Kyle, I don't even want to have in my brain that area. Like when I'm recording, that area is walled off like Escape from LA. The entire no Ninja, no Nibba, no nothing. That's like under lockdown like Magneto. Keep it down.
It's like,
don't
it's
even
not-
look over there.
Yeah.
What was
Save
funny
that
was-
for gaming later.
So
Yeah.
they used that AI thing to like make my voice, and so then they can make me say like anything they want, of course, which I kind of like. It's funny, and so they did it, and I'm listening to myself say horrific things, and then I get to the N word, and that is when I could tell it wasn't me, because up until then it had sounded just
exactly
like
what
me,
you
and
mean.
I immediately went, aha, that ain't how I say Ninja. That AI has a limited sample size for that word out of me. No,
Did you guys watch the Chris Rock special? Like when I turned it on, I was like, I just need to hear Chris Rock say the N-word. Like, I don't know why I needed that so bad in my life, but I turned it on. I'm like, man, I just need to hear. And then he says it right out of the gate. I'm like, it just feels great. It feels like I'm back in the 90s.
How was the special?
Is it good?
It just feels like you're back in the 90s. Like it's funny. It's fine. It's like a scatter shot. I don't know. It sounds like somebody's dad doing stand up at this point.
Pretty.
I didn't
middling.
love the one before that. I thought it was okay. It might have been called Tambourine. I forget.
Tambourine.
But
Well, I mean, the whole thing is him
Good.
tearing Will Smith apart, right? Like that's the showcase. That's the
Yeah.
thing.
yeah, you're on
Like
the
he
current
spends
one.
2.5 minutes destroying Will Smith, talking about
Yeah.
like his son is fucking his wife, fucking her, and what does he do? An interview with her about how he felt when she fucked her son's friend. He's over there crying, bitch, didn't do nothing to him, did he? No.
So he really did not like that
beat
slap.
up.
No, he went in on the slap. I don't know that the stand-up is funnier than the slap, though. The slap was very funny. Like, it was funny hearing him tear into him, but I laughed pretty hard at that slap.
Dude, I hope he
you
slaps
can't have
him
one
again.
without the other. You don't have to choose.
I hope he finds him in public and slaps him again for the special. That would be so great.
I would support that. Like, yeah, that's awesome
Dude,
now. I get it.
that would get me back on Team Will. So bad. He's like, yeah, I'm gonna keep assaulting people.
Hit him again.
Because I'm the Fresh Prince, bitch.
What? whap.
Just backhand this
Get the
time.
other
And he
hand.
does it with
Whap.
his ring hand. He's got Uncle Phil's big class ring.
What if he was
printed
calling
on
him out like on social media, just making real intense like videos like a UFC fighter? I see you anywhere, you're mine.
Yeah.
And he's just like
going nowhere.
he's wearing a glove on just that hand.
I mean, was so was it actually
really,
like good bits? His ripping Will Smith that it came off funny.
Yeah,
I was laughing pretty hard, and I thought it was very mean spirited. It was the sort of thing that celebrities don't normally go that hard on each other. But he's like, I would never say this stuff. But then he assaulted me, so here we fucking go. You know what I mean? It's pretty good stuff, and he's cursing the whole time and screaming and yelling. And his whole point was he didn't beat up this person, he didn't beat up that person, he didn't beat up this guy over here. He waited until it was little old me, somebody he knew he could beat up if he needed to, and he goes after me. And it's like, that's pretty accurate.
Do you remember who Will Smith passed on? Like who he didn't beat up?
That
Drink
dude
champs.
that fucked his wife.
Jon Jones.
Yeah.
Well, I guess I don't know the dude that fucked his wife.
Yeah, I don't
Is he
either.
a tough guy or
who cares?
No,
Well, it
he's
doesn't
like his
matter.
son's friend.
Not as tough.
it does
as
it because he was
Tik
like
Tok.
he passed on this guy. Then he found someone he could beat up, and I'm like, oh, who
but
are the
it's
other
gonna be
people?
a celebrity
Terry Crews
fight,
talk
right?
shit? Did you know this guy or that guy?
We're not going in the ring. It's a celebrity fight. I'm not afraid of anybody because I'm gonna hit him once, and then my guy's gonna pull me back through a phalanx. That's how this is gonna go. This is when you're a celebrity. That's how fights go. Like there's no like squaring up in the street. Like that's not gonna happen. You get your. Oh, this is the dude. Okay,
That's the dude that fucked his wife,
and that's his wife.
and that's his wife. Wow.
Glasses look like the kind of thing you get on like a created character.
By the way,
It doesn't
I've
look good, but you
always
want
been-
it on the
I've
character
always been
because
really
you like
attracted
got
to
the
her.
headshot requirement.
Yeah.
I've been attracted to her since fucking Matrix, and when she was Niobe or whatever. I thought she was hot in that. She's really attractive to me, bald head and all.
Really?
Yeah, for real. Yeah.
Do you date a lot of black girls? Have you?
I have before, but not with big bald heads. But her in particular, I think it works. I think that
How do you know?
I think the bald head only works on black chicks. You got to have that Wakanda look. You got to have that fierceness about you.
Oh.
Here's the thing.
That euphemism
Here's the
exists now. You didn't used to be able to say that Wakanda look. You had to say something else that was not palatable.
I don't know what that word would be. I honestly don't. But here's the thing about a shaved head on a woman. You see a white chick who's bald, you think, shit, cancer. You think a Mexican chick, you're like, oh God, was she trafficked? What happened? Who did that to you? But when I see a black chick, I'm like, oh, I bet she whooped my ass.
Is that what you want? Do you want her to dip her bald head in oil and rub it all over your body?
Exactly, like George Costanza.
Yeah.
I wanna fucking get in there.
Sounds scratchy.
No, I think her in particular is like her and Rihanna are two of the hotter black women in existence. If you ask me.
I don't
you
think
like her
Rihanna
pregnant?
isn't bald.
Would I get her pregnant?
No, did you like her pregnant?
Oh no, I thought that was a little gross, and I thought the whole show was kind of silly. I can't remember which was it. USA Today that was like two black quarterbacks, black national anthem, black halftime show. Wakanda is here.
You know what I love about the black national anthem?
It's
It's
so
like
embarrassing.
it's the one part of like the real national anthem where you can be annoying, but it's the entire song. It's like, wow, you guys managed to make a whole song that's like, oh God, fucking stop! Somebody put her down.
I don't like the
still
idea
haven't
of a
heard
black
it.
national anthem. It's not an anti-black thing, but like anytime there's like a withdrawal from America, it feels traitorous to me, right? We should all be under the same national anthem. When Marjorie Taylor Greene is like, let's do a national divorce, that's traitor shit in my mind anyway. Like if you're not for the actual America, then you're
Well, we are a republic.
We could have a
You
vote
should
on
be
a new
you're a
one,
North
new song.
Carolinian first.
not
Have
in
you
my
joined
mind.
the
Find a better
militia?
song.
I don't think you're even right. The federal government supersedes the state one.
No, that's a race. That's not when they were founded. There was a
It's
states'
not the idea
rights,
in,
man.
in a republic. But in any case, I saw something about South Carolina declaring all their men part of a well-regulated militia so that like federal gun laws don't apply to them or something.
Man, I can't believe Missouri didn't get that
They're
first.
like,
Come on,
every
Missouri.
South Carolinian is a member of the militia. 17 to, you know what? Can you handle a gun, boy? Yes, sir. Yeah, you're in the militia. Get that coonskin cap on.
Why just
That's
men?
awesome.
Make everyone.
Because
Yeah.
you can't.
I'm fine with it just being men, but make all men every.
I do like. Well, you don't want women.
It should be women and children too.
Oh.
You sounding anti-Second Amendment to me.
Maybe children.
Let me just say this. I bet I can find. I bet it would be so easy for me to find like a 12-year-old kid who's like got a shooter for a dad and like grew up training, who's a demon with an AR-15, and you would literally trust that kid to go into battle with you. It'd be hard to find a lady.
There's a ton of kids like that.
There's like 8 ladies on YouTube. That are like scary, so fucking good. I see those ladies, and it's incredibly impressive what they do. But there's just not a lot. I never saw too many ladies that could shoot. I did see some, but it's like 1 in 50.
Mm-hmm.
I like it when girls are good at something. It's an age thing. Like so. There's some girls who on YouTube who are really good at dirt biking, way better than I'll ever be. And I'm like, all right, even though I'm 50. I still think I'm a better athlete than this like 29-year-old chick, but she's way better at dirt biking, which tells me if I just practice, I can get good. You know, like I should be able to be as good as her because I'm a better athlete than her. I'm just way worse at motorcycles. So it's
okay.
awesome.
By that rationale, I like this because I believe in it. Do you think that I could beat Amanda Nunes in a jiu-jitsu match if I started training jiu-jitsu now and give me give me 3 years, 3 years of extreme study under like, I go live with Joe.
Under me.
I moved to Boston and I go to Joe's gym.
In 3 years, the answer is yes. Yeah. You're just so much stronger than her. And like,
you'd fuck her up.
Yeah.
If I'm being honest, I think it's a year. I think it's a year of living at Joe Lozon's house, and I wipe the floor with Amanda Nunes in jiu-jitsu. Like gi, no gi, it doesn't matter. I'm so much stronger.
It's she's 130 a year, man.
She walks around at 140, low 140s. She
wrestled at that in 8th grade.
I genuinely believe that if I had to like mix martial arts with her, she'd cripple me, and then she'd choke me out, or she'd break my arm if she wanted, or she'd blow my legs out. She could do any of those things to me at will, I think. But if we're just doing jiu-jitsu and we're starting, like, especially if we start like on our knees together, so it's just like, and we grab each other, I'm gonna fuck her.
Dude,
up.
you're underselling
yourself. 130 pounds. Yeah, you got no problem.
All rules of regular.
Here's the thing, though.
Out,
she's 140 pounds of muscle. Like she's a very low.
Here are the rules. She needs to cut weight and make 135, but you can weigh anything.
Yeah. Kyle has to make 140. He like has a leg removed.
Yeah, I think in jiu-jitsu in particular, like her experience is big, but it only gives her 50 pounds.
But your strength bigger.
She's not there yet. Like if her being so much better, it gives her 50 pounds advantage over me. Like it nullifies 50 pounds. Not there yet. You're still fucked. I've still got another like 20 pounds of me on you. And, you know, I'm me strong, which is just not going to work for her.
Yeah,
I always say that, like, we were talking about female athletes the other night. If I could beat up Valentina Shevchenko. And, like, what I want to do is, like...
Didn't she just lose?
Yeah, she did. It was a real bummer.
It'd be funny? It'd be talking about, like, if we could beat up female athletes, but it's like a tennis player.
Yes. Yeah, that's where I was going to go.
All right, Serena Williams. All right.
She's athletic, good cardio, but she's
here's
old.
the thing, though.
That's a tough one.
She starts with a racket.
What do I start with?
Nothing.
Gumption. That's fine.
Tennis
That's all I
balls.
need. Yeah, motivation.
I can't believe she's hitting them. Why is she bothering?
Is this what we're doing on so close to International Women's Day, talking about women we could beat up? This is a fun
Well,
game.
Is
Valentina
today or was
Shevchenko.
yesterday?
She's a professional fighter.
This is, I have like, I'm like female athletes who I want Susan Polgar.
Who the fuck's
Who's
that?
that?
She like a track
She's
and field?
grandmaster chess player.
No, she'll convince you that you don't even want to fight with her
She's in a
brain
wheelchair.
power. Dude, there's something about a chess player in a wheelchair where I almost assume it's like a blind person's hearing, where I'm like, this guy, his mind must be working on a whole new level without legs. Do you like if Stephen Hawking was like sitting in restaurants eating sandwiches, like having hobbies, I wouldn't have thought he was that smart. It was part of the half robot thing that made me think like this guy's like kind of a genius.
You know, that happened later in life. Like he was like a, you know, a genius adult who knew he was going to be in that chair soon.
Yeah, he had
He
whatever
was
that
wrong about
MS.
everything. People just acted like he was smart because he spoke like a robot.
Was he?
Yeah,
wrong
nobody's
about
read his
everything?
book.
I'm not going to co-sign that.
I bet his book sucks. You know what, Woody? You're right. He sucks.
Totally sucks.
Did you know
He
they
was
buried him in the?
constantly wrong. He lost every bet.
Yeah, he's
You know
like
they
Einstein, that fraud.
You know they buried him with his keypad and they left it wired to a monitor up top.
Why? In
In case they buried him, help me. I am only still mostly dead.
Can we hack it like those road signs that they leave lying around?
That was-
Just make it say penis.
Penis, vagina, penis, vagina.
I just
probably
when I
had
was
fun with it.
growing up, I couldn't tell if he was really smart or retarded. He was like this
Retarded.
man bear pig of like
Oh, the
you
chasm
know,
of man. Yeah.
of a cripple and a genius that just didn't make sense. I couldn't wrap. My
It
head
didn't make
around
sense to you. Like I always
No.
remember thinking like this guy knows about space and science, and he was about space, right?
physics.
Yeah,
right?
his big thing
Physics.
was like black holes and Hawking radiation and the brief history of the universe. He was like a precursor to Neil
It's
deGrasse
math.
Tyson kind
It's math in the end, though. It's
Oh.
Yeah,
Well, have we confirmed anything about his black hole theories?
it's false.
Or
I mean,
is
I
like
don't think
they're just wrong, just made up.
I think if he's right, there should be a bunch of exploding black holes everywhere, but there's not. Like I don't think his version is right, but I don't fucking know. I'm not in a wheelchair.
Yeah. I need a smart person here to co-sign that stuff. I spend an awful lot of time listening to smart people talk on YouTube, though, and nodding along like I'm like, yeah, that makes a ton of sense. Yeah, of course, dark energy. What else could it be?
Yeah. Like that confuses me too, where they'll be like, but none of our equations equaled out in the end until we added a panacea called dark matter. it's like, wait, so you created something that answers all the questions you couldn't answer?
Well, they just
you know,
filled
but
in.
What
the
is
part
it?
of
We don't know because
We
we
don't
just made it up.
It's dark matter, and everything's made of it except for what you can see, touch, and measure. Like, I have no idea how it works, but I want to be smugly wrong about it.
I enjoy those a lot. That and the ancient civilization YouTubers, the ones who think that the Earth was we had ancient civilizations that were advanced. Like one of the
Dude,
cool.
what about
Deppy.
the Atlantis one
Dryas-
where it's like the Ring City? Have you seen that one?
Oh, that sounds cool.
Yeah,
No, I
don't-
haven't seen Ring City.
You don't like
What
that
is it?
one?
Here's why I like the Younger Dryas thing and with the Sphinx in particular. So they looked at where when the sun lines up with the constellation of Leo was 11,600 years ago, which is when they think the Sphinx was built, like the crackpot scientists think anyway. So they think it was built by a civilization before the Egyptians, and they're like, why would they build a lion? Like during the Egyptian times, it was the bull. It was Taurus was the one in lined up with the path of the sun. But if you go back to when they think that comet struck and caused the Younger Dryas disaster and all that shit, it was Leo. So I thought that was a little interesting tidbit. I don't know. I like that stuff a lot. I spend a lot of time every morning. I come in here and I drink my coffee and I spend an hour at least watching YouTube shorts.
What's the most convincing one of those stories about either the Ring, the Atlantis thing, or Göbekli Tepe or whatever that's called, that's actually sucked you in and you've been like, I buy this? There
are some tool marks on the place where they mined the granite for the pyramids, or it's a good distance away, like 100 miles or something away. But there are these tool marks that are kind of weird. It's just like, how do they do that? How were they cutting that out like that? It looks like they've been machined. So that one always sticks out to me more than the crackpot shit. Like, as much as I like Randall Carlson, I've heard him be like, but their technology could have been something completely different than ours. They speak of the priests chanting. So I think maybe an acoustic energy was used to levitate these blocks. And it's like, no, dude.
Yes.
There's a reason why like every group of people came up with bow and arrows dependently. It's that tech makes sense. Like you know what I mean? You're not going to just branch off into magic acoustics instead of electricity or steam power or some shit. So that part's nonsensical to me. And anything ancient aliens is bullshit.
What about Atlantis? Is the story that it's like it's a city that used to be not underwater. Now it's all sunk.
That's the one I was talking about, where a guy like using satellite, whatever. I mean, Google satellites. He found this area. Yeah, is that the one? You used a name that I hadn't heard of. Is that the guy?
Topography. Yeah.
No, the topography I'd heard of. The guy who found like the ring area of Atlantis. I don't know. It was a cool video.
Dr. Indiana Jones.
That's low-key insult dick all night long.
Yeah, so according to the old tales or whatever, like it was a ringed city. So you had these rings and of land and then water, repeating for like, I don't know, 3 rings of land or whatever. And I think they found a formation that's like that under the water somewhere. But like, you're going to have to go down there and find some like, I don't know, some marble statues.
Yeah,
or
something neat.
Yeah, I need.
But
to
it's
see
totally
some
believable that there's like a city that is now underwater that used to not be.
They
it
find
was in northern
all
Africa. It's on above. I don't know why I'm getting into this stupid.
No, it's in the Mediterranean or something.
Yeah, near the Mediterranean. That's where it should be, or some. I've heard people say in the Atlantic as well. Yeah, that's the idea. I don't know what that is on the left though. That seems like.
I guess that's the Sarlacc pit.
Yes, it is. Oh my God! Can you believe Boba Fett made it out of there? What horse shit! What horse shit!
Is.
By the way, I'll tell you what. I'm not sure if I can beat up Amanda Nunes. Maybe I'm talking out of my ass. I know for goddamn sure I can beat up Boba Fett. I could beat the dog shit out of Boba Fett. The actor who plays him, put him in his armor. I don't give a fuck.
Wait, isn't that Pedro Pascal?
Give him a blaster.
Don't give him a blaster. I don't know, but I'm so disappointed by that show. Mandalorian just kicked off season 3, episode 1. And it's just like, I was hoping for a new story, right? Because they've kind of settled the Grogu shit. That chapter's over. We got Grogu to the Jedi. He decided he didn't want to be a Jedi. He wanted to be a Mandalorian. So now he's with Mando, and they're a pair.
So Grogu is Baby Yoda?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And Yoda is going to be a Mandalorian?
He was given a choice between a lightsaber and like a mithril shirt for that, like that Mandalorian medal. And Luke's like, you've got to choose. And he thought, next scene you see him fucking kitting up with his like shiny ass shirt and like taking off in the.
This is like when Ellie chose
groomed,
Joel
though.
over Joel's brother in last.
Yeah, it was an easy decision.
Does this guy only play one character with one plot?
I just wish they played like some. I wish they showed him like putting the shirt on in like slow motion. It was like diamonds on my neck, diamonds on my neck. They made it real gangster as he's getting suited up to go like back with Mando.
So upset in Game of Thrones when they killed his sister or whatever. Like, because apparently this guy's whole thing is he escorts a child somewhere. And fucked up in Game of Thrones.
Yeah,
he did.
I like him a lot as an actor. But yeah, I'm not impressed by the storyline. It's already started off, and one thing it's like painfully obvious because of his new spaceship. His spaceship got blown up in last season, so now he's got more of a fighter jet type thing, and there's just a pod behind him that's like Jim Henson made for that puppet to come up in and look around out of. It's like a little dome, like at McDonald's back in the day. Those things, there'd always be a kid and they're all dehydrated.
You could never see all the way out of, though. You're like, oh, God damn it. If I could just stick my fucking head out this thing. Taylor, you probably couldn't even fit your head in that thing, could you?
Probably not.
That sucks, man.
Taylor was trying to drive the playground up there on that wheel.
God damn it.
That was always my role. I couldn't be the lookout.
Oh, it got the Taylor.
I had always, always the driver, never the lookout.
You guys are watching Last of Us too. Are you sick of the liberal love stories? Like they had gay men and then lesbians, and then they had a pedophile love story on the last one.
I didn't mind the gay Ron Swanson one. I liked that one, but then the one with the little girls, like little lesbian show, that had that. It actively did nothing to move the story forward. It's every second of it. I said it last episode. I watched the last half of it.
No, don't want to see it.
Did I watch the last half of it indignantly? Like, what the fuck? Is something going to happen? Is something
hard disagree? All of you are.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Don't say that.
Was that a deep fake?
All right, gonna go ahead and write down this timestamp. Because
kidding. But
you mentioned that there was this kid that used to work for me. He was that kid that was a fucking thief. I think I mentioned that like money would disappear out of. I keep cash above the visor in my vehicle to like pay people with, and so there'd be like $200 in there, and like you know, I get denominations so you can pay people properly. Money would go missing and shit. My dad said the other day that guy was somewhere and the cops showed up and swarmed him, grabbed his laptop. He was like somewhere on a child porn website, and it was some sort of a setup, and they tracked him to his laptop and scooped his laptop up. And I was like, and then what happened? Nothing happened. Nothing. I'm like, oh, well, they're just figuring out how many things to charge him with then. Like he's in so much fucking trouble. And good. But he's somebody that Jeremy, the guy with the rotten teeth, knows. Like if Jeremy couldn't work, I would have these little shitheads like cut grass for me and stuff, pick up garbage. When I would blow up a ton of shit, it would be a huge mess of jagged metal. And I'd need somebody to go do that because I ain't doing that shit. And,
you sent a pedophile in there? Get in there, you goddamn
He's a child himself.
He was a child himself.
He was a child himself.
An inside man.
When I was paying him, he was 14.
Molesting himself every day.
Yeah, he was like 14 or 15.
This is going to be over soon. I'd fuck me.
There probably aren't, but should there be Romeo and Juliet? I think they're called Romeo and Juliet laws, right? Like, in the same way that like a 15-year-old can have sex with a 15-year-old in many states, but that same person couldn't and shouldn't be having sex.
If you're heading toward this counting for child pornography, no, it doesn't. If a 12-year-old sends a picture of his hoo-ha to another 12-year-old, he has distributed child pornography, and he can be prosecuted to whatever degree the local DA wants to.
Amazing.
That's just ridiculous.
It does seem wrong. There should be Romeo and Juliet
until you consider the way that drug dealers, for example, will use children to move drugs around because they can't be charged in a certain way. It's closing a loophole. And when Tommy and Susie trade hoo-ha pictures, they almost never get charged to the full extent of the law. However, if some piece of shit is making his child send that to other people and they're using their children as the distribution method, you need to close that loophole. That's a lot of times when a law seems weird to you, you've got to imagine it from like every angle because it's rare that lawmakers make stupid laws. Now there are some old laws that are crazy. Those are the ones that are in like almanacs and stuff. Like, wait, I can't eat rutabagas on Saturdays
in Boston. I can't go over 10 miles an hour without someone running in front of me with a red lantern.
Yeah. So
that makes perfect sense. The tax code has a lot of that stuff too, where why is the tax so complicated? It should just be this. Oh, fuck you. Because you make it that suddenly I want all my income in fucking dividends or something. So it gets taxed at a low rate.
Yeah.
So wait, if you're 10, could you like just take all your clothes off and then go to Toys R Us and steal everything and they can't prove it with video because that's child porn?
Yes.
Oh, the authorities can look at whatever they want.
So that's true. You can do that. You can do that as an adult if you're quick.
Nah, Taylor, it doesn't work.
Oh, it does.
Nah, they make you take your clothes off.
Speaking of shoplifting,
they're like, dude, what's with the hickeys? Yeah. I'm like,
Speaking of shoplifting, are you getting into stealing? It's to stay in shape.
I'm done. I'm done with stealing. I love stealing, but I'm done with it. Vito, my co-host for The Biggest Problem, he told the story about how he tried to steal some magic cards at Target by not scanning them on the scanning machine on the self-checkout. He like scanned his stuff and then he took his magic cards and didn't scan them. And then he was leaving and somebody came over and they said, did you scan those? And he was like, no, and then just put them back because he didn't want to buy them after all. So he told this story on the show, and the next day, somebody listening sent him the security camera of him trying to steal fucking magic cards. And I'm like, oh, let's see it. And he's like, no, I'll never show you that. I was like, oh, come on. Why would they not send it to me? Why would they send it to you?
Now they will. Now they will.
He was stealing just how many magic cards? Just
like $40 of fucking magic cards. Like, what are you doing?
Why didn't you
just buy them when you got
just
called
fucking
out?
buy it, dude.
Or run.
Yeah.
You didn't pay for those. So long.
Yeah. Well, he's not a running type.
Yeah, I haven't shoplifted anything in a long time.
Really? I don't think I've ever. I remember accidentally stealing like a tennis ball from a pet store when I was a kid because I was just playing with it in there and then just walked out.
Yeah.
I don't think
I stole a
I've
bunch
never
of,
intentionally stolen anything.
I'll say this. I often steal.
No, I did
dog
from the
food.
same pet store. I did also steal a couple of dog Oreos, and I brought them to school. And I told a friend that they were regular Oreos, and he ate one.
I'm like, I'm so glad you
those
brought
are dog Oreos.
Dude,
Dumbass.
I wish I had the bag.
I think no, I was like
last week.
8.
So I get all sorts of like fancy treats for my dogs, and there was this box of cookies there. I come home and it's like, oh, these are so fancy. And I'm looking at them. They look like Homer Simpson style donuts, like pink with sprinkles, but they're these big sugar cookies. And I'm like, I'm going to eat one of those fucking cookies. And I leave it there and I come back and later on I come back from working out. Yeah, I'm eating one of these fucking cookies. And they're really chewy and tough. And I'm like powering my way through this thing thinking like, man, sugar's just not any good anymore, I guess. Like I've outgrown sugar. And I'm like 3/4 of the way through it, and I start looking at the box. It's a fucking dog treat, man. I've been powering through some sort of a like Fido's oatmeal treat, like with bone broth, and it no wonder. It was awful.
Why don't dogs appreciate sugar more?
Oh,
I don't think they're supposed to eat a ton of it. But I don't know.
Supposed to eat a ton of it.
Yeah, we're not supposed to. Do you remember? I think I told this on the show years ago, many years ago. But like, I remember I was maybe like 6 years old, and my mom was making tuna casserole, something that I fucking despised. I hated it. It upset me when I could smell tuna casserole being made, and I remember going in there and being like upset about it. And she was like, "Well, this is what we're having. This is what you're having for dinner, Taylor." And I was like, fine. And like, I got so pissed. Like I went into the other room, and in my head, I remember thinking like, I would rather eat dog food than that nonsense. And I did. I ate dog food out of the bowl spitefully in the other room, like just in my hand, like picking it out. And then I owned the libs, my little 6-year-old ass. And then I went in there, and then she went to like give me tuna casserole, and I'm like, I'm full. And she's like, of what? And I'm like, I ate dog food instead of your tuna casserole.
That is hilarious.
I was a shitty little kid sometimes. Yeah, it wasn't that bad. It was really salty.
And thus
I've never had
Taylor's
tuna casserole.
relationship with food.
The idea of like warm tuna is gross. I like tuna salad. Like that's one of my favorite. Like I don't know. There's a ton of protein in it. If you don't put too much mayo in there, you could even like use tzatziki sauce instead of mayo, and you've just got like this ball of protein that's really tasty. But
I still like canned tuna that much.
Tuna casserole sounds delicious to me. I just think it's calorie dense.
It's not calorie. Well, the calories would be mayonnaise and butter and like the breading.
That's the part that's amazing. Yeah, like
fat.
I eat.
Then do chicken. Eat a chicken fucking pot pie. That disgusting.
I would so much rather have that.
All warm and mushy. It's like shredded dirty pussy, like minced dirty pussy casserole. That's what tuna casserole looks and smells like to me. So fucking nasty.
I don't like it.
I hardly ever eat fast food, but sometimes when I'm on a road trip, I will. And last Saturday, it was almost a week ago, I'm going dirt biking with friends, and I stopped by McDonald's. I order a Big Mac, and I'm there in person. I order it as a number 1. They give me my bag. I grab it. I go to the truck. I drive away. What's the worst thing McDonald's could give you if they're going to fuck up your order?
Well, you might say the fish fillet, but that's my favorite thing.
And
it was the fillet of fish. That's what they gave me. It was all, dude. You see the picture of the fillet of fish, and it looks that still doesn't look delicious, but it looks better.
I like
this thing is a fillet of fish, like dry looking, with an unmelted piece of Velveeta between 2 buns.
Half of a piece. They tear it in half.
Dude, well, I start like muscling that thing down. Unbeknownst to me, there's tartar sauce on the other side that's dripped on my pants at this point. And I was like, this is the worst thing McDonald's could do to you.
It is the worst. You're like, oh, at least I'm getting a burger. Nope, you're getting the worst thing. It's like, it's such a fuck you. Fillet of fish, disgusting. They make
what
that
I get.
for Catholics. That's not for like, that's for Catholics on Fridays. That's not for people who want bad food.
You're 100% right about that. That is why they added it to the menu. And but I like it. It's my favorite item on their menu. I think it's the highest quality item they make because their beef is so low. Like when you need that much beef, you find ways to make the bar lower for grades of beef, and then they give you that beef.
To go to Kyle's house in the dark of night, not his house, just his driveway, and I want to check all the bags of fast food and see what he really orders.
It would be a fish fillet. It would be a fillet of fish. Yeah. Yeah, I promise you it would.
You would go to a McDonald's and
if
without
we all went
being
to McDonald's right
order
now,
a
I would
fillet
order I would order the. I bet it's a number 9, but that's just a guess, to be honest. I would get because I know
no,
it's
number 9 is
lineup.
2 cheeseburgers, idiot.
Is the number 11?
Where's
Yeah,
Trump?
you got
Trump
me.
knows that menu better than anyone working there.
I
What a fool I was.
Ask anyone, you morons, you don't know the menu. That I believe that 100%.
I do.
Yeah,
When
knows
he
that
said-
menu.
I know this menu. Number 4, you're not going to trick me. It used to be this, it's this now.
I think it's the highest quality
camera.
item.
The man knows his shit. He's got that memory.
Yes. The highest quality item. There's really. They fooled everyone for a bit with chicken selects back in the day, where they're
Those were
like,
good.
"It's
That was-
real
that was-
chicken," and
that
it was better chicken.
It was
But-
white meat chicken. When you tore it apart, you could see white meat chicken, like the way chicken looks, not that paste they fried to make everything else.
Yeah,
It was
and the
meat.
nuggets are not good. The nuggets are just a way to kind of deliver the
They're
buffalo
pink
sauce in your
slurry
mouth.
that's been fried.
Yeah, and it's it's fine. We talked about this. I like the different shapes.
Pink
I like the boot.
slurry.
Pink.
The chicken nuggets come in a big vat of pink slurry, and they are like out into these shapes. There's 5 shapes, I think, that they form the nuggets into, and they fucking fry that shit. And I will never eat a McDonald's chicken nugget. The fries there are kind of top of the line for fast food, but the beef there, I remember when they were going off on their beef because it's like from Australia,
Yeah,
and they were talking
it's
about
like
how
6%
many. And
sawdust.
something about in Australia, they just grind up the sick cows too, or something. Like I remember it just being they found a cheaper way to get cheap meat. They went to Australia for their meat for a reason. You know what I mean? It's across it's in the fucking middle of the Pacific Ocean. We're in
The
America,
other
and we're getting our
hemisphere,
beef from there. They're doing something awful to that meat, so I can't eat that either. So no chicken, no beef. So you're left with the fish.
What about the
sandwich.
chicken sandwich? Isn't that better?
If you get their best chicken sandwich, but the McChicken is just an oversized chicken nugget.
Well, what is I would still rather get a grilled chicken sandwich from McDonald's than the filet of fish.
That is the
You're a
second
fucking
best thing
idiot.
on their menu.
You would rather have a
Filet of fish the fillet of fish is great. It's got that tartar sauce that's full of sugar or whatever it is.
First of all, I'm never buying
And I
anything
get to
based on
pretend
health.
to be a Catholic while I'm eating it. What is this fucking Good Friday?
Dude, what I like to
Jesus.
do, I get filet of fish and I walk around all the time with ash on my forehead to look down on their noses. It's like, for me, it's Ash Monday and it's Ash Tuesday and
Let
it's
me get a
Ash all
cigarette
year.
over here. Yeah, here we go.
You know about-
fillet of fish, please?
Do you know about McDonald's Sprite?
Is it the same
I
as
know-
McDonald's Coke where it's like
McDonald's
better?
they have a special deal where they get where they like they triple filter their water or something like that, and they use a different syrup or something. So McDonald's Sprite is legitimately different than any other Sprite you'll drink anywhere else.
Oh, yeah.
It's
is
like I have memories of it from childhood and thinking like, why doesn't Sprite taste like this anywhere else? It's because they're giving you some magical sugary drink I bet it's got twice the calories they claim it does. If you actually got some McDonald's Sprite and like tested the calories, it's like 80% sugar. It's
so good. There's no soda better on like a super hot day than like ice cold Sprite. It's fucking great.
I agree.
Every once in a
agree.
while, I love it.
Of the mainstream sodas we've covered before, the IBC, the black cherry, the root beer, the vanilla cream, all those are just
Of the boilerplate, Sprite is in it, but you're right. You get into like those fancy aisles with the boutique root beers. That's the true best stuff. Are you a soda guy at a Fagala? What?
Is that the Juggalo soda?
Yeah, it is.
Oh,
Fago? What is it?
I haven't had it.
I haven't had it either. Is it good?
I've had it. It's like white trash Fanta.
Surprise.
Fanta isn't up to snuff.
When you can't afford, it's for when you can't afford.
Whoa!
Fanta.
Look at this guy with his Fanta money.
Is Fanta cheaper?
I don't know.
I don't even know. The soda's different
Mexicanized
prices.
soda.
Yes. So I used to buy a lot of sodas to shoot them. And
Soda prices have gone up.
Mc-
Hurting me.
but at Walmart, the off-brand shit was like 99 cents a 2-liter. You could
What
get
about the
like
on-brand stuff? What's the
I think
root beer?
it's like $2, $2.40 or something.
A&W.
a liter.
Yeah.
Yeah, is A&W different than Coke, different than Sprite, or are they all the same price?
At Walmart, they're like all similar price where I get it. Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, they're
deals.
like the Walmart brand, like Great Value stuff is like a few cents cheaper.
These are always like 2 for $1 for the 12 packs of like Coca-Cola shit. And it's like it's $10 for a 12 pack. So it's $20 for 36 sodas.
I think FPS Russia said
Yeah.
Americans are fat because soda's cheaper than water in one of his
It is.
videos.
Yeah. I said that. Yeah. I said that in the video because it's fucking true. Because at the time I just wanted to buy jugs of liquid to shoot. And I thought water was going to be the cheapest liquid you could buy in a jug. No. I went into Walmart and the water was like $3 or $4 a gallon. And the soda was 99 cents a 2 liter. And it's like, all right. And I would routinely buy shopping carts loaded down with 2 liters. It'd be $80
for like $40. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
I would get into arguments with the people at the cash register. They would often ask what I was doing with stuff. One time I had bought a bunch of very expensive fruit. I don't think I ever used the footage, but I had bought like, I don't know, dragon fruit and star fruit, all these silly fruits. And for whatever reason, I didn't use the footage, but I'm buying it. And this black lady is like, as she's ringing it up, she's making these noises. Like she's like approving of my taste in
want some of your fruit. Yeah.
Yeah. And she's like, you making a big old fruit salad or something? A big old, you doing a gathering of people? You doing a presentation? And I'm like, I'm shooting that with a Browning 50 caliber machine gun. And she's like, I said something like that.
That's how you own the libs.
Yeah. And she's just like, no, Lordy, no, don't be shooting this fruit. And she's like clutching the fruit onto her, like,
Gone with the wind all of a sudden.
She's mashing it into her big old mammy titty. Like she's got my star fruit, my kumquat. She's got a couple of kiwis, and she's holding on to them like it's Sophie's choice.
Kumquatted her tits.
Almost.
I didn't know if I was going to get my my fruit back from her, but eventually a manager came over and promptly dismissed her and finished ringing me up. Of course.
Yeah, for depriving
talking back
for a couple minutes. It's your business what we want to do with your fruit.
On the subject of black people, here's this little factoid that I wanted you to tell Jack.
This is worse than my Last of Us take.
I haven't said anything bad.
Hate this.
Taylor's about to jot down a timestamp.
Listen,
let's have a moment of silence on the subject of black people.
Yeah, I had a black, kind of a black factoid. And Woody, I want you to tell Jackie this. She'll
From
like
the
this.
FBI?
Dude, I'm so sick of your skull-shaped facts.
This is another. My facts have been dead on. I've had some good ones lately.
Your phrenology obsession.
So, Star Trek: The Next Generation, the part of Geordie LaForge, which is filled by LeVar Burton of Reading Rainbow fame. Guess who?
Positive black. I want to have like a blackometer. Like, okay, positive.
Guess who they were gonna go with in that role?
Chris Rock.
Wesley Snipes.
Really?
Yeah.
I
Can
just
you
said
imagine?
the first black guy I thought of, and I got it right. I started saying Wesley Snipes before you did.
All right, hang on a second, Taylor. We got to work up. Maybe you can see things.
How would that have gone? Georgie, we've got a black hole. Notebook? I used to date a black hole, Captain Picard. I'll be right up there.
No, that's one of my. I like the idea of Wesley Snipes being that character because that character's like the whitest black guy ever, and they were shitty with the writers were shitty to him. They didn't want to show him ever getting any pussy, so he gets like snubbed on multiple occasions by women, and I think he only gets like 2 proper episodes that are his own. Taylor, I just drew something on this page. Is it a circle, a triangle, or a square?
A triangle. Oh, God damn!
Like an Indiana Jones book. What is
sports
that?
picks?
Like
Sports picks. We gotta take advantage of this. Who's playing right now? I need to make an account on a gambling website first. I don't know how to do that.
I make like notes in here for the show, like topics and like stupid thoughts, and sometimes like bad ideas for skits. I really thought that idea the other day of like people in a store like being suspicious of each other, like the white guys like thinking the Mexican guy's stealing, and he like tries to like catch him, but really the Mexican guy is acting suspicious because he's spying on a black guy who's acting suspicious, and so then the white guy and the Mexican guy like team up, like, yeah, you're right, he is being weird, and like, but then it turns out the black guy is being weird because he's looking at an Arab guy, so now the three of them are spying on the Arab guy, and then at the end, like the Arab guy was being weird because there's an actual outer space alien there. And then they all just beat up the outer space alien. I just thought that would be a real funny, like,
come together story.
Like
it's a story of human triumph.
Yeah,
I wrote a sketch recently that was it was like Blade Runner when he's trying to see if the robot has emotions, except it was try to get the AI to say something racist because like the AIs can't. So he's sitting there and he's like, okay, you find a turtle in the desert. It's on his back. He's like, flip it back over, no big deal. And he's like, and then someone is they're listening to music on their speakerphone or their cell phone, and the robot's like, why would they be doing that? You tell me. Why would he be doing that? Tell me, describe the man. He's like, I mean, I don't know. It could be any man. It could be looking any kind of way. I don't know what you're trying to get me to say here.
It's getting all self-conscious.
You're gonna want to aim that bit at trans people, and then more people will laugh with you. You see, you're cutting out like 13 or 14% of the population, and then all the allies too. You want to narrow down
too.
Yeah. Yeah, you want to focus that on the smallest minority you can. But I like the joke.
That would be dwarves.
That's why I chose outer space aliens for my minority to be beaten at the end.
Yeah,
I really like the idea of like a coalition of like many colors, like literally like hate criming the outer space alien. And he was a good guy the whole time. He's there to like cure cancer and stuff.
No,
it's like
he
more of a
actually
Twilight
was
Zone
stealing.
episode, right? He's what?
That's the thing. Stealing.
No, or what if or they kill the alien not because he's an alien, because he's gay. Like, that's the twist at the end. Like, all right, so Neptune, huh? And he's like, yeah, me and my husband, we just landed. And they're like, what'd you say, faggot? And they just kill the alien who brought the cure for cancer. I like that bit as well.
Yeah, again, astute social commentary. We'll leave that thing.
By the way. So there's a Twilight Zone episode, and instead of all that nonsense I said, it's they think it's a Russian spy because it's during the Cold War. There's a stranger in town. Oh, someone said they saw this and that. Oh, I heard it was 10 foot tall, and all this talk gets bigger and bigger, and they're so suspicious of this guy who's a stranger in town. He's literally an outer space alien, and at the end they shoot him dead, and he's like, because he like pulled out a scroll, and it's like a space scroll. I don't know how else to describe it. Like, it's
scroll.
Yeah, but like it's burning, and they like stomp it out, and they look, and it's like, the cure to all human disease is, and it's all burn up essentially.
Faith.
Like,
yeah.
It was
like that's how we'd get fucking hoodwinked. They wouldn't come with a cure. They would come with a new religion.
Savior.
They would come with a new religion.
Oh, that's my favorite sci-fi. That's the sci-fi that I want written. I want the aliens to show up and ask if we've accepted Jesus Christ as our Lord and Savior.
Dude, if that happens, I'm in church the next day. Like,
how fucking
I'm apologizing for everything on this show. Like,
that would be,
because Jesus is totally real. If aliens come here and say, you guys are right with Christ, right? Like,
why would that make Jesus more real?
Because they would confirm it. It'd be like, if they're over there,
that would be so scary if they showed up and they're like, they got crucifixes on and stuff. Like, they're dressed like the Pope. Like we always make fun of how the Pope's like a weird gay wizard, but they show up dressed just like him. Like, all of them, they're dressed like cardinals and like all the robes and green and emerald.
Yeah, they would be
ruby.
Scamming us. Like, yeah, hey, here we go. Let's just dress up like these assholes, and then you guys be like, "Yep, well, God's real." God damn it, they're just fucking doing this on purpose.
No, dude, I'd be like, Dick, do you have a personal relationship with Jesus Christ? And then
that would be the thing, right?
So
there's another episode of Star Trek that's essentially that. This alien goes to a planet, and she finds out that their religion says that the devil's essentially going to come back at some point and like take over again. And so she just dresses up like the devil of their planet and shows up with a lot of technology. And she's like, all right, I own you now, or I'll destroy the world. It's up to you. And they're like giving in to her. I like that too. Yeah, the aliens could come down, spy on us, be like, they believe that a Jewish carpenter who was killed by his own people for no reason at all, like died for their sins. Let's go with that one. And they come down and they're just like, oh yeah. they completely enslave us if they did that, Taylor. You fell for it immediately.
I did fall for it. But, it's one of the legacy religions. If they said like Christianity or Islam, one of the ones that's been around for a long time, if they showed up and said Mormonism was the right one, I'd be like, no way. No way.
I'd fight to the death over converting to Mormonism. You can't trick me into being that friendly. I won't do it.
It would be a good community to be involved in. You'd be like, damn, everybody's being nice and giving me favors.
If they're bringing space polygamy back, then I'm in.
But I don't want the aliens.
Yeah, what if they're ugly? What if they're fat?
Yeah, what if they're fat?
Oh, can you imagine if like aliens arrive and they're fat and ugly?
Of course they're going to be fat.
Why? Of course they're going to be fat.
Because it's just like us, but 1,000 years from now. Can you imagine how fat we're going to be in 1,000 years?
We're going to have tech that lets us eat more.
We're going to be disgusting.
No, that's
take a pill that lines your stomach with something that stops it from absorbing food.
That would be a $1 trillion idea, where it's like, take the pill, eat whatever you want. Like, how much would you pay for said pill? This is the kind of thing that I would have bought off the back of a fucking wagon in 1872, and then the guy's off in another town.
Bulimia is free, you pussy.
But I don't think that's going to work for me, because one of my favorite parts about eating is I selfishly hoard all my food inside myself until I poop it out.
Digesting it. That's your favorite part of it.
Yeah, I like eating so much that I'm like, oh, I'm almost feeling sick. Like
that full content feeling that says, "Good job, you got us full again," because your body thinks that you just went out and like right hooked an antelope and ate its entire body, and it's trying to tell you, God, you did good today, Taylor. I can't believe you right hooked the fucking antelope. Just you, and you were able, you fed your family, and then you were still able to gorge yourself because it thinks you did that too.
Yeah, and you had a whole bag of Sun Chips also.
Meanwhile, it was a whole bag of Sun Chips. They cost $2.70. Your body doesn't know.
Yeah.
No,
I didn't eat a whole bag of Sun Chips.
I haven't had
last
Sun
night.
Chips in ages.
I think
do they still come in that bag?
Tier. They're disgusting. Yeah. They're the lowest class of chip.
You
got to go. You end up in popcorn land before you find a worse chip. That shit is so fucking nasty.
Sun Chips are healthy. Probably
they're not.
We're eating chips here.
They're not healthy, but they do taste pretty good. If you get the garden salsa one,
like saying a race car is safe.
Do they come in that outrageously loud bag? They still do that?
No. They stopped that performative trash with their bag where they're like, hey, do you like eating chips at night? Not anymore. Like no, you're going to be...
Your wife is going to know you're a midnight snacker.
Aggressively loud, bafflingly loud, those bands. But you're right. They're not the best chip, but they're not terrible. I'd put them in the same category as a Pringle.
I'd rather not eat. I'd rather go hungry than eat a Sun Chip. They're not worth brushing my teeth after eating them.
All chips are good to me at this point. I haven't had a chip in a long time, but fuck.
Get yourself some kale. Kale chips are great.
I believe you're lying to me right now.
You know what?
They are.
I can't be convinced that kale chips are worth the kale.
I make them myself. Like you get some balsamic maybe, but mostly just salt and pepper and you slice your own kale and you get it out there and bake it until it's just right. You got to watch it, but it'll get crispy enough that, again, it's like how a nicotine inhaler is like close to a cigarette. But it's not a chip. Like, don't think you're gonna enjoy yourself.
It just disappears when you eat a kale chip. It's like I just put food in my mouth and there's no food in my mouth. Like it becomes the idea of a chip.
Yeah.
The second it touches your tongue, it just dissolves.
Which
is why I stick with those are like kale chips or seaweed chips.
Yeah.
I haven't tried those.
You can make them. Kale is like almost free. They basically give it away at the grocery store. They'll give this huge bunch of it. You're like, whoa, I said the smallest package you had. And it's like, it's a bushel of kale. And you just wash that shit, chop it up, throw it on a pan, maybe spray it with some oil and sprinkle it with some shit and then bake it. And it turns into these crispy little, you're not going to like it. It's like eating dry leaves.
No, it's not good.
I hate spring mix. I hate the concept of spring mix. I hate that they try to trick us into thinking that this is fucking human food. Spring mix is absolutely bullshit. And I see these pictures online, like, look at for the same amount of calories as this, and then they have like one sun chip. You could have this, and it's a popcorn bowl full of spring mix.
Yeah.
Fuck you. There's no food in that bowl though. I could eat that whole thing of spring mix. One, I would hate the experience, and two, I'd still be hungry because it was just we could talk about food and I would get just as much calories as I would from that fucking spring mix. All we do is buy spring mix, keep it in the refrigerator for a couple of weeks, and then throw it away.
Dude, that is my salad transition as well. Where it's like, dude, every trip to the grocery store, you got big plans for salads, and you're gonna be Mr. Salad. I'm gonna be wolfing down salads all the time, and then 3 weeks later, the untouched spring mix comes out and goes in the trash. The only kind of like, I guess, lettuce or salad shit that I actually like is spinach because it tastes like it's got more to it.
Dude,
like,
I eat so much spinach.
Yeah,
I bet I eat 8 pounds of spinach a week when I'm really going at it.
Things.
Yeah. There was literally
spinach?
a time on this show where I explained that I had never eaten like 80% of green vegetables that existed. I had never had spinach when we started this show. Like I was like 27, 28. I had never had spinach before. I had never had like most of the vegetables, like any kind of like onion that would be like a topping vegetable. Like I would throw all that shit off. Like if I'm eating a salad, it would just be tomatoes and lettuce and stuff. But and I would never eat like Brussels sprouts. I had never eaten that until I like got on my like 2 years ago. I'd never had a Brussels sprout.
I used to beg for spinach as a child. I wanted spinach. I
wouldn't fucking eat them. I'd kick them off my plate. Don't fuck with me. I don't eat green beans. No thanks.
I was all about spinach. And then I figured out that cocksucking liar Popeye was not telling the truth about the effects of spinach.
Yeah.
Dude, I literally
There's good
I think
propaganda.
about
It got me
Popeye
on
when I
spinach.
eat it sometimes. Because I'll have like I'll be cooking like ground beef and rice and this big like pan, and I've got the lid in one hand, and I'm just throwing big handfuls of spinach on top, and then the pan's red hot already, so I dump my water in, and it starts like steaming up. Throw the lid on, and then the spinach just immediately wilts and turns like edible, and I stir that shit up, and I'm just like, you know what, that 2 pounds of spinach, 2 fucking pounds of spinach. Like I don't know how much vitamin K I need, but I just love it. It's so fucking good. It's just because it's like texture, because that's the only texture that's in that meal.
The texture is slime.
No, it's crunch, because I don't cook it like if you overcook it, it'll turn to slime. But you can leave like a little bit of a texture, like a crunch there. That's you know, I can't cook for you. You know,
I wish you would, Kyle.
Hey,
I
I'm not giving you. Look, there's a trade-off. You want hookies and scritches, or
hickeys,
Cookies and scritches.
hookies and scritches, hickeys and scritches, or do you want good food?
Kyle, I think you can do both. I think I just need to train you up.
I wish we would have explored your journey into vegetables in real time more. Because
like a
it is
checklist.
baffling that you made it to your mid-30s with like a Brussels sprout. How novel. Like,
No, but the thing is, like, I didn't just go like one night, like, oh, yeah, it's a decent food, and like not eat it again. I immediately went into eating pounds of it a week.
You got obsessed right away where you're like, I'm a vegetable boy. I love my I'm gonna grow big and strong.
Just eating what what Derek tells you to eat, right? Like it's fun. I've got a big old fatty now that I wouldn't say coaching, but when he asks me questions, I give him the answers. Yeah, it's that great big fat person in our in the $50 hangout. Remember, he was trying to ask me questions about like, hey, if you had to lose 250 pounds, how would you start?
Yeah.
And I was trying to answer him, and that other jabroni was like talking too much, and you muted him. If that brings you
and
back
then he
to
left, right?
Yeah. So anyway, that guy is
What was the bad advice? Was it like complicated and?
Well, my advice for like how to start, he was asking how I would do it, and I told him I would make sure I got like my blood work done first, and I would get a doctor to monitor me, and I would supplement. But I would go into a fast. I would fast for as long as I could to begin the weight loss journey, because if we can knock 40 pounds off in a month by starving ourselves for 28 days, then that's going to like pay dividends when we start working out. And I don't want to hear any bullshit about metabolism. Oh, you'll gain it all right back. Yeah, if you eat 35,000 calories a day, like where the 40, it's calories in, calories out, dummy. So I would start with a fast. The longest fast I've done is 3 or 4 days, something like that.
It's hardcore.
After there's a point where you don't get hungry anymore. And like when you do, it's not bad. It's not those like hard hunger pangs that are like, God, I really got to eat. Those stop happening after day 2 or after 36 hours or something.
I did a 4-day fast and it was fucking horrible. It was like
so
the
what
worst
did
thing
you
I've
do?
ever done.
Straight water?
Juice.
Juice.
Juice fast. So blended up vegetables and
broth.
I could gain weight on a juice fast, I bet.
Yeah. I did water. I would only do water, and I was hesitant to do coffee.
Did you eat salt?
No.
This was before your photo, or I think it was before Kyle's like photo day, right?
Yeah. What?
No,
like
he did
fasting before the photo shoot.
Oh, that's like a year before the. Oh, if you're talking about like on like photo day, it wasn't fasting as much as it was like I was taking no water in for almost 2 days. But like right before the photos, I drank water. I ate a Reese's and I ate a sub sandwich, and I tried to like get a pump with my like home gym equipment, such as it was. I feel like I could have gotten a much bigger pump. I feel like I should have looked bigger than I did. But in any case,
is Reese's like a good for an immediate pump?
It was.
Reese's and
what I did was I read somebody did an article with a bodybuilder about the day of show. What do you do? Like when you need to step out on the stage, what do you do 5 minutes before, 30 minutes before, an hour, and then 24 hours before? And I followed this bodybuilder's kind of like manual for like what to eat, what not to eat, how like you wanted to get like sodium and hydration into your blood to fill your muscles out as you're like getting the pump. And something about that Reese's was like a good sugar dump to like do something with insulin. And it was all about looking the best you could, like bang right now, kind of thing.
I watch a YouTuber named Virtue in Physique. Maybe you know him a little, and maybe you've seen his stuff. He does not bodybuilding competitions, but like men's physique competitions, the ones where you wear board shorts and try to be good looking.
Cool.
And anyway, it ties into what you said, because he'd do the same thing. He'd dehydrate, but his thing was Swedish fish. That was how he like got that sort of.
So any kind of sugar.
Yeah, he's trying to get some sugar in there.
Yeah. The reason like those power men like drink honey as they're lifting.
I always like to bring this up because like sometimes I'll want to talk shit about like a professional athlete or something, but I feel like it's like, yeah, but I've got no ground to stand on, right? But when it comes to cutting weight with MMA fighters, I call anybody who misses weight that only had to cut 10 or 15 pounds a pussy and a loser and a non-professional and everything else under the book. Because I cut like 12 pounds in 36 hours or something. And it was hard. It sucked. I didn't have fun, but I smiled my way through it. Took pictures, and I was sending pictures to the boys while I did it.
Yeah.
Like having
I still
good
have
time.
them, of course.
I'm like, dude, I'm wearing.
You looked so thirsty.
I'm wearing multiple layers in my house.
My iPhone wallpaper.
Oh, you sweat it all out. Wow.
I'm in my house. I haven't had anything to drink in a day, and I'm in my house on a bike, stationary bike, watching TV. 3 or 4 layers on, including this like rubbery
like a plastic
sweatshirt.
Suit? Yeah.
And I got the hoodie
sell that
on,
sweat,
and I'm fucking pedaling the fuck out of that bitch. I got my heart rate up to 145, 150, and I do that until I get faint.
God.
And when I get faint, I strip it all off and I towel off. I get my head straight, and then I get in the hot tub, and it's hot and it's full of Epsom salt, so the salt's drawing the water out too. And I stay in there until I get faint again. And then I lay in my bed under the fan until I'm not faint anymore.
Until I can see death creeping in.
and then I get back on the fucking bike. And every time I get naked, I take more pictures and send them to the boys because I got to stay motivated. But
oh my God.
And I weigh
myself. 12 pounds like that? Like 12 pounds of water? It shrunk your skin up?
Yeah.
And have you seen his pictures, Dick?
No.
You haven't seen Kyle's final result?
I don't think so.
Zach,
so
can you pull him up?
I have like a nanny filter on my computer to filter out gay stuff, so maybe
I would weigh
I do too. It's a filter that catches it though and shows it to me.
yeah. I want to see what Dick missed.
But after every one of those activities, either the hot tub or the bike, I would weigh myself and I would watch pounds fall off every time.
Oh my
like pounds
God.
of liquid. And I was down to 170, high 170s, somewhere in there. Like I was taking pictures of the scale as I went to like, because I can't remember now all those little numbers. But I think I was like 179.
You're delirious.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Oh my God! Wait, what's on the left? Who's that?
That's
homeless
me.
guy. Oh wow!
It's the homeless guy.
So that was after all the cutting and stuff.
Yeah, I'm very dehydrated there. I'm very, very dehydrated.
Jesus.
Yeah, you're definitely dehydrated.
Look at those
Biceps
veins.
are huge.
Yeah, looking
Your
tremendous
biceps
though.
develop really well.
Do you need water, man? Because when you're water free, I'm feeling
See, this was what like
shit.
inspired me was Mac doing this shit. That was honestly like a huge part of the whole thing. I loved the Mac thing. I love the idea of like, I don't know, doing that kind of transformation.
Yeah,
I don't think I got
way bigger than Mac.
What did your penis look like? Did it shrink up with like
it got
dehydration?
so fucking big, dude. Like it got so much like because all right, so like my body fat percentage is like 8.5 in that picture on the right. Like
Okay.
I'm like it's unhealthy how little fat is left in me. So that means there's no like fat under the skin around my dick anymore. So I'm getting every inch that God wanted me to have.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Those cum
makes
gutters
sense.
lead to a pearlescent turtle shell that's capped off with like a loggerhead. It's all smooth down there.
Even your nipples look rough. It's like Wolverine.
Oh, they're
looking
angry.
at here.
Oh,
That
that's
should
Those
be
what one of
nipples
your
look
fucking-
dangerous.
Does
That's the
Tinder
weakest
have
part
like
of my
a
physique,
headline,
clearly.
like a bio? Like I don't know.
like
Those
adding
cum
mass to
gutters
my
lead a
chest
turtle shell.
just was just impossible, it seemed like. So that's something that I'm doing a thing soon. I don't want to talk about it at all. But that's going to be part of the goal is to get my chest bigger next time.
You can do it.
But I'm doing a whole thing now. I've only told like 2 people exactly what I'm up to, but Derek knows. So it'll be fun.
Looking forward to it.
But yeah, that was really fun. And but getting back to what I wanted to do, rather than sucking my own dick off for 10 minutes.
Yeah, leave that to us.
Those mixed martial artist guys who can't cut 10 pounds, it's absurd. Because for me, cutting that weight seems super easy, and that was with no dieting or anything. Like, and I could have like started the water cut earlier and tapered it more. Like I could have been tapering water 3 or 4 days before, just a little bit. And upping the cardio on those days, and I could have easily cut. I think I cut 20 pounds. Like I was walking around at that point at like 182. No, it wasn't. I don't know. I don't know the numbers anymore. They're not in my head. But I think I could cut 20 pounds of water, like even at like that body fat percentage. So when they miss weight, it just seems unprofessional to me.
It's cool that you did that. Like when you do that and you're like 55, it's gonna look weird. Those old guys.
Yeah, but what's the alternative?
Yeah.
It'll be awesome then too. I'm just saying, it's cool
You're
that you
still
did that
shredded.
at this age. Yeah,
So yeah, but
also,
the alternative.
You should do that,
like,
Dick.
no, I'm in the thing called like the Mr. Hangover competition.
Do you
You
take
gotta be-
testosterone? I'm sure I've asked before.
No,
Are
No,
you
I don't.
interested?
kinda. I don't know. I'm getting kind of old, but won't testosterone fuck up my hair?
You'll
Wait,
take.
that happen?
I don't want. You'll take these. You want without showing my address here. This is
Is that
finasteride.
finished
It's
for
almost
yeah,
free.
finasteride?
Yeah, you take one of these a day, and that counteracts it. Then use some DHT blocking shampoo, and you're not going to be taking so much. You're not going to be abusing testosterone. You're going to be supplementing your testosterone, replacing it, and you're going to be all you can be. I'll say that. Like, it'll be like going through puberty again. You'll have like super sex drive. No workout will be able to make you sore anymore. Like you can go hard in the paint. You could play like pick up basketball all day, and then the next day you'd be like a little sore, but you'd want to go play another game. Like you'll just recover like a fiend. You'll recover like an 18-year-old.
It's just my fucking tendons. Like that's what this
Makes
one's
those-
ripped. Like everything's ripped.
They can get you something for that.
They can get me something for my tendons. When they put this one back on, the guy was like, "Yeah, it was all like frayed and fucked. They're all my joints hurt all the time."
Are you lifting?
Yeah.
You still lift?
Yeah, I
you
do,
fucking lift.
I do bench, and I got like a little dumb circuit of dumbbells and
I
kettlebell
have
stuff
to ask because everyone does. What are you benching right now?
Fuck, I'd have to go count. Let me see. 45, 10.
Oh shit.
90. What is that?
So 245s is
like 260 or something.
225 plus 10 is 255.
10 on each side?
No,
Yeah.
265.
Yeah.
Wait.
No, 225 to 245. If he has
I
a
think
10
it's
on each.
I think it's 245s and a 10 on each side, but I'd have to go check. I only move it up.
So that's
or down
245. That's heavy.
Do you just do flat or do you do incline and stuff?
I just do flat.
Is that your max or is that what you do for reps?
No, that's just what I do for reps.
That's a lot then. You're probably well, then you're probably maxing over 300 then, huh?
Yeah, my biggest max was 350.
Oh my!
Get there again.
That's
you
shocking.
can do it, man. Do it. Take the T.
I just feel
it's
like
a 400.
Everything's healthy right now. Like it took me a year to so when they put my tendon back on, the distal bicep tore off. They sutured it back onto the bone. It took like
never mind.
Last April. Oh yeah. I've had a lot of tendon repairs. So that took like I don't know 8 months, and now it's like you feel familiar with your body. If I use my left arm, it feels normal, and like in my brain, I can anticipate like where that arm is going.
Mm-hmm.
This one, Kyle, I mean, actually, all you guys would know this. It's just the lever is off. So it like the power curve of your arm, it just feels wrong. Like it still feels like it's not my arm.
It looks normal to me. Does it look normal?
Oh no. So and it like there's this gap now between the look. So this gap did not always used to be there. Let me see if I can like that one. That's normal. It looks like more smooth, but this one it has this fucking oddball gap because they can't sew the tendon back into the same spot. So like now there's this weird new
So you're like literally pulling from a different angle, like from what your muscle's contracting at.
I wish I had that gap.
It sucks.
You
gotta just tear your tendon. You gotta do you like bowling?
Just do a bunch of blow and then tear your fucking arm off.
Didn't you do it bowling?
Yeah.
Blowling? Yeah.
No, my biceps go like all the way to my forearm. I guess I could show you, but it's hard to get. All right, I'll just do it. So my bicep comes like all the way to the end. There's not much gap. So when I make a curl, I don't get that apple that people do who have the gap on the end. And they can cosmetic surgery you this like giant apple. The recovery is long, but they can do it in 8 months.
Well,
I highly recommend TRT, and I always recommend Derek's clinic, Merrick. It's I don't know. I can't speak highly enough about that shit. It's cheat codes. If it were a video game, you wouldn't want to play against us.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a reason they
on everything.
There's a reason they asterisk motherfuckers who take testosterone and hit balls and shit.
Yeah. A friend of mine got on everything, like HGH, fucking steroids now. He looks like a monster. He looks awesome. He's like the ghost of workout future to me.
Does he have a lot of money?
Yeah.
Yeah. HGH is, I think, the one that heals your tendons, and it's super expensive.
So
it'll make your head big. Like
I've done a lot of research about HGH because of my nonsensical drug charges and everything. I would never do this, honestly. But if you were just a regular Joe, underground labs with HGH, it is pharmaceutical grade and it's affordable. It's just kind of minor league illegal. You know what I mean? And it's something that I couldn't do. So I would have to pay that stupid price the Liver King was paying. That's why when you saw what he was on was like 20 grand a month or whatever. A heap of that is pharmaceutical grade HGH. But I think you could go with like an underground lab. Just literally go to a website and send them some crypto, and they'll just mail you $5,000 worth of that shit for $800 or something. You know what I mean?
He gets it from Mexico.
Though, it modifies your body in an unattractive way, though. Like I think the guts come from that. The head, the skull growth comes from that, and it scares me.
I think you would need to abuse it severely, and I think that
for a long time.
Yeah, and I think that how many good years you got left, Woody? I mean, if your head
I'm
gets
out
a little
of good years.
None,
you'll be
yeah.
95
one good year.
what you're like, oh, I'm 95 and my head's too big now. You won't care. You know what I mean? Like,
now I can't get laid.
The nursing home like fucking MODOK. Everybody with their heads propped up.
Kyle,
like
Dick,
the
don't
fucking
make
guy
fun
from
of big
the
heads.
fucking-
He's right here.
Well, Dick and I are birds of a feather in that regard. So I think he can throw stones from inside his glass house on big heads.
No, I don't have any experience with that. I'm a little afraid of that because I had that cancerous growth, and maybe that human growth hormone could supercharge some other little piece of cancer that's somewhere on my elbow or something, and make a mountain out of a molehill, perhaps. So
Cancer doesn't
I
scare me. I've beaten it twice.
yeah, but this is cancer on steroids, so it's like kind of scary. We had the same
You're on
cancer as
steroids,
Biden.
too.
Did you see that Biden had the melanoma on his chest removed?
No, I didn't.
Melanoma. You guys didn't have
No,
that.
Basal
melanoma is
cell
different.
carcinoma. Excuse me.
Yeah, okay. No, I didn't see that, but okay, I didn't know about that.
Yeah. I guess he had a lesion on his chest that they lopped off the other day.
Well, it makes it less cool to beat cancer if Joe Biden can do it. I mean,
If
he's
he
not
can
really
do
a
it,
fighter.
Yeah. They even I felt bad because like right after that they were like, it's basically the most survivable cancer of all cancers. It's really nothing at all. More of a growth than and I'm like, shut up, dude. I got my yellow bracelet on over here.
Yeah, you're
Kyle's
taking away
strong.
my warrior status.
Dude, like pancreatic cancer, liver cancer, they all make fun of basal cell carcinoma. They don't let it sit at the lunch table with them. They're like, oh wow.
Bullshit, man.
I
We're
still
all in
have
this
my
together.
cancer survivor T-shirt I bought for myself.
Yeah.
That is great. And
I got people walking.
I wish you would wear that more, man. Like, and I want to have a hat with it too, like, and it's some kind of thing where it's like I'm a fighter, and it's like got a ribbon on it.
Yeah, make them guess. Survivor. What do you survive? Guess. Holocaust? No. Wrong. Try again.
No.
Rape? No. Good guess though. Thank you.
Basal cell carcinoma.
That's like that hat I bought that says "I am a veteran." It's got like a flag on it.
Dude, there should be one that looks just like the Vietnam hats, but it says veterinarian. So you're not doing valor.
See how many cups of Starbucks you can get discounts off of being a
Nobody
veterinarian.
fucking believes I was in
fake vet.
Korea.
You weren't even born.
No,
Let alone fighting age.
my
They
parents
have,
weren't born.
My father.
They have veterans parking in Lowe's here in like Burbank. So I
The
always
secret is it's for anyone who wants it.
Yeah, I parked there. And I was getting a tool cabinet or something. This was like a year or two ago. I parked there and I get out and this guy goes, "Oh, thank you for your service." And I said, "You're welcome."
You didn't give him like a Semper Fi, you know?
No, it actually felt great. Like I was like, "Oh
Yeah.
wow, now I get it."
It feels good,
Stolen
right?
valor now.
I was.
Yeah.
We were driving.
It's a victimless
like,
crime. I've said
we were
that.
driving an armored personnel carrier, and I was standing out the gunner seat, and I was holding on to the gun in like a non-threatening way. It was pointing up in the air, but I had my hand on it, and I was wearing green, like coincidentally for that day.
Yeah.
And a cop like fucking saluted me as I went down. and
Fuck you, asshole.
no, I fucking saluted back because like I didn't want him investigating us. I wanted him thinking, oh,
I
National
wonder
Guard
if you
boys going
saluted
through town.
incorrectly.
Yeah, I mean, I did whatever he did. You know,
Well,
fucking-
he stuck his hand.
Long and prosper, officer.
You do like the Hitler one where you accept his salute.
We were in Hitler country. Like I probably could have thrown up a fucking sig heil.
That
and
was
he'd have
such a
given
cocky
Hitler
thing.
country.
That was such a cocky thing Hitler pulled. Everybody else has to do the full salute, and he just accepts it. I accept it.
Yeah, one of those down low, like half salutes.
Yeah.
Like,
It's the arrogance, man. That's what really turns me off to that guy.
Hitler.
there's a Key and Peele skit that's like that. He's like, I saw Hitler last week. Yeah, he came in, everyone was blown away. And he gave me one of those little down low hiles, just kind of nonchalant. It's like he's talking about that. And you'd see Hitler do that. Like he wouldn't like go full high up and everything like the military guys would be like this crazy like salute that matched. But he'd
Yeah.
kind of give you a little, yes, heil, heil.
Yeah, just an acknowledgement.
Save it for like WrestleMania, you know?
Yeah.
All right, I'm charging up. Like the Hulkster is going to give you the elbow.
Yeah.
What happened in Argentina with the whole Nazi thing? Like, I don't think Hitler went there, but did a
lot of
went to
Nazi
Antarctica.
higher-ups, including SS officers, went there. It's a known fact. There are villages down there that primarily speak German. It's the Mossad, the Israeli Special Forces, several times went there, took them back to Israel, and killed them. Like, they would go there, catch a Nazi who was like on a goddamn goat farm, who like somebody would be like, fucking Senor Adolf up there, the goat farmer's got a weird accent. I don't know. And it would get back to the Israelis.
A lot of tall guys named Hans suddenly.
And they'd send some people over to beat their ass, throw them in a fucking car, drive that to a port, get them back to Israel, put them on trial, and fucking hang their asses. They did that several times. It was a government that was sympathetic to the Nazis.
But the whole bringing them back, putting them on trial thing seems like sissified. They should have taken care of business right there.
I don't think so. I think it's much scarier to be taken away. If I'm the offender and my option is dying right here in my home, like maybe smoking a cigarette first, even, or drag me back to the Jew land. Like I'm
actually you're selling it. I think you're right.
That was the first name for Israel, Jewland.
Jewland,
yeah.
And Hebrew.
I'm going to veto this one. Yeah.
like if you're
I said, these Christians have this place where they have to worship it. It's called Israel. Let's use that name.
You're a 60-year-old. You're a 60-year-old. You're a 60-year-old Nazi who's been a goat farmer for the last 15, 20 years. You got a bad hip. Do you really want to be
just
hauled
getting
back,
good at it?
Put on a show trial, and then I don't know how they killed him. Probably maybe hanging or something like that. I don't remember what they did. I don't know what hanging.
Whatever was cheapest.
I'd rather get shot right there. One of the most low-key racist things.
Just kidding. They have infinity money because of us.
Israel is sitting pretty.
We were in our $50 Patreon Discord. You can join down below if you want to take part in our hijinks. We've got a couple of black guys in there, and there was like some kind of a friendly argument going on between a couple guys, and one of them like took a picture of his hand like this, right, like flipping the other guy off, and like sent it real quick as a reply, like fuck you kind of thing. But it was a black guy, and the second he sent it, I wrote no gang signs in here. That tickled me. It still does.
I know it does. You sent me a screenshot and it made me laugh.
It's my favorite. It's the funniest thing that's happened in my life in weeks. It was just so good. I love that. But yeah, if you're out there listening and you are, if you're darker than us, let's just say that we'd love to have you. It's a good look having you around. I like.
We take all comers. All are welcome. It's an incredibly progressive place.
But we would prefer a few more people of color. No, coloreds.
Jesus Christ.
No, it's people of color.
Yeah,
it's people of color. We would like more of you to join our group. We've already got a Chinaman. He wears one of those pointy hats, one of those rice paddy hats.
Mm-hmm. Isn't he Vietnamese?
Common misconception.
All I know is just remember Pearl Harbor. Never forget that. That I say that dealing with all of them.
I'll forget 9/11 long before I forget Pearl Harbor. I'm
not. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Because 9/11 was just that we got most of those guys. That did the 9/11. Like
we got all of them. They
I thought you were talking about Wall Street.
No,
I don't think we got any of those guys that caused 9/11.
No,
they all died in the plane.
We found the true culprits' passports. In the rubble, we got them. Man, sometimes you get lucky.
Depending on what version you believe, we got them all. Whereas, it never sat right with me in history class when they got to the part about the Japanese emperor just getting away scot-free and getting to remain the emperor. I mean, I guess he lost a lot of.
He wasn't the real emperor. He was just a figurehead.
He got to live in his palace.
Yeah, like as a figurehead, though. He wasn't like.
Who else was going to live there?
Yeah, Kyle,
you should have drug him out of there and hung him.
He only got the money and prestige. He was no longer in charge.
We could have done what MacArthur. It was MacArthur, right? That they put in charge of Japan. They basically said, "All right, you run Japan," and he was like, "Wait, what?" Well, I was just running the whole Pacific War effort, so okay. So he's in charge of Japan now, and it was literally up to him. Should we drag the emperor out of there? Fucking hang him in the street? Like, he could have made that call, but instead they decided to let them keep their figurehead and like let him like live out the rest of his fucking days. I don't think he died until like color TV and shit. Like he got to live to the good times.
Yeah, he's a Japanese emperor. They live hundreds of years.
Fuck.
Like they're healthy people. And if you're trying to keep the Japanese happy about it, you got to let them, because they're all about honoru and like all of that shit. And so you have to give them something to be proud of afterward. Like, hey, you still have.
Did you hear about all the Japanese women that the Japanese willingly enslaved to allow our sailors to fuck? Because they just thought that was what they needed to do. Because when they went somewhere, like when they were in China and Indonesian places and they take over and occupy, they would like just make all the women their concubines and sort of like make a pleasure squad to rape. So like when we took over, they were like, oh, quick, let's line up their pleasure squad. Either we make a pleasure squad or they'll make one for us. You know how war is. So they just like organized a huge amount of women. They were like 15 to like 20 to be in pleasure houses to like support the war. Do your duty. Be a whore for Japan. The Americans are here. Otherwise, you know what they'll do. They'll just start raping everybody because that's how war is. It was just another one of those times where they thought we were as awful as they were. It's the Japanese were so evil that they're like something out of a storybook. They're like orcs, the World War II Japanese, because they couldn't comprehend human decency. They killed themselves and fought to the last man because they thought that Marines were recruited from mental hospitals, that they were literally bloodthirsty men with sharpened teeth. They thought U.S. Marines were monster men who would torture them. So they're jumping off cliffs and drowning themselves rather than just giving up and taking the hot meal they would have gotten. Because that's what they did as well. You know, they would torture us to death. They didn't take fucking prisoners. Did you see their prison camps where they would be lopping people's heads off with katanas and starving those guys to death? Not to mention all those experiments where they would vivisect people and expose people to botulism, smallpox, any number of like gas experiments, boiling people and just exposing them to anything you can imagine that's awful to be exposed to.
For research.
Like Lizzo?
Exactly.
Expose them to Lizzo.
Yeah, but now Japan is like the last bastion of like awesome against.
They're our missile island now. We need them.
The woke censors, right? Like they put tits in their video games and they don't care about.
They censor their
shit.
porn, Dick.
I don't like that, Woody. But they do have whores in Japan.
Do they? That's
balance
progressive.
it out.
Wait,
yeah, dude, they have like a
legal?
6-block area. It's not legal, but they have like a 6-block area in Osaka where they have like these whores stood up on. I mean,
Shit, we have illegal whores. That's
Yeah.
not
Whores are legal in Australia. Prostitution's legal in Australia. Do you know that?
Yeah, but you have to fuck an
Yeah.
Australian.
Australians are like fucking Floridians.
No. They
islands.
come from criminal stock, and I'll hear nothing more of it.
My dream come true would be able to
They're
drag
not like
the whole
us.
continent of Australia up and like butt it up against Florida. Like they would just get along so fucking well.
They would have such a grand old time. Australia and Florida. There's probably about as many people living in Florida as Australia, right?
Yeah, probably same.
They could be such good friends.
I bet they are close.
We are over the limit on ads, so we're going to hear from a couple of wonderful sponsors. This episode of PKA is brought to you by RealDBG.com. RealDBG.com. If you want the Death by Gummy Bears, the 100 milligram Delta 8, you got to go to RealDBG.com. Use coupon code PKA23 for 23% off there. The Delta 800 milligrams are strong as shit. Additionally, you can find the HHC, 50 milligrams, also incredibly strong. So don't think because it's half as many milligrams, it's not also very potent. You can get this, same code, PKA23. It's an American company. It's a great product. It gets you fucked up. They just released on wonkyweeds.com, still coupon code PKA23. You can get the syrup from them. And I'll include the same disclaimer as the gummy bears that the syrup is incredibly strong. Take it slow. This was like many months ago when we first started getting sponsored by them. They sent me like their previous rendition of the syrup, and I like took a like swig out of it, like, and I just drank like probably a third of it, thinking like, all right, this will get me good and loosey goosey. Like I that is probably the highest I've been on their products, is drinking that much of it. And like I'm a very experienced smoker, and I remember sitting there being like, having that thought in my head of like, I have to stop going up soon. Like I can't still be on the roller coaster incline. So take it slow. Code PKA23, 23% off any of the stuff over at Real DBG, over at Wonky Weeds as well. High quality stuff, good, very, very strong gummies. Check it out if you're interested, and remember to take it slow so you don't get too fucked up.
So on this dirt bike trip, I brought Death by Gummies for the campfire, right? That was the idea. It didn't work out. My throttle cable broke. But I gave my buddies who were going to make it that night and do everything cool, the Death by Gummies package. And I gave them the warning, just like Taylor would. Like, hey. These are not like the edibles that you've had before. These are something special. And again, these guys are, would you call yourself, an experienced smoker?
Yeah.
Right. Just take my word for it. I've never been with this gentleman and had him not smoke like this. Like, every meal, every breakfast, every all the time. These Olympic level, and I still gave him. I was like, look, I know who I'm talking to, but still. And he's like, yeah, 100 milligrams, that's concentrated. And I was like, everybody else lies. This is a true 100 milligrams. Yeah. And it turned out he was getting another tattoo, and he used it for that.
Oh, excellent.
He was like, yeah, it was probably too high.
They're real deal, man. Yeah.
Anyway, real deal.
Dude, I want to do DMT.
PKA 23, check it out. Oh, also, this episode brought to you by Lock and Load, the premium ejaculate increasing formula, brought to you by us and the scientists in their lab, at Derek's. It's a fantastic product.
I'm the scientist in the fucking lab. Don't forget, I was the one over here measuring.
I don't want to say that me and you are the scientists in the lab, because we're retarded. And so,
I can measure cum.
Yeah. You just kind of like feel it with your tongue.
Yeah. I mean,
9.5 cc's.
Yeah.
I literally did. Yeah.
I'm
this
like,
is more than before.
Yeah. I'm Rain Man with that.
Fava beans and a nice Chianti.
That definitely come in my mouth. Yeah. So anyway, that's the sponsors. Lock and Load,
isn't there a
code
sale
PKA
on the Lock and Load? Am I crazy about that? Or am I wrong? I remember something on WhatsApp. Am I not onto something?
I don't know.
Did I miss it? I don't.
You replied, "I'll definitely include that."
Oh, did I?
Am I wrong, or am I looking at something wildly out of
You really look like an idiot, Taylor.
Cut this out. Cut this part out.
Where did it come from? I don't know. I'm probably wrong.
Shit.
Taylor's
Well,
right.
There could be a surprise deal for our listeners.
Use the code PKA and see what happens.
Use code PKA. Use code Jizz. The very least is 10% off. You will, with code PKA or code Jizz, you will get at least 10% off your final order. Any pre-workouts, any proteins, any compills, anything that you're interested in, check it out. PKA or Jizz.
Yep. We were talking about Nick Offerman because he was so good in that Last of Us episode.
Yeah.
I'm doing one of my TV show rewatches, and I've chosen Deadwood. Deadwood is a Western.
Oh, I fucking love that show.
It's very good. Timothy Oliphant. And among others, I can't think of the other actors' names off the top of my head, but Timothy Oliphant's my favorite of the cast, and Swearinger, of course, the whorehouse tender. But I was watching the first 2 or 3 episodes. There's Nick Offerman with his cock in his hand, like in the hallway, like he's banging a whore while his brother's negotiating with Swearinger, and he's fucking so enthusiastically. They keep going like, damn, Ned's really going at her, huh? Like, because he's just screaming enthusiastically, and he bursts in the room with his cock in his hand, kind of hard, and he's just like, I'm bending that pussy in there, boys. And they go, get back in there and bend it some more, then get the fuck out of here. And he does. Like, you see the girl, she's like, fuck, she's all discombobulated from the fucking that he's laying down on her. And he's the guy that they sort of trick into going after Wild Bill Hickok. Like, yeah, just walk up to him and shoot him. Just do it. And Wild Bill smells it coming and he shoots the guy before the guy can draw his own gun. That's a really good show. I don't recommend it usually when we do our like favorite shows or whatever, because of how it ends. Like you probably know they ran out of money. They got canceled.
Well, they had a movie. Did you see the movie?
They made the movie like 5 years ago, and they did the best they could at sort of adding some closure, but it was a different closure, like because the way the show was meant to end was the big confrontation between Swearinger and the townsfolk and that newcomer rich guy who was like tycoon fellow and his army. Yeah. And the idea was what it was leading up to was the rich guy has an army of like guys coming, like paid guns. And so the town folk are going to have to like band together all the like people who have rivalries, put them aside, and there's going to be a showdown, and then they get canceled. So instead what happens is Timothy Oliphant like gets in his wagon and goes, I'll be leaving now. And he just leaves the town and the credits roll. And it's like, so we just gave up? Yep.
Yeah.
Fuck it.
I hope that's how Yellowstone ends. Because it's the same fucking plot.
Yellowstone is like an incredibly like successful venture, and I think that if Deadwood were made today, it would have been too, but it was too early for that kind of show, or maybe it wasn't advertised well, but it failed. But it's the first season or two, really good shit.
Do you
really
think
good.
Yellowstone can thrive without Kevin Costner?
If they replace him with someone that can carry his water, then yes. But if they do what they did, I'll give you a good example of where they failed at replacing your guy, 2.5 Men. If you look at the IMDb ratings for that show, we're in the green until the moment that Ashton Kutcher replaces Charlie Sheen, and it turns red. We go from shows being rated in the 7s and up to shows that are rated in the 3s and below consistently. No, I watched that show a lot in prison. It was one of the shows that like my boy liked to watch that. He'd be like, yo, Weto, 2.5 Men's coming on. And I'd be like, fuck, I'm coming, man. Yo, Charlie, in this one, he's got a bad bitch. And I'm like, yeah, man, every episode he's got a bad bitch. That's what Charlie does. And we just go like kind of, eat our chips and bowls of fucking tuna or whatever and watch Charlie Sheen like get down. And he's like a man's man. And like everybody in prison is down with Charlie Sheen. But the show, Woody, I'll say, and I talked about it right when I got out of prison because I'd never heard of it before. Yellowstone, that was their show. Like I had never heard of it before, but it was huge in prison. It was the only show that I can think of where when it came on, everybody you got your own like chair. There aren't just chairs. You got a chair. Your fucking number's on that chair. You're responsible for that chair. Don't be stealing nobody's chair. Don't be sitting in nobody's chair. And you can move it around. It could be in my cube most of the time. But if I'm going to go to the TV room, that's where I'll sit because there's no seats in the TV room. You sit in your own chair.
Can you put your chair anywhere you want, or are there rules about it? You might get moved because somebody might say, that's my spot. And it's like, well, this is my chair. They'll say, yes, I agree. But your chair is in my spot. It's like, fuck. All right. So now you got to move. And there's also a black side. And you can sit in the black side of the room as long as there's not a black guy who now can't sit because of you. You know what I mean? You can't take a black man's spot, but you're more than welcome to join up until a point. Like if we get full and there's 3 white guys and now the black dudes show up and he's like, yo, boys, what's up? We watching Martin or whatever. And like a couple of honkies are sitting there like, y'all got to slide, dude. Y'all got to slide. Jump on over there with the Mexicans. Mexicans are in the middle. They're like the nougat. What are they watching?
Malcolm in the middle.
The Mexicans, like the Mexicans get to decide. Often it would be football, it'd be fucking soccer or it'd be Telemundo like soap operas because they got them big titties. And like Mexican weather again for the titties.
What's the Netflix special with the drug cartel? That's what I'm trying to say. Narcos. Yeah, I kept getting it wrong.
Yeah,
in my head.
Have you guys seen the Nicolas Cage movie with the Narcos guy?
I loved it.
It was awesome.
Dude, I've been trying to get these two to watch it. It's the unbearable weight of incredible talent.
Yeah,
massive talent.
That was good. The whole movie was good. Every time I thought I was in front of it and I was starting to get bored, it like acknowledged my thoughts and would turn it in a new dimension.
An
like
algorithm wrote that movie. You're so right.
Yeah, yeah.
It's like, all right, I'm getting a little bit. Whoa, what? Okay, and then it's like,
that's exactly what I was thinking. Okay,
they go boom, and we're in a car, we're moving, and we're on acid. Like, and then it's like, all right, I'm a little bored of this, and then it's like, they're getting paranoid. He's like, are those people watching us? Yeah, I think they are. And like, they're totally not. It's just a couple of ginger fuckers over on a park bench they're getting paranoid about. That had me laughing out loud. No, I really enjoyed that movie.
The ending was so fucking good. I don't want to spoil it, but
yes,
like a fifth
I
grade
agree.
book report.
My favorite part though was when Pedro Pascal and Nic Cage are sort of standing on a cliff over the ocean, and Pedro is trying to sell his script to Nic Cage by performing it.
Yeah,
he won't break character. He's like, we've got to do this. The El General is on our trail. The troops are right behind us. What are we gonna do? And he's like at first Nic Cage is trying to resist, but then like the artiste in him comes out, and you see him. All right, there's only one thing we can do. He like jumps into the character for the fuck of it, and they hold hands and sprint and jump off of a cliff that they haven't even evaluated yet, and it's like a movie style cliff where they fall 80 feet. The movie was fun and funny. I loved it.
He did an AMA on Reddit after the movie came out, and he is that guy that he is in the movie, where he takes acting more seriously than I've ever seen anybody take acting. So, and he's like, he has that affect where he's like, oh, thank you so much for that question. It's just so interesting that you would ask that. And then he goes on these giant explanations of like why he chose not to talk in that stupid movie where he's murdering animatronics. Yeah.
If I separate his movies into two piles, junk and worth watching at least once, it goes in the worth watching at least once.
You're not talking about Mandy, are you?
Totally.
Mandy is in the gym pile.
Yeah.
See? Woody,
I like it.
So
great.
No, Woody doesn't have very good
Woody,
taste.
what the fuck?
So here's the story, and fast forward. I watched Mandy. I recommended Mandy to Taylor. Taylor watched Mandy. I love it. I think it's a fucking like 2 thumbs up. Everyone should watch. As high as your lifestyle allows you to get is how high you should be. If you can't do drugs, get drunk as fucking watch it. If you can do weed, do weed. If you can do edibles, and go all the way.
Do drugs.
My goal is to watch on acid. I haven't seen it in a long time. The next time I watch it, I'll be on acid. It is so good. I love Mandy. We recommend it to Woody. He thinks a prank has been played upon him. He thinks that we jokingly recommended a shit tier movie
it hurt
to
my
waste
feelings.
his time. His feelings were hurt.
Honest to goodness, I was like, "Fuck, Kyle and Taylor, like they got this
like
over
we banded
on me."
together and like played a joke on him.
Yeah,
we genuinely enjoyed it.
I'm there feeling bad. Like that's just not very nice to do, to make me watch this terrible, awful movie.
Yeah.
You should watch it again. That's when it gets good.
You didn't like that scene when he was losing
You
his
should
mind?
die in a fire.
I love it.
Where he's in the bathroom, like drinking the vodka, like freaking out. Yeah.
Losing his shit. To me, Mandy belongs. Mandy is definitely making my top 100 movies all time list. I know that maybe that's a stupid thing to say, but like it belongs. Like everyone should watch it at least once. It's that good. Con Air. You got to watch Con Air at least once.
Yeah.
How are you not going to watch The Rock at least once? Like he has made some fun action movies that are worth at least one watch. He's not.
They got a Garden Test reference.
A what?
Sorry, go ahead, Woody.
The Declaration of Independence. What was the movie called? National
Treasure.
National Treasure.
National Treasure.
I don't like those in particular, but a lot of people love those.
It's a piece of American history.
I thought it was fun.
Yeah, it is fun. It's just like I like Nicolas Cage when he's kind of like pushing the envelope with his acting. His character, I think his character's name is Cameron Pope in the movie Con Air. And the idea is that he's like a fucking special forces officer who's defending his wife outside of a bar, kills a man,
just like Boogie.
Exactly.
No difference.
He kills a man within the fight. He has to go to prison, and he's on the plane to be released, and the plane is taken over by the other convicts. He decides to stay behind with his diabetic friend to try to keep him alive, rather than get off.
Dave Chappelle is in it.
Dave Chappelle's in it. Who's what's his name with the fucked up teeth? Buscemi. Steve Buscemi's in it.
Steve Buscemi's in it.
Lots of people. Cyrus the Virus. You got Johnny 69 or something. The guy's a rapist, and he's raped like 69 women, and so they call him Johnny 69. And he
Johnny
wants
26.
to. Something like that. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
And he's got like a heart or an angel or something for every woman he's raped tattooed on his body.
What a monster!
You remember this so well. But the worst part is one of the guards is a woman. One of the guards is a woman, and he's like about to be Johnny 64 or whatever. Like he's like, and they have to keep being like, do not rape the woman. But every time you leave him alone with her, he's like getting his pants off as fast as he can, and like they have to keep stopping him over and over.
Do they make it like a running bit where they leave him in the room and they're like, wait, but if you're here and I'm here, no, and then they go out there and they go, hey, you cut that out, and he's like, it's like a swiper and a swiping thing.
It's like catching a dog with like your food and it's made. You're like,
get that dick back in your pants, you rapist.
Oh, speaking of like rapists and Native Americans, I was watching that show that I found called The Tulsa King with Stallone.
Mm-hmm. Is it good?
Yeah, I'm gonna say yeah.
Okay,
I'm gonna say yeah at this point. I'm 4 or 5 episodes in. Yeah. I couldn't tell at first how what the rules of this show were, how violent things can get and so on. But I'd say while at times I struggle. It's a little unbelievable what happens. It's like, man, why didn't the cops come and get him, sort of thing. Other than that, it's a pretty fun fucking show. There's a character called like Bad Face. He's an Indian. So they're working with Indians on a reservation in Tulsa, Oklahoma. And Stallone is like the mob boss guy at this point. He's out of prison, and they meet this guy named Bad Face, and he's a fucking Indian. And he's like, someone's like, what do you got a staring problem? Like, what is your problem? And they like almost comes to blows. And so like now this episode comes up and we've got to go fight. There's some bikers that we were in a disagreement with. They're selling nitrous at concerts, making like a lot of money. That's one of their criminal organizations. And the bikers came and beat them up. No, like they do the math for you in the show. And you're like, shit, it makes like $8,000 a night or something, like selling balloons of nitrous for like $5 a pop because there's so much nitrous in there. So awesome. they're gonna go have to fight the bikers who like roughed them up and took their nitrous business away. And Stallone's like, hey, call Bad Face, see if he wants in on this. And the guy's like, Bad Face fucking hates you, dude. Don't you remember last time? He's like, it'll be all right. He's just got a staring problem. And so like 2 or 3 scenes later, you forget about that. And they're getting together to literally go fight like it's high school, right? Like they're going to go beat these guys up. And all of a sudden you look over and there's Bad Face. He's like a tall, old Indian man. And he goes, sir, I just wanted to thank you. I don't have many friends, but I appreciate you including me in this beatdown. And later on, when they're all fighting, he's smiling. He's so happy to be clubbing people with a baseball bat. It's like the happiest day of his life. Yeah, so little moments like that, like pull me along and make me really enjoy the story. Stallone is essentially a mobster who did 25 years and doesn't know how the world works. So they play that for comedy. He doesn't know how anything works. Like in the modern world, he missed the whole like cell phone phase of technology. And so he just acts like it's 1997 and he's a capo. And he beats people up, slaps people around, and like just kind of makes it work somehow. I don't know. He beats somebody up in every episode.
78-year-old man.
75 years old, I believe now. But when you see him, you're like, all right, so they don't make him into an athlete or anything. He's often like all tuckered out and tired. He gets beaten up a little. But in like a one-on-one confrontation, if he's just going to hit you once, you don't want to get hit by Stallone. You don't want an old man Stallone cracking you in the jaw. And that's what he does. He doesn't square up.
He just like sucker punches people.
And then he's always bragging about how sharp his boots are that he stomps people with.
That was cool in the 90s, man.
Yeah. No, I would recommend that show. It's called Tulsa King.
I have an AMA.
All right. Always fun.
Dick, you go first. I'll read it to you. You ready?
Sure.
I'm a freshman in high school, 14 years old. I'm very closed off in school and a little socially awkward. When I'm around family and friends, I'm not closed off at all. I'd like to talk to this girl in my English class, but I'm a little nervous to talk to her and not a confident person. I don't feel confident to talk to her because I'm 5'5" and still kind of baby-faced. It's 14. Whoa. To be fair to myself, she's 5 foot and can't tell the difference between 5'5" and 5'9", probably. I would guess she can tell, but okay. I'm sure that she won't be. I'm sure this won't be read on
disagree.
PKA. Most of your viewers are adults and they don't relate, but he'd love a response. So this guy's 14 and he wants advice on how to talk to this girl.
Oof. Lie. Start lying early. This is when you cut your lying
get practice
early and often.
Do you have access to like a veterinarian's office?
To get drugs?
Is the drug for him his confidence or for her?
No, to get a dog to get her on his side, you sicko.
My bad.
To adopt a puppy. My
sick
God,
dog.
mind.
It has
Yeah, a
nothing to
sick
do with
dog.
ketamine.
No, certainly not. I mean, yeah, that's. I mean,
Are we trying to get this kid laid?
When you're like 14, there's not really that much advice.
Can
other than
I
like,
interject a little
talk to
statement?
her?
Yeah.
Can I point something out that I think I don't think any of us knew what to do when we were 14 and you're saying
No idea.
So you're asking the wrong people, right? Like I did, I wasn't
wait.
getting like finger banging.
I have good
14 was
advice
a
for
hard time.
Date an ugly
14 wasn't
girl.
fun.
When you're 14, when you're a teenager, you don't have a car or any of that shit. And I guess maybe you don't have a car until you're 18 now. Date an ugly girl to get it under your belt and then break up with her. But once you're in like the dating pool, all girls think like you are dateable. Get a girl that you know to lie about, like to fake date you for a while. But it's like this weird kind of breaking a guy's hymen for dating, and it gets around. Like it's like, oh, that guy that just broke up with her, yeah, he's dateable in her mind.
He's been dated.
I think we're talking about like,
broken.
but again, I think we're talking about middle school, like
High school.
High school, first year.
I
High
was
school.
14 in high school, 14. 15.
Freshman.
That's
year,
when you go
right.
into.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah.
Dude, we have no idea is the answer, especially not now. I was 14 in fucking 2001, dude. And I didn't know what I was doing then, and it didn't work out too well.
No 14-year-old has
14's
any
like the
idea
most
what they're
awkward time for a dude.
Yeah.
Like you're a couple years away from being able to drive. You're like in this. You're probably in a weird spot with your puberty. Even if you do have Taylor lock, you're not capable of operating your big old cranium and goofy arms and stuff yet at 14. Probably.
Yeah.
Like it's 14 such a weird, awkward time.
Yeah, no one knows. And also, like, maybe
no, this shit worked in 1994. I'm telling you.
Yeah, no, I'm with
Fake
Dick.
date,
I was 14 in 1987, and therefore I'm a subject matter expert.
Yeah.
Come up and watch some.
I was 14 the most recently. Actually,
I'll lean back on my Mail Monday advice, which is you only need to be brave for a second, and the rest will take care of itself. If you just start talking to this girl and you see where it goes, right? You like her, she doesn't know you exist, I assume. Or maybe she likes you and you can't tell. Maybe you're friend zone. Regardless, this relationship needs movement. You have to either secure this girl or know that she's not the girl that you're going to get and open your door to somebody else. But where you are now, wishing she would talk to you, it's the worst place to be. It's better to be rejected than to be pining over someone who doesn't know you're alive. Yeah. So talk to her. Just try. And it could go well or it could not go well. But in either case, you'll be in a better position than you are today, which is just hoping.
Yeah, that's probably the best you could hope for.
Ask her what her favorite dinosaur is. Ask her where did all... just walk up. What's your favorite dinosaur? No, this works on adult women. What's your favorite dinosaur? Where did all the roly-polies go? What's your favorite type of green? And then no matter what she says, go like, no, I mean, but green though. What's your favorite type of green? Like it's just all of this shit will work. You can use all the pickup lines because she's never heard them before.
That's true. I mean, that's a good thing to keep in mind. Like, I remember being 14 and you're insecure and you're like awkward. And there is something in your head, at least in mine, maybe it was different, where I had a thought of like, I'm behind the 8 ball. Yeah, everybody else is 14 too, but I think that maybe they have it more figured out than me. That's not the case. Like no one has any idea what they're doing with this stuff at your age. Like, so there's no reason to go into a conversation with a girl and be insecure. You're just talking.
You're gonna have any fun at 14, right? Like, what do you want? The smooch?
You can't go anywhere.
Like, how are you gonna get? How are you gonna get her alone to do dirty things?
Kyle, this is before that. They're gonna hold hands and watch fucking Peppa Pig.
You know what I did on like my first?
Fuck
I would
her.
say like one of my first little dates when I was like maybe 15 or like maybe I was 16. Like we watched Lord of the Rings and we made out on the couch. That's your date. Like if you can't, but I don't know what a 14-year-old does. I don't know how you fucking approach a girl at 14 and get anything done. Like, you know what I mean? Like yeah, get your mom to drop you off. No, that won't work. Oh, maybe take the bus. No, like how the fuck
You have an older
you
friend,
later?
Probably. That's what I did.
Yeah, I got a buddy
14.
who will traffic you over to my house.
Yeah.
His mom will take him to the movies.
What do kids do now? I don't know if it's the movie.
Yeah, down at the mall. Dad, let's go to the Cineplex.
No, but really, that's not a thing that happens anymore. Moms don't like take two kids to the movies and drop them off.
Dude, I don't
pick them up
fucking know.
afterwards.
I'm so far from that. Like I have no idea what teenagers.
I don't know
doing.
what children do. I don't know what they do.
What are they? They're into what? A Fortnite and
Tide Pods, right?
and Tide Pods. just say stuff that's so fucking old and like.
Yes.
They like Minecraft and Tide Pods.
Yes,
They
you
like
can film the
Minecraft
TikToks.
They're
doing a lot of.
TikToks.
I've seen them. I've seen them do a lot of planking. You know, I think that's still hot. That's still fresh,
Planking.
as they say.
Dude, Gen Z is literally too young to remember planking.
What was that fucking thing called? The Harlem Drop or something?
Harlem Shake.
The Harlem Shake? Yeah, do that.
Jesus fucking Christ. No, I don't know what you do at 14, bro. I got no advice for you.
Yeah.
Wait.
Good luck. What you could do
Whippets.
is just wait until 16, get your license, and now you got a little more autonomy.
Yeah, I mean,
And now you can like take someone on a date.
Just get your mom's credit card and get an Uber.
Ooh, now if we can be a criminal, I can get you laid quick.
I mean,
Forget Sarah
Crime, what?
Forget Sarah Short and Plain or whatever over there. Like
Sarah
if you got
Plain and Tall.
200. If you
Get
got
to Australia. I heard it's legal.
if you can get your mom's credit card and get yourself an Uber, a motel room, and a prostitute, we can skip over all this stuff. And then you've got the prostitute on child rape charges. You can make her do anything you want. See?
Yeah.
Genius.
Mine was just like a little crime. With a credit card.
Yeah, I think the
Yours is like extortion.
Yeah, he went.
Well-
It's like Uber at first.
everyone borrows their parents.
You're gonna pay your mom back with the money you
No.
extort from the prostitute.
Oh, there. That makes it legal.
Now your
Yeah.
mom's making money.
Yeah, and you're getting that prostitute off the street because she's
And
going
into
to move in
where-
with
where
you
she
now.
belongs,
she's going to
in
tell
jail.
she's going to tell your mom that she's your girlfriend and she's
no.
moving in. Now she's like your chauffeur and everything. It's going to be great. You're essentially going to become a pimp, or you can mess around with that 5 foot tall, plain looking girl who's going to shoot you down because she's like probably a little autistic. You know, she's not staring at you. She's just like glossy eyed, looking at the wall, dude. Like, come on.
I mean,
While
That's
you're
I
amazing.
think you can. You can be more positive. There's a, he maybe she thinks he's a great guy. Huh?
I don't fucking care. I don't know. He's
I don't. Yeah, it's a stage of like I can't imagine. Like 14 feels so far away from me. I can't imagine for
Really?
for you old
You can't
fogies.
remember?
No, I mean,
remember it was like a
thinking-
fucking yesterday.
I remember
Yeah,
it, but
I
it
was 14
feels.
recently.
You think
Yeah.
of all the shit that happened in between, and you're like,
I
"Damn,
remember
that
not
was
being able to do
a long fucking
anything.
time
I
ago."
remember being like having ideas and plans, but not being able to like get them done because I don't have a car and X, Y, and Z. Right? No money, no like power. You're stuck in a really awkward
Yeah.
place, and plus you're like this weird gangly fucker with like hairy balls and a scratchy voice and pimples and stuff. Like I get
Harry
laid.
Balls at 14. You lucky dick.
Do you want to go on a date with me? Like,
Somebody's got an older brother or sister. Somebody's got divorced parents. Probably more than ever now.
Oh, divorced parents. You
True.
can use them. You can get them to do anything, right?
you
Yeah.
parlay them
They're
against
trying
each
to-
other.
Yeah, you
Ow.
get them to like.
Here's a tip for the kids out there.
Yeah.
Parlay your parents' love against one another for presents. Yeah.
They have
Tell
to be
them that you're
divorced,
doing
though.
cool stuff with your mom, even when you're not. And then tell your mom the same thing about your dad. And it's their fault for getting divorced. So fuck them. Take them for everything you can, kids. Get the candies or the fucking Fortnite skins, whatever kids like.
Uh,
I don't
Oh,
know.
I never heard from Dick whether he thought the train derailment was a big deal or not.
Oh, the pictures.
Like, do you
are
think
pretty
those people
cool.
have really been poisoned, or are they just like making hay.
I don't know. It's kind of like it's like a weird thing where I have to pick whether or not people in a place I don't know and can't see have been like poisoned by a liquid I don't understand.
Yeah, exactly, right.
Like, I don't know. Maybe
they're trying to
poison.
It's like it doesn't look good. Like and if all of that is indeed poison,
if in 6 months the government says they're fine, I'll say okay, they were poisoned.
See, the government is basically saying they're fine like every step of the way, and the people are like, I got a sore throat and my chickens died. I want.
You hear the guy with the high voice on Reddit?
No.
My voice sounds like this now because the train derailed.
Yeah.
Oh, because the
train chemicals made me gay.
That's awesome.
Jones was right. I'm gay now.
Yeah, there is a guy on Reddit.
I sucked all these dicks. I was running around sucking dicks. I want some money. I'm not gay. I need a letter from fucking Biden. I want a letter from Obama. Biden needs to call Obama up and say, I'm not gay, and put that in a letter.
And then that'll be enough. Because you can't trust Biden to know whether or not Obama has straightened that out.
Yeah.
I'm just not buying it. It doesn't seem like everybody would be like covering everything up like that if there was actually anything to be said about it. It seems like they burnt all those chemicals up and they went up in the sky and became stars or whatever. So I don't get what everybody's problem is.
Yeah. Once you burn a chemical, it's largely defeated.
It changes into a whole other thing.
You other chemicals.
Yeah.
Yeah. It turns into chemicals.
Guess what else is a chemical? Medicine. How do you feel now?
Water.
Yeah.
Water. There's
a little something called water, perhaps. Just
I
being,
can't
like,
even
so
burn
smug and
wood, and we've been burning wood for thousands of years. So if that's too much, like, well, I don't know. Maybe burning liquid PVC is not healthy, but I don't know.
What's liquid PVC for?
Making PVC.
Making PVC.
That's it. It's just for PVC pipes.
Yeah,
and that's considered hazardous and requires good brakes.
Apparently, if it's finished or like not, apparently it's very dangerous if it's uncured. Is what some internet person said. But again,
lots of shit's dangerous when it's on fire. Like PVC pipes are probably pretty dangerous on fire.
Yeah,
they set it on fire.
I think everything's dangerous when it's on fire.
To get rid of it.
Yeah,
I'm aware, but like I guess I just wondered what was hazardous. Like obviously, if it was like nuclear waste. That's hazardous stuff. We're on the same team there, right? If it's ball bearings, and that's like not hazardous. You could spill that all over the place, and you just have to pick it up carefully.
Yeah.
But PVC
banana peels.
Let's say it's PVC pipe. Is that hazardous? It's hazardous while on fire.
I think that would be real
pipes
bad,
aren't.
But I think the way they
are.
No, apparently it's just the uncured one. Like if it's like a cured PVC pipe, it's not as bad. Like you shouldn't be huffing it, but I don't.
Well, I think it's a different chemical is the issue. It was polyvinyl isolate or something. It's the liquid stuff that was in those tankers, and that's an ingredient to create polyvinyl chloride, which is PVC pipe. But it's also just a kind of plastic, so it's used in all sorts of things. My monitor's probably made out of PVC.
I'm gonna guess some of those words were made up.
Yeah.
But,
Woody, they were all
as
made
long
up.
As long as it's just a bunch of as long as it's just like aerosolized plastic, thank God. You know.
I think you go with more made up words.
Dude, it's gonna make us more powerful.
I don't think they're just like they're making a bunch of hay because it got smoky and their throats got a little scritchy. And now they want some big payout, and I say boo to that, sir.
Yeah.
You shouldn't have chosen to live next to the train depot, maybe. And I don't believe
Ukraine needs that money more.
Ukraine does need that money. Yeah. Look, I'll tell you what. those brave fucking Ukrainians need every dime that we can squeeze out to give them. I love it. I out of my own pocket, whatever. I wish that. It's been fun watching the Ukraine war this week. It's been a good week. Lots of really good drone footage. I saw one that really upset me though. They blew this Russian's face off, and he was still alive, choking on his own blood, and you could see his like caved in face because the camera was so good because the grenade had just blown up right here.
Wow.
And it was just, and his friends are like like looking at him, and again his face is just pulp, but he's still alive, and I don't understand why they're not shooting him. Like it, for one
Funnier.
thing. True. The bit's not over yet.
Yeah.
But it was one of the worst things I've seen from that war so far. But the stuff that I've enjoyed is the body cam stuff. These guys are just.
warfare.
I watched I watched. It's like paintball shit. I watched like 8 Ukrainians run up on a Russian who was down in a trench, and the Russian is like, "Fuck!" throws his hands up, and the guy takes his AK and puts it kind of next to the Russian's head and goes bop bop bop, and like the sound like discombobulates him. He gives him a left-handed punch in the mouth. The Russian goes, ugh, and then somebody grabs the Russian and drags him away, and then they keep pushing forward with their fucking rifles and shit, looking for more. It was so cool. It was like something out of a movie because the camera is so, it's a GoPro. I can see the expression on this Russian's face. He's punching distance away from the camera, like the camera guy, man, pops him one.
That's a good one. I didn't see it. I watched the war updates every single day. Every single day I watch how the front lines move. And it's mostly like pro-Ukrainian sources, which makes me not fully trust it, as you shouldn't. But they seem to be like they predicted Bakhmut would fall weeks ago. So it's not like unrealistically positive news, but it does put a sort of pro-Ukrainian slant on it. And they've just been losing lately. And by losing, say that again.
The Russians are calling up 500,000 men, 1,800 tanks, and a cadre of helicopters and planes. They're about to make a very big push.
The Russians are.
The Russians are. The war is about to go into its next spring phase. Any day now, there's going to be a big thing popping off. I saw today that the Russians shot a lot of ballistic missiles, including maybe 8 or 10 hypersonic missiles and like 70 drones. Like there was a lot of like striking today from the Russians. But yeah, the war is about to ramp up again in the spring now that it's warming up, and for the past the treaded vehicles can move.
Kyle might know this, but for the past couple of weeks, there's been almost a stalemate in Bakhmut. It seems like every day the Russians take another like 100 meters, which isn't a lot, and they're paying very dearly for it. They lost 134 like armored vehicles and tanks in one day. Like they're just getting wrecked,
slaughtered.
But then they take 100 meters and it's just like crawl. And this is how Russians win wars, by the way. Like in World War II, if you look at who died, the Russians died more than anybody else. Yet there's no Nazis in Russia. This is how they win wars. So I'm watching this and I'm like, is this going well or not? I can't tell. It's great that 134
what do you mean,
tanks.
Well,
I'm pro-Ukrainian on this. Like, are they going to get the Russians?
What do you mean by
pro-Ukraine?
What do you want? What's your ideal win? Like, what do you mean when you say pro-Ukraine? Because I'm pro-Ukraine. Like, you guys should have surrendered on day one and just given them those little areas and said, like, okay.
Not me. I'm like, get the fuck out of Ukraine all the way, and Crimea, by the way.
Absolutely. Oh. Yeah, absolutely.
So, what's the win condition that people?
I'm not looking. I'm not letting. I don't want Putin to build a new USSR. There's eventually going to be a peace, and he's going to keep. Here's 2 outcomes that I see. He's probably going to die. And then who knows how much territory where the lines get redrawn at. But if Putin makes a peace, he'll keep enough that he can see, we took it back. See, we won. But if it's going to depend how this spring goes. I completely disagree. The Ukrainian military budget surpasses the Russian military budget. They don't seem to be having a big manpower problem. And the support keeps ramping up, like the degree of support. It's not like every day, oh, we'll give you more money today. It's like every day they're like, all right, we'll give you this new thing on the tech tree. If this was a video game, they're giving special abilities to the Ukrainians every week, like new ones. Now they have JDAMs. Now they have 500-pound bombs that strike from extreme ranges, and just I saw them hit a Russian ammo depot with the first They were like, this is the first confirmed use of the JDAM, and it's basically like a big bomb with wings. and they blew. It was a gigantic explosion.
When was this? Was this about a week ago?
This week, roughly. Yeah,
I might have seen this too, but I didn't know it was a JDAM.
Yeah, no, the Ukrainians are going to win this war. They're going to kill so many Russians. The United States is not.
What do you mean by win? I'm sorry to ask that again. When you say Ukraine's going to win,
I don't think
win.
I don't think the Russians are going to take very much territory than they have right now. They may even lose territory. But they're not going to.
Russia's going to lose territory. What about Donbass and Luhansk? You think they're going to be independent?
I don't know exactly where those regions are, but if those are the ones that are already possessed,
Donbass and Luhansk, they've wanted to be independent or part of Russia for ever since the Soviet Union broke up, and Ukraine's been brutalizing the people who live there ever since.
The traitors.
Yeah, the traitors.
Yeah, it'd be like if the Confederacy was trying to fucking do something with Cuba, and the Cuba's supporting them.
Yeah,
and
some of us are still
pro-Confederacy,
as it turns out.
Thank you, Zach.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah, those guys.
I
So
think
those
they're
guys are
most
getting
likely-
bombed mercilessly by Zelensky and his globo homo agenda that he's hammering them with. Do you think they deserve to be independent or not? Like, do you think those two areas deserve to be their own states or not?
I don't think it matters what I think, because I don't know anything about those two areas. But the realities of this war, I think, are that those areas are likely to, in some part, be Russian and some part be the Ukrainian. They're going to have to split that shit up. But what I don't think is going to happen is they're going to take all that shit, take Kiev, like conquer Ukraine, push the lines to Poland. That ain't happening. If you want to see, the scary thing is Putin's already lost, and the West is trying to let him save face, but he keeps pushing. And he's pushing toward an eventuality where the West has to push back. And then it's scary because maybe he loses too much face and he uses a nuclear weapon of some kind.
Yeah.
Before
Which city would you like him to nuke?
Well, he would shoot one right here on this map is where the nuke would go. But I'm not. A couple of weeks ago, Putin had a big speech, and part of the speech was supposed to be him touting that today we tested an ICBM. He couldn't put it in the speech. It had to be removed because they tried and failed to launch one of their ICBMs. It didn't work. They're going to test an ICBM, and when they fired one up that I'm sure they handpicked, that one's shiny.
Yeah.
It didn't fucking work. I bet our shit is taken care of. You know what I mean? Like I'm not afraid of Russia, and I don't think we should be afraid of Russia. I think Russia's a third-rate power. We should focus on China. And I think with our pocketbook and our left hand, we can destroy Russia, but we need to be looking over toward China.
Wait, why do you want to
fuck with China?
Why do you want to destroy either of them?
I don't want to destroy either of them. I want that war to stop though, because that's messing up the whole global economy and supply chains, and war's no good. But Putin seems like an evil guy, and I don't like him winning. And he started a war.
Yeah, he invaded another country. Fuck him. Let him
Well,
lose.
he's defending those Luhansk and Donbass areas. They
He's
said
such
they're
a
dependent.
hero.
Yeah, they said we don't want to be part of Ukraine because Ukraine's fucked. It's like one of the most corrupt governments on the fucking planet. We're going to be our own thing. We're tired of dealing with you guys. We want to be independent. And then Putin said, okay, well, I mean, it's like the same thing that the French did for us when we said we're independent from England. They said the French sent the army in to defend us. That's what the special military operation was. I guess maybe he invaded. You want to say he invaded Ukraine, but I mean, I don't know. It seems like a lot of work to take over a country that doesn't want to be ruled. Like those guys, those two areas want to be Russian. They're always saying like, well, yeah, we want to be Russian. We're all Russian. We all grew up in the USSR area. We were all born in like the 70s. We want to be back in Russia. We fucking hate this shit. We don't want this idiot and like Biden running the country. We want to go back with Russia. I don't know. I think you just give them the states and say, yeah, fuck it. Have fun. Have a good time.
We'll see. I don't know that Ukraine's as corrupt as you're making out to be. I know that it was. Before Zelensky was president. And now I think it's on the upswing. What do I base this on? I mean, how can we know? How can either of us know really for sure? But that's what they say in the news, that with the new president, he's a better
Zelensky
man.
was in the Pandora Papers, where he's got like all of his finances were through Panamanian foundations, where he's got like hundreds of millions of dollars stashed. It didn't get a lot of coverage because it's confusing, but he's got he's being funded by outrageously by the West to run that coup government they have.
I've never heard of anything like that, but it doesn't mean you're wrong. It just means, like you said, it hasn't been covered enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How did you like Afghanistan? Did you like the way that turned out?
I'm a huge fan. Afghanistan was a blast. No,
Yeah.
I didn't. That didn't turn out well. We did a lot differently though, and it doesn't mean all wars have to be Afghanistan.
Vietnam, Afghanistan. I mean, I don't really care. Like,
You're picking ones that Americans went into directly. The Yugoslavia one worked out better, where we just supported someone else, and
who'd we support there?
The Croatians and I guess everybody but the Serbians. I think we enforced a no-fly zone to make it quite
the
not
Bosnians, right?
Wrecked as it would have been otherwise.
Bosnia and Herzegovina. Yeah,
that's too long of a country name. I don't like it.
It is.
Yeah, and it's such a small country. Do you ever see it on the map? And it's like Poland and then Bosnia Herzegovina. Like they can't even fit it in there. You get it together, Bosnia. Come on. There's nothing funnier on like from a geographical perspective on the planet than Croatia's coast. There's no bigger fuck you on earth than the Croatian coastline, and it's hilarious. Are you familiar with this coastline, Dick?
No.
Zach, pull up a picture of Croatian coastlines and you can see how they just took every bit of good real estate. It is the most fuck you border. And look, they give them a little sliver so you can go to the one Bosnian beach.
Oh, that's nice.
Oh my
Croatia
God.
and you know what? And now that Croatia, they're getting all that sun, tiny little country, one of the best soccer teams.
You can tell Montenegro did not put up with their shit.
Yeah.
Wow, that is crazy.
You think they're like, you guys wouldn't even know what to do if
you guys wouldn't even
stay over there. It sucks. It's a big pain in the ass to deal with.
Damn, Slovenia. Home of Melania Trump, former first lady.
Ooh.
Right? I think.
Yes.
It's not super obvious in this map because it's small, but Croatia does have a little bit of land there, and you can see, like, militarily, it'd be so easy to defeat them with all the Croatia that they own around it.
Yeah,
if they wanted to stop Bosnia from shipping, it would be easy.
It's my understanding that this little region, like, everyone's very jelly of Croatia because I think it's like the nicest one of these countries. Or I don't know. Isn't Montenegro? Don't they do racing there?
I don't fucking know, man.
Isn't there like a big car race in Montenegro or something?
Those are those asshole countries. You know, we don't know anything about Macedonians.
Yeah.
Macedonians. Isn't
what do they even do there?
They really Macedonian?
Yeah.
Isn't that like what Alexander the Great was?
No.
Yes. Yes. Yes, it was. I don't think they're.
Kyle says no. I'm going with it.
That's where the bad guys in Taken are from.
2v1.
Oh, speaking of me being right. Oh my God.
Of me being right.
Oh,
guys, it'll be a quick convo.
I'm going for 5 fucking hours about things I'm right about. I love this UFC event. It was good. The whole event was good. My girl lost, but it was a worthy sacrifice to see Jon Jones come back after a 3-year layoff and turn that big goofy Frenchman into a pussy in front of the world. He looked awestruck when Jon Jones stepped away from him. He looked like a magician. It was like when Dave Blaine like makes a black guy's wallet disappear or turn into some flowers or something. He had that look on his face. He was just like, "Oh shit, was that a wizard?" Like he couldn't understand what had just befell him because the greatest mixed martial artist who's ever walked the fucking planet stepped over there and bullied him, scared him, pinned him to the ground in a way that was almost rapey, and then choked his throat out. The quote from Jones is funny. He's like, "At first when I sunk it up, I could feel his spine adjust. I heard it pop. So I reset the choke, and then I felt him tap." And it's like, Jesus Christ. He's so cold. I love that man. That man has never lost a fight. He beats women. He fucking he does drugs. He does steroids. He makes no bones about it. He's mean. He's petty. He's cruel. He's my favorite.
Last week, Kyle and I made a bet, and my whole thought process was contingent on Jon Jones having ring rust. I thought that because he hadn't fought for like 3 years, I think, and really didn't look good before that he would just step in the octagon and not be what he used to be. I had forgotten he'd been tuning up his wife all this time, right? This guy's got
Yeah.
W after W. He wasn't ring rust at all. He went in there and kicked ass.
He took on a Crown Vic last year in Vegas and brought home the W. That Vic was fucked. You see him headbutt that car?
Yeah.
Dude.
Yeah. Dude's
If headbutting was allowed in the UFC, he would be one of the more lethal headbutters after seeing what he did to that car. He was handcuffed and dented the shit. They charged him $1,000 or something. It was an incredible night. There was a standing choke where the guy dropped his opponent like gangster style.
Cool.
That was fucking slick. He was just like, oh, by the way, boop, and dude hit the ground. He's got the cool walk off and everything. That was a nice moment. The Jeff Neal fight was incredible. His side threw the towel in. I've only seen that once before. He was taking this incredible beating from like an accurate sniping style of punching. It was just 1-2, 1-2, 1-2, just getting fucked up. Oh man, it was a great night of maybe it wasn't Jeff Neal with the talent. Irrelevant. There were a lot of good fights, but the Jon Jones fight was so good. A lot of people were upset. Like I think the casual fans who were watching was like, whoa, wait, that's it? It's over? I'm sure there were people upset, but as like a Jon Jones fan, it's like the perfect thing. I think it might be better than like a head kick knockout. Like because head kick knockout is so fluky.
Okay. Dana White said that Ngannou's not coming back to the UFC. And I don't take that to mean he has no interest in him, but more like
he's not allowed. He's not wanted. That's what I saw him make that clear. He's like, I never say never, but never will Ngannou fight in the UFC again. That's the quote. Ngannou is out. Here's what Ngannou did.
See, I read it.
Ngannou's the heavyweight champ of the world. He wants more money, and he wants like the way he wins favor with the audience or the crowd is he's like, I want all the fighters to get a raise and health benefits and a union. And they're like, go fuck yourself. Because you know what Ngannou made the last time he went out? You know how many pay-per-views he sold his last fight against Gon, by the way? 300,000.
Really?
All right? 300,000. The Shevchenko hits more than that. Shevchenko Nunez was probably 400,000, 300,000, and he's wanting like this crazy contract. So no, fuck you.
I wonder
here's
if
the best part. He can't get a boxing match now because you know what he is? The former heavyweight champion of the world in the UFC. He's not the UFC heavyweight champ coming over to face a big boxer. He's the former guy. Who's the baddest man? Jon Jones is. He's the heavyweight champ. He's got the belt. He's got the title. He's got the pound for pound #1. Nobody fucking cares what that. Where's he from? Nigeria?
That sounds right. Anthony Cumia came on this show.
Do-gooder.
And he told us about how he negotiates, right? He's like, I need $10 million and 50 hats. And he's like, all right, we'll meet in the middle. You can no hats. I wonder if that's what Ngannou does when he's like, I want everyone else to have health care. Okay, we'll meet in the middle. Fuck everyone else.
Yeah, more just me.
I bet Jon Jones made 25 million plus for that fight because I bet he got a win.
Jon Jones's cut was
I think that's what he made because like at least because he was talking, just reading between the lines, he was like, Ngannou didn't want to bet on himself. They keep saying that, and what that phraseology means to me, they gave Ngannou a contract that says, hey, if you beat Jon Jones, you get this much. Fighting Jon Jones is that much. And he's like, I want those two numbers added together just for fighting Jon Jones. And then I want everybody to have health care and a union. And they're like, whoa, we're way apart here. So it just never came together. And I don't care anymore because Jon Jones is the baddest man in the world. He's going to beat the shit out of Stipe. He's going to make Stipe. He's going to embarrass Stipe. And then maybe defend once more and retire.
I hope you're wrong. I think Stipe might be the guy that can beat Jon Jones because his wrestling's very good. And that's how Jon Jones beat Cyril Gagne. I think I get that close. Mm-hmm. So it'd be hard for Jon Jones to out-wrestle Stipe the way he did this French dude where there is no grappling. So let's see. It's not that I want to bet on Stipe. Just, if Jon Jones wins by wrestling now, Stipe is hard to beat that way.
Stipe's 1-1 against Daniel Cormier, and John's 2-0 against Cormier. I think that Cormier,
no contest.
Stipe's very old too. He's 40 plus now.
Jon Jones is 1-0-1 against Daniel Cormier, just to be clear.
And Stipe's also like on some experimental shit. The word is he gained 20 pounds of muscle, which is probably bullshit because I don't know how a 40-year-old like dude mumbling. He also can't do an interview. He mumbles so much, I can't fucking understand him.
So
But I think Jon
that.
Jones smokes everybody. There's
you know what I
nobody
don't agree with? I don't agree that you don't know how Stipe puts on muscle because
You think it's steroids?
you're a subject matter expert on how Stipe.
I can put 10 pounds of muscle on you in 8 months if that's what you want to do. You can go from fucking like string bean to muscled up fucking dude. You just do your testosterone, eat your food, and lift your weights. But I don't know if Stipe's been doing that. I don't know. Stipe's old. He's going to get smoked by Jon Jones, but I think everybody gets smoked by Jones. I don't think there's a man on the planet who can go into the octagon and come out alive if Jon Jones wants to kill you.
So I don't disagree with that, but there are a few fights I want to see. And Ngannou, who I know it's really unlikely, and Stipe are those two.
Sure. I want to see Cormier step back in there for another weapon.
like being what level of weapon, and you can't say gun, would you need to make it competitive with Jon Jones in the ring?
So it's an octagon?
An octagon, no ranged weapons, no bows,
bow and arrowing it.
Yeah,
So
no bows, no guns. It's got to be a melee weapon.
Like a machete?
Like a machete.
Like if he doesn't have a machete, I think he's kind of fucked.
He doesn't get a machete.
Jon Jones beats me if I have a machete.
And you just go like, ah!
He'll take it away from you so fast.
I think very soon Jon Jones will have a machete.
He does that thing where he grabs the blade and you're like,
I'm going to be honest.
Buddy, let's work on your self-confidence. Come on, man. You can
he's
do
right.
this.
No, he's right.
how about
He's
this?
right, because you're only going to get to hit him once. And I don't know about you, but I don't train my my katana skills very often.
You get 1 week.
I'm not a
But if you
sword
go like
master.
this, like spin around
Kyle,
in a circle.
you get 1 week with the machete. If you choose a machete, it could be a sword.
Certainly not a machete. I can't hit Jon Jones. You're only going to get to hit him once with a machete before he takes it away from you.
Then what are you going with?
And then he's going to kill you.
Then what's your melee weapon of choice? What do you think?
You got to be able to one-tap Jon Jones with whatever you hit him with. It has to be able to cut through bone and flesh. When you hit
broadsword.
When you hit him, it has to cut through his arm. He can't be able to block it and take a flesh wound. Like a machete, he'd come at you with his big long arms. You'd slice into him. It'd be bad, but then he'd have you.
Think in another way.
Like a claymore, maybe.
Like,
what
if I
What
had
about your keys between your fingers? That's
That's
what I would do. Yeah. No means no. No means no.
What if you had knives in your hands that couldn't be removed? I don't know exactly what that looks like. Maybe your fingers go through the handle. Yeah, like ever see the knife that's brass knuckles?
Duct tape the knives to your hands.
Yeah,
one up, one down.
Knuckle knife. I know exactly.
The brass knuckle knife. Okay, yeah.
Oh,
if I had that, and maybe even in both hands, then is Jon Jones going to get double wrist control on me? Probably.
Yeah, and how's he going to kill you without you stabbing him up? Like that might. See what I'm worried about.
It's a good idea.
Yeah, it's almost cheating.
It's gotta be
like making it so he can't detach it from you. You know,
I'm okay with cheating.
What if he?
No, that's not cheating. That's still a melee weapon.
What if his move is to immediately like take a couple stabs but break both your arms severely?
Right? What's my head kick plan? Well, I don't know.
Haha! Well, you're still stabbed. Your arms are broken.
Yeah, I don't know.
You just whip him around.
Yeah,
he's just a very, very lethal human being, and he's also like. There are a lot of fighters who are like good guys, and one of the things that makes them never be able to be great is they're not down with hurting people. Uriah Faber's like that. Like he doesn't like hurting people. He'll stop short. He did. I've seen him do it.
Demetrius Johnson.
Jon Jones
guy.
loves hurting people. A lot of Jon Jones's techniques are meant to cripple. He said a couple fights ago, he's like, "Hey, you step in here, I'm risking brain damage. I could walk out of here with a stutter for the rest of my life." So if fighting me is a consequence of fighting me is walking around with a limp for the rest of your life, I think that's fair play. He does this oblique kick where he hyperextends your knee with a quick kick, and he has crippled people with it.
Yeah,
is that allowed? You can.
You're allowed.
Yeah. He does this thing where he locks your arm, in sort of his armpit, and sort of like whips his arm across and like hyperextends your elbow. He fucked up Glover. I think maybe Glover's.
Yeah, you're right. Glover Teixeira. Zach, can you show a picture of Jon Jones that demonstrates his skinny legs? So Jon Jones is very tall, especially at 205. Like other people weren't his size. And a big part of it is he has like no weight in his legs and calves. So my point is he's very long. Typically, now he's a heavyweight, but he's usually very long compared to his opponent. And he uses that length to kick him right below the knee, like sort of that little gap under your kneecap. He kicks there on purpose to bend your knee backwards and just maim you. And
He also he eye gouges a lot. He's known for it.
Yeah.
He has very long hands and fingers, an 84-inch reach. So he'll put his hand in your face like this. So if you try to advance just a box, you're like walking into his fucking fingers, because he's not stationary. He's bobbing and weaving. So his fingers are kind of like moving around over here. So if you move into his field of like hand movement, you get poked in the eye.
Look how skinny his legs are. Like he's all upper. All his muscle is like waist and higher.
Yeah.
He doesn't have your calf genetics. It's a sad story, but
I think that's peak. I think that's the perfect form for a martial artist. I think that's it right there.
It's like long limbs and like reach.
This is the perfect form for this is meta. This is the meta. If you were building men to go into a cage to fight, this would be your meta on game day.
In weight class sports, I agree. If you take away the weight class, maybe still, I'm not sure. But like, shit.
How would he fare against Richard Simmons?
Oh, it would be so fucking close.
Yeah.
I'm taking Rich.
Close one.
He'd be all happy.
He'll use his
I love
energy
your
and his
shoes.
spirit. Yeah. He'll kill him with kindness.
How you gonna hit Richard Simmons? That's the
I wouldn't want to strike Richard Simmons. He seems like a wonderful man.
He'd wear you out.
Yeah. And as Dick said earlier, he performed a wonderful service fighting the obesity epidemic, which is we're losing the fight, people. We're losing the fight.
You're winning,
fatter than ever. The country's fatter than ever.
Yeah. So we're bigger than ever is what I'm hearing. More stout.
That makes us
hardy.
Yeah, but you don't remember because you weren't a husky kid. Do you remember going? You went to the husky section?
Probably, yeah. Like my weight fluctuated throughout my life, throughout my childhood. I've definitely had a husky phase for sure. Yeah.
Now they don't even shame children with the husky section. They just
what do they call it now?
You're the bravery section.
No, they don't.
Yeah.
Look at you, a brave
I
little
choose
boy.
to believe.
It takes a lot of bravery to be a big fat piece of shit and to be like smug about it. That's one of my favorite things you have, Dick, is your anti-fat
my fat watch
hatred. Yeah, you hate
well
fat.
It started like I do this thing on my show, like Fat Watch. Guys send in videos and like articles of women being fat on purpose, and then we read them and make fun of them, and it's grown from like one tiny little email into like an hour of content every week. Like these fat broads they're getting uppity. They're trying to secretly record guys like reacting to them on airplanes because they're spilling over onto their seats. They're making their own towels. Fat women have kickstarted their own towels because they think towels are fat phobic. Like there shouldn't be one size of towel. So they're making a whole
They're not
new
happy with beach towels. They're made for whales.
Yeah, you need one like a bug bombing tent.
Actually, I'd like a bigger towel. This sounds dope.
Okay, well, what do you go to the fucking fat lady towel,
Where
which
do
is
you
called
get fat towels?
It's called Towel. Is their amazing name for fat lady towels?
How do I distinguish that from all the other towels?
Good question. I don't know. They want to blend in. Like it's coming to like
shop for towels right now though.
Now you need like
17 bath towels for plus-sized women.
Where is it? Link it up.
Kickstarter.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Towel.
I haven't actually looked at it yet. This one's just a cover for a monster truck.
Oh god, it's the fattest woman ever. It's like a whole room. Like they cut out these gigantic rooms of towels, and then you get them wet, and you have to install special hooks in your bathroom so that the wet towels doesn't tear the towel rack out of your drywall.
What?
It's a whole lifestyle.
I want this kind of towel.
That's a joke. That's a fucking joke. You do not need heavy duty anchors to support the girth and mass of a fat woman's sodden towel.
You might.
Yeah, you might.
What's it made out of? Lamb's wool? How much water is this thing holding?
It's 100% cotton.
It has to be really absorbent.
A lot, man. Imagine how fat a fat woman is.
If you're gonna get some towels, Woody, I highly recommend you go to the My Pillow guy. He's got his own towels, and they're made out of some. He's got this like Christian cotton. It's like grown in like the Nile River Delta or some shit.
Picked by Egyptians, not blacks. They
guarantee that. They guarantee that. There's a little symbol with like a black fella in like picking cotton, and then it's got like the Ghostbusters thing, and the black guy's going, nope. And so you know it's only Egyptian picked cotton.
It says the name of the Egyptian. We're like, God, Muhammad's making a lot of pillows.
Yeah, dude. I watch Fox News because I go back and forth between Fox News and CNN because I
watch it every day.
I like seeing to be misinformed from both sides.
I really do. And it's interesting to me what they're focusing on, because one side will think a particular item is very important, all encompassing. And the other side will be like, in other news, like they'll go do another thing, whether it benefits them or not. And that makes sense. You know, they're both playing. This is what I've been wanting to bring up for a while. Do you know who the king of late night is?
The king of late night, Jimmy Kimmel.
No.
David Letterman.
No.
Wait, is this like a historical question? Like now?
Now.
Oh, I have no idea.
Sneeko?
No.
Stephen Colbert?
No.
The king of late
Aiden
night.
Ross?
Is it that guy that does the music? The
Chelsea Handler?
Nope.
Certainly not
the
her.
skinny guy that's kind of musically oriented. He does the lip sync.
Oh, Jimmy Fallon.
Yeah. Him?
Nope.
What other late night people are there?
Gutfield over on Fox News. He blows them all out of the water. The guy who advertised on the Super Bowl with the dog, and that one guy in the crowd being like, "Is this cultural appropriation?" And then they're like, these commercials are expensive. Let's get the fuck out of here, because it was like they did like 2 15-second spots that are like super rushed and like kind of silly. Like they're making a joke of them not being able to afford more than that because they were expensive. They always are.
So what is Greg Gutfeld's show? It's like a news late night.
Yeah, it's like late night kind of. It's funny, and it's definitely more conservative because it's on Fox News. He has guests on there, and they're kind of silly, and it's more of a round table thing. I like him. I always watched him on
my grandparents' house.
I always watched him on The Five. You ever watch that show? Like where they got like a whole group of guys.
I am so far behind the Fox lore. I'm not up with it.
You watch Fox News at all? It's the biggest news.
I don't watch it. I see it on at my grandparents' house when I go there, and it's just like, oh, this is why I don't watch this.
You don't like learning the truth about your country, huh? Is that it?
Yeah, I mean,
not a real patriot?
Fox just hits you with such a truth hammer.
Believes every word that he delivers to us. I read those text messages. Okay, he believes in everything he says.
No, you know what? I like Hannity.
I actually do. Like, you know, Hannity was in what's
no, I love
Hannity.
Hannity. He's my favorite.
Seminary. He was in seminary. Did you know that? And he dropped out.
Well, I mean, honestly,
sounds right.
Good decision.
Yeah. No, those guys.
Definitely making more money.
Woody was texting us at some point saying that their text messages or their emails perhaps revealed that they were much more liberal than their shows would suggest, or their personas would suggest.
How'd they leak?
Oh, I talked to you. What's the case?
Or did we confirm?
What I said was they sound like MSNBC because behind the scenes they seem to hate Trump and they don't believe the election lie stories. I didn't think they were liberal in their belief system.
Those beliefs are liberal, though. I guess is what I was saying. That they held.
Oh, okay. No, so for example, I think they're for small government. I think that, but they also think that Trump is full of shit. They think that Trump lied about the election. They think.
Oh, everybody knows that. Oh, well, I'm fine with that. That's actually small potatoes because. Look, everybody, you got to stand behind the boss, even when he's lying, right? Like in any relationship, right? I bet here's a little scenario, right? You're in a parking lot, your wife backs into somebody. It's technically her fault, but because of there's only one of him and there's two of you, you go, no, we weren't even in motion. She had come to a complete stop, and then the impact happened. Which is it, sir?
And Biden stole the election.
Did your wife hit him? Did you have that? Or did he
bookend it with that?
I hear what you're saying. No, I think to me,
you're gonna back her up. You're gonna be like, first of all, he was slurring his words.
First of all, he got out of the car and he said, "There's nothing I hate more than cops. I thought you should know."
So, Tucker Carlson hates Trump. Right. And I know that because he said that he hates Trump passionately. Right. That Tucker Carlson, Sean Hannity, Laura Ingraham, none of them believed that Trump won the election. And I know that because they said that in their text messages.
Sure.
Taylor asked how it came out. They're being sued by Dominion. And during discovery, they were able to subpoena the text messages and find out that they have a group chat via text where they shit on Trump and his obvious lies all the time. They were saying Giuliani is a nut, that Sidney Powell's a liar, and that these guys are just not credible. While they go on TV and say that they are credible, that they do believe them, that they're big questions people are asking, and justifiably so, while they know that's not true.
What's their response like from the like
Fox
Tucker
News
and the gang?
has not covered it at all. Complete silence.
They can't talk.
There's one guy
legal shit
on Fox who does a show about the media, right, where he like tries to badmouth the people who are lying, people who are caught in problems, etc. And he, for 1 second, he's like, people want me to talk about what's happening here at Fox News, and I'm not allowed. That's all Fox News has covered it at all.
I'm sure. Well, then they definitely know it would reflect
part of
so
that
badly.
whole Dominion case, though. I think we shouldn't jump to the judgment and say that they're not willing to shit on their own doorstep because of the nature of the legal thing. I hate that when someone's being like railroaded or whatever, and they're like, he doesn't have anything to say, and it's like his lawyer that he is paying an enormous amount of money has told him, you don't say anything to anyone. Let me do my job. And what are you gonna do? So I bet that's happening to some extent.
Do you guys think that?
But I love that that's true about them, that they at least know that, because that's reality. What you said basically was they admitted to reality.
Yes, but then they lied to their viewers.
Yeah,
well, you're holding.
What were you saying, Dick?
They're selling ads. Do you think that like a private company, when they're working at the behest of the government, should be able to sue people for speaking out against them? Like, you can say whatever you want about anybody in the government, right? First Amendment. But then the government hires a company to run voting, which like the government is supposed to do. That's like what states they have to control. So isn't it kind of like a workaround to hire a company and then say, okay, they're doing the voting, and then if anybody criticizes them, they're suing you?
I think the company has a good
fucked.
Well, what's going to happen is the company's going to lose the government contract if the public loses faith in them. So they're like, dude, these guys did $1 billion of damage to us. Our whole company is sunk because Fox News lied about us.
But I think that they're I think the Dominion shit is like they're all fraud. Like all their machines are bogus. All the software of like you can't prove it is totally bullshit. And anybody saying that gets sued. It seems a little fucked up to me. Like the government can just assign these essential services. Like what if they did that to cops? They just said, okay, all policing is being done by the Pinkertons, and if you say anything about them, they can sue you. That would be very bad, right?
Well, you have to prove that you're knowingly telling lies, which is what they're doing right now. There's a defamation case where Tucker Carlson, Laura Ingraham, Sean Hannity all knowingly lied, right? They're saying that these Dominion voting machines were fake, that Hugo Chavez came back from the dead and rigged it.
Sure.
And they said something about Italian satellites changing the votes and all that, like just outright super bullshit. Yeah. And because of that outright, but half the country believes Fox News, right? What Fox News has done is years over years is just pound into their viewers' head that you can't trust those other people, the other side. We're the ones telling you the truth. Don't believe the other side. And they don't even watch the other side. They don't even hear the other side because they believe Fox News is the only place that gives them the truth. And then they blast Dominion, basically trying to put the company out of business. And they do have a good suit on their hands, it seems, because they knowingly lied in an effort to destroy Dominion.
I think they lost the election for themselves too, because so much of the right is like, I ain't voting. They don't even count our votes. It's like,
or don't mail in vote, right? That hurt them. They would have had better turnout.
Yeah, I'll show the libs by losing every election. Like, that ain't gonna do it, you know.
I guess what I'm asking is, are you okay with the government taking essential services, giving them to a private company, and then when anybody criticizes the private company sues them because, like, well, you're going to make us lose this contract? It's like, well, yeah, but you're providing it's essential government services.
I don't know. It seems fair to me because Fox News. Fair to me too. Even based on those messages, it seems like there was a clear conspiracy to take out this company, and regardless of whether it's true or not in reality that there's something funky about those voting machines, the parties who are conspiring don't believe there is. So they're conspiring with the belief that they're lying, that they are misleading people. So reality is irrelevant. that what they've done is terrible.
Tucker Carlson, knowing he's like, look, our stock price is going down. We're going to lose viewers to Newsmax and what's the other one? One America, something like that.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Oh yeah, we're going to lose viewers to them. Our stock price is going down. Don't fact check me. Let me tell my lies. And it's like, oh my gosh, you are knowingly lying with a profit motive, pretending you're news. Tucker Carlson has successfully argued in
That's
court
all news.
that no one would take. Yeah, not like that. Tucker Carlson has knowingly argued in court that no reasonable person would believe he's telling the truth, that is all satire. And he won with that argument. He's a liar. And it just needs to be out there a little more that this isn't news. People use Tucker Carlson to get informed
He's
about
kind of
current
a performance
events.
artist. You know, when I watch, I'm like, oh, I like it. It's like a mean YouTube show.
Yeah.
It's like I don't take it as like facts or like or like
entertainment.
People do. I don't. I watch him
Wikipedia
every day.
article.
I hardly miss a Tucker episode.
So would you say that
Really?
all journalism, like everyone should not trust anything that someone tells them on TV? That's fair, right?
I don't believe much of anything anymore, and I often like believe that there's more going on. I thought it was weird how everybody piled on Kanye to that extent. Like I didn't like what he said either, but it was like wild how coordinated it almost seemed that it was like somebody had like a group call with a lot of powerful people. Like it only took one call, you know what I mean? Like
That's
you
how
didn't
I
have
feel
to,
about train
it didn't have to
derailments.
spread through like word of mouth and like it wasn't like, oh yeah, this little sector of his life changed and then I guess somebody over here heard about it. No, it was like instantly everything's gone.
Yeah.
Debanked. You know, he doesn't know what to do with his money. He's trying to buy his own bank right now. He's like, it's going to run me about 50 million, but you know, I'm going to get my own bank.
Oh man, it's not going to help, bud.
It's not. I have no idea how that works. Wait, you?
I don't either. I don't know
Banks?
shit about owning a goddamn bank.
I don't know if you guys remember that I made that Patreon clone like a long time ago.
Okay.
New project too. Just to try to take like ownership of your content creation business like away from banks, but I was slowly and immediately taken off of every bank in America, like Chase, Bank of America, Wells Fargo. Every bank I applied for a credit card processing and a business account with, they would just immediately shut me out for no reason. Like they didn't like the looks of the business going through like this gigantic like underwriter approval process, and they would immediately turn it off.
Can I pause you there? So
yeah,
literally, if you walked into the bank and tried to open up a passbook account, something 13-year-old kids can do, you'd get denied?
No, they would let me set up a business account.
Mm-hmm.
And they would let me set up a merchant account, and they would let me get walked through it and negotiate like interchange rates for credit cards, which is like 1 point whatever and 8 cents a transaction. And then day one or day two, they would kill the account. They would call authorize.net or Elevon and wipe out my account every single fucking time. So I could not set up a Patreon alternative for people to use that was just like free. That was like free speech. Say whatever you want. I don't care what you say. If there's a problem with it, take it to court, and then the court will tell me to take you off. So for like the last 2 years after that, me and a bunch of guys created a version of this, like recurring monthly payment on the blockchain, such that it cannot be turned off. If the government, if whomever came to my house and put a gun to my head and said, turn this like system off, turn this account off, I can't do it. Like that was the prime directive of the.
What if I started cutting you?
Can't do it. Still, even then.
What
if I got a second dick, can't do it.
What if I took you and a loved one and I strapped you to chairs facing one another in your night clothes, and I put mirrors all around both of you so you couldn't look away from what I was doing?
It depends which loved one. I
Some
can't
of them,
do it. I can't. I still can't do it. No, it's
shit.
Well,
you got me.
The war between traditional finance and Web3 finance is very interesting, and it's developing under our feet.
How is like backed by going? Sorry, I jumped in a little late.
Slow.
There.
It's slow because it's like people have to buy into crypto to some degree. Like
that's
there's
scary
stable.
now.
It's very scary now. There are stable coins where the token is worth $1 no matter what.
Exactly.
And the company that owns it, BlackRock, owns basically the government and basically most of the United States. Like USDC is as good as money, but still getting people to sign up is still
that's the way to go. That's I know people that do that with poker to like make sure that the pot stays right and nobody skates on their tab. They use the various dollar coins that are just always the equivalent of dollars, so it's safe to put them in and out. I think you just run into some transaction fees, perhaps. Then, I always just get somebody to stake me and be like, just pay them back through PayPal or something because I don't like fucking with crypto. I think I always get them to turn it back into money. Yeah.
Eventually, what I'm telling you is we don't need money. We can just use these stupid tokens.
Eventually, maybe we can go entirely token-based economy.
Yeah,
like Chuck E. Cheese.
I want one of those universal basic incomes. I think everybody should just get a check.
For how much?
It depends on the person, right?
Well, we take all the money we're given to any other country in the world. We take it back and we give it to all of us.
Well, that's silly. Then all sorts of like supply chains and foreign governments and ports go unattended, unsecured, and then who knows? Then who's making sure that some radium doesn't go in our food supply, or some explosion doesn't happen on some dock that's vital to our military? I think it's good to like keep our fingers in a lot of pies. That's what China's been doing for their like 50-year plan, their 2050 domination plan. Is a big part of it is investing $1 trillion in fucking Africa and infrastructure and making making everybody in Africa owe them yen forever.
Yeah.
It's not yen, is it? It's
dongs.
Is it
RMB.
dong? I wish it was dongs.
Right.
Dongs is
Africa sucks. Fuck Africa and fuck China. Let them go dump money into Africa.
I don't think where the
last
money
week
comes
was a
from.
good
I'm not going to vacation there.
Find people who have more than one job and take their money.
Oh no, that's counterproductive.
That's immoral.
You just sound like someone with two jobs.
I think you need to take people with extremely ridiculous hobbies. From hobbies that spit in God's face. Man was never meant to fly or travel more than 30 miles an hour.
We have a little
motorcycles?
saltwater reef tank. Jackie,
oh my God, you're on that now. That's right.
Yeah. Every morning we test our nitrates and phosphorus and calcium and magnesium and alkaline.
Do you bang over it like with all these hickeys and scratches?
Obviously.
Yeah. They make the fish watch.
We're trying to. We got a mated pair of clownfish. We're trying to provide a good example.
Yeah.
Why the fuck do our fish keep dying? Well, our water's fine. They keep swimming voluntarily into the filter.
They're role playing. Woody's like, look at them, Jackie. They're watching. They're seeing you right now. Oh, you dirty girl. That clownfish is watching you take it. It's a whole role play thing. And the fish are watching. They're in.
Don't tap on the glass.
No.
I'm sure I've asked you this question a dozen times, but have you ever been to the Atlanta Aquarium, Woody?
Not the Atlanta one. I was always a Baltimore guy, but suddenly it's like on our list. As a matter, we're doing a vacation in Wilmington this weekend. We go on these vacations. We try to go every month, and
what they do is they go on a fuck trip.
We do.
Nice. Cool.
And but this time we're going to the beach, and there's an aquarium in Wilmington. We'll see how good it is.
Yeah. I've only been to like 2 or 3.
The Chicago one's great.
Is it?
Yeah, they have a sick aquarium.
I think everybody likes their local shit, but the Atlanta Aquarium is literally the nicest aquarium on the planet. It has some features that no aquarium have. It's not debatable. It's the number one on like every list.
Oh, I'll sit here for the next. What do we have? 19 minutes.
I'll fight you tooth and nail. You know, here's
let's stuff. He'll tell you he has the best great flags. Do I have that wrong? Six Flags, maybe.
Yeah.
Six
Oh,
Flags?
our Six Flags is marginal, honestly.
Okay.
We're number one in granite. That's that, and we've got
Well, your monument's blown to fuck.
And I happen to recall the fun we had with the DeKalb Farmers Market.
Oh, dude, you've got to see the DeKalb Farmers Market. No, it really is a cool farmers market. You being mean.
I want to go to your aquarium.
It is the finest aquarium in the world. Whenever you time your trip, you should try to schedule. You need to look on the website and schedule time with the dolphins, so you can have a private little splash around with some dolphins, and they're the smart kind that and do tricks with you and shit. And I think there's a similar sea lion experience where you get to play with them a little.
Ooh, that's pretty cool.
And they have some days they have the showings where they do the dolphins do all their tricks and shit, and some days they don't. So you want to time around that. But it's never all that crowded. I think they got crocodilians now.
What's the best animal to look at there?
I really like the penguins and the otters. Yeah. The penguins and the otters, they have very expressive faces. But the beluga whale was the craziest thing because they're
Poor thing.
There's 3 of them. The tank's enormous. The beluga whale's very cool. When their hips look like human hips that are joined together. It looks
must
like
be
a
hard
person.
to filter the water. So I went to an aquarium in Hawaii, and they had a pretty cool concept for filtering the water. They just pumped it in from the ocean. So rather than get the water chemistry just right, they just kept it flowing from outside.
No, they've got giant mantas.
It's pretty good.
They've got giant manta rays that have to be 25 feet across or something, a couple of those. And
damn. Probably the kind they don't let you pet.
There's this one wall that looks like an IMAX screen that's just an aquarium wall, and it's full of life. They got hammerhead sharks, all that shit. Really everything.
Really good.
But the penguins and the otters,
cool.
the otters are kind of looking at you, and sometimes they'll fuck. They're shitting everywhere. It smells in there.
Oh yeah, the penguin house at the zoo here smells like shit. Do you have puffins there?
Yeah. Those are cool.
Yeah, the penguin house here has the puffins, and they have those crazy eyebrows that are bright yellowish.
They're really pretty.
They're little. Yeah, they're
and you're
they
very
all
close
look
to this
funny.
stuff. You're
you could reach out and steal
away.
one if you wanted.
Yeah, you're very close to. I think there's some shit you can touch, those. I don't know, those little, rays of some kind. I've only been to 3 or 4 aquariums, like I said, but this one just blows everything out of the water. I mean, no pun intended. But there's fucking sharks and whales in there. I thought that was crazy. Oh, and that's the other thing, Woody. If you want to be a real big spender and drop $400 at the aquarium, you can scuba dive with the sharks. There's a Shark Tank experience where I think you have to be certified first, and I think maybe they can do it there. But you and a diver and maybe somebody, you go down in a cage and they drop you in the Shark Tank, basically, something like that.
That sounds fun. I think we are going to go. We've done the Baltimore one a bunch. I don't know how many times I've been, more than 10. But never the Georgia one. We did one in Hawaii that I thought was great, but it wasn't on the list. My list says that Georgia's number 2. Just saying.
How dare they? Those is one in China number 1?
It was Monterey Bay, which is in California.
Oh,
that's a good one.
Liars.
I've been to that one. It's good.
That's a good one.
We went to a zoo in Japan that has red pandas. It's the only zoo that has red pandas.
Nice. St. Louis Zoo
fuckers. Oh, did they? Okay, it's one of 2 zoos. Pandas. Those little fuckers are everywhere. Acting
they
like
never want to
mugged.
They don't want to do anything. They had one red panda at the St. Louis Zoo for years, and it was people would stand around hoping to see it maybe yawn, maybe move a little bit.
Yeah,
but it does not. It will not move. It's depressed. It doesn't belong there. Should be back in
They
China.
had 20 in Japan. They're fucking going all over the place, going to work, yelling at each other.
You want to work and yelling at each other.
Look at that red panda yelling.
There it is, right there.
No, they make a yell noise. I only know that. I only know that from a YouTube video. They like chirp, like a chirpy bark.
I don't like that thing. I don't like the zoo because it's like animal prison. I feel bad for any animal that's there.
Raving about aquariums.
Since you've been to prison, do you feel that way?
I don't care about the fish. I don't give a
Little
shit
whales.
about fish. The
You
whales I
sound
feel a
kinda
little
fishy.
bad for, but they'll be safe in there. And
You're right
and-
about fish, yeah, but whales, come on, like
Yeah.
they shouldn't be in there.
Okay, but it's so
But
much worse
Taylor,
what happens at the zoo.
counterpoint, I find it entertaining.
That is a strong point because I do too. 'Cause I'm like, I'll look at him like swim and I'll be like, "This is so sad." Oh, neat.
Woody, how big is this aquarium that you're installing? How many gallons, if you will?
It's small. This one's 25 gallons, but
Oh,
we're
okay.
already shopping at the next one. Like,
Of course
what
you
do we
are.
want it to be? We're talking about like Jackie's like, what if we removed all these cabinets and made this the fish wall or something like that? And I'm like, let's just see how much we like this.
Do you have a fish man? Do you have like an aquarium man that comes over and tends the tank, or is that you?
No, it's
Let me
a
blow
hobby
your
that
mind with a
Jackie and I do
different idea.
together. I'll let Kyle go.
You
in a
put on
second.
it
short
won't work.
shorts. You're like, I'm here to
Well,
check
like,
out
like
the
I'm really into
aquarium.
the equipment. I want the protein skimmer, the fucking ultraviolet filter, and all this shit to work like at its maximum. Jackie's really into like the bugs. She's always looking for pests. What's good? What's bad? Like, oh fuck, we got copepods, amphipods in here. Are these good friends or foes? And she's in there with like tweezers, like pulling up bad guys and verifying
Jesus
good
Christ.
guys. And this is what we do.
What's wrong with
It's
you?
like a
people,
parallel
man?
universe. Every time I hear a story about you and your wife, like, wow.
This is not.
It's
This is not how we
amazing.
build a more multicultural audience. This is just lost. All this shit is lost on our brown brothers and sisters out there. Like, what the fuck are they talking about? He's a reef keeper. God damn it! You heard him. It's
Reef
cool.
Dude, there are tens of people who love reef keeping.
Oh my god. No, I would be interested in some sort. I wish you had a creek on your property because then you could make a pond. And like I've always wanted to like do this at a pond, like have like a dugout area with like an aquarium wall so that I could look through that glass into my pond and like feed the fish and stuff from the top and like you could see them down there in your pond like interacting. I always thought that'd be cool.
That
They'd
is a
be like
great idea.
muddy, ugly freshwater fish, not like bright and pretty.
Well, whatever you want to
Koi.
stock the pond with, you could put anything in there. You could fill it up with beautiful
You know what
koi,
koi
or
look like.
you
They're
could put
carved with
bass
the
and
black and
crappie
white.
and catfish
Not
in there,
salt
and
water
like,
though.
oh, we're making
Where-
a pond. We're doing.
But Kyle's
a
doing
redneck
an
aquarium.
outdoor idea though. It'd be freshwater koi pond.
You could
probably.
put like snapping turtles in it, and
Yeah.
well, yeah,
Ooh.
that'd be neat.
You don't want those in there. Those eat the baby
They
fish.
don't sound like friends.
Okay.
Yeah,
Not
Jackie would
foes.
pick them out with tweezers and throw them in the backyard like she does our whelk.
Yeah, I've caught so many like giant turtles out of like our pond. Like they would be, I don't know, a couple feet from front to end, like heavy, like 40 pounds. I don't know, like so big, like
box
a
turtle?
dinosaur. No, like there's we call the it's. I grew up in Georgia, so we have our own names for things. That's a loggerhead turtle. I don't know what that means. It's just what we called it. But it was
Thought it
a
was gonna be
gigantic
N-word
snapping
related.
turtle. Oh no, no.
That's
That's
don't
another
call it that.
problem. You ever you know the term jerry rig? Where it's
Yeah.
really jury rig though. People say jerry rig sometimes. Some people say some other stuff sometimes. That's what I always heard growing up though.
yeah.
I always heard
They were
Jerry.
ninja rigs.
I've never heard of. Maybe have I heard of Jerry Rig? I've heard of the
Jerry
N one too. It's not very kind, but
Yeah.
I've always
Well, it
thought
depends on what jury, ninja rigging means to you. If
Wait,
it means tuning something to a very fine and particular accuracy, that's a nice thing.
all the
That's
rigs
not-
I've heard are
not
like
what it
you kind of
means, though.
duct taped your way to get it to work. Like, there's some baling wire involved.
That's exactly what it means. Yeah,
Yeah.
it means
They
like,
say, where does Ninja get this duct tape? That's crazy.
yeah, it's not nice. And then
I always
I've
thought it
told
was
the
a
story
World War II
before.
thing. Jerry, like, am I crazy? Like,
I think it's jury rigging.
It's German.
that makes
But I
sense.
could be wrong.
Jury rigging.
I know that from reading it in Fallout. It's a perk. I think you get the jury rigging perk for your gun or something. So I'm basing it on how they spelled it, but they may have been going for a pun. I don't know
Yeah.
the actual.
Well, I thought it was like German in origin. Jerry, like the pejorative for Germans during World War II.
I like that theory. That makes a bit of sense.
I didn't know
Maybe-
Jerry was what you called Germans.
Yeah, the bloody Jerrys are coming.
These
Band of
Jerrys-
Brothers, it was
The Jerry
Krauts.
rigged it.
They said Krauts all the time in Band of Brothers, and I'm like, that's
So which was it? Was it
Yeah.
jerry rig or jury rig?
Jerry, I think it started.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Fallout, it's true.
Look at us, fact finding.
Learning where words come from.
Learning where words and sayings come from. It's sometimes thought that the Jerry in Jerry built or Jerry built, wow, comes from Jerry as a use. Wow, you were 100% spot on, Dick.
Because they have jerry cans too.
Yeah. Like the famous metal gas can that's ubiquitous across like everything.
Yep.
Yeah, they made so many millions of those. I watched some sort of YouTube short about that the other day. The amount of jerry cans they made. They had like these particular specifications. It was a whole boring ass documentary about jerry cans.
That's funny. I did watch a YouTube short about jerry cans also.
There you go.
And it was like, it was cut this way so they could be stacked. And I'm like, wow, why am I watching this?
And they float. They float when they're full, Taylor. They float when they're full.
Amazing.
Have you ever watched like a reveal and you're like, like just like indifferent to it? That's what that jerry can was. Not good.
Yeah.
Not good content. Not when I can watch that guy Nile Red throw fucking chemicals into other chemicals.
Is that what you're
10
watching
seconds
right
at a
now?
time.
What's your like main go-to on YouTube right now?
Open your YouTube page
honestly,
and tell me about your recommendations.
It's mostly going to be, I was looking at it earlier, it's like Age of Empires 2 stuff, hockey highlights. There's always like animal videos in there.
So do you want like the top bar, the words that are there?
Sure. Hit us.
It says all, or I can red letter media, podcast, gaming, DC Comics, Punch, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, baseball, history, basketball, dogs, action adventure games, recently uploaded, and that's it. So that's what it's pushing to me.
I'll say it real quick. All news, reef aquariums, NBA, mixes, podcasts, gaming, motocross. I'll stop there.
I like it.
Yeah. Dude, it's funny. Mine has Magic the Gathering Arena specifically.
Nice.
Let me tell you a little parallel in my dad's universe. I was on the phone with him today. He had me on speaker and I had him on speaker. My uncle was there, and my uncle has advanced to the TikTok generation, and so he's sitting there on his phone on TikTok, like flicking through it. And Dad's like, "Kyle, your uncle has a video here of a woman with a 2.5 foot long titty. And she's standing in Walmart breastfeeding a little child that's got shoes on and is walking around." And I went, Dad, the way that works is it shows you what you like to see. So that means that he's really into long-titted women in public. And I heard my uncle in the background go, "Damn right." and then I guess he flicked it to the next video, and there's another one.
Just on this long-pitted woman's page.
And I explained to my dad how the algorithm works, and I'm like, "Dad, what does yours do if you go to Facebook?" Because he uses Facebook Shorts, and he's like, "It's mostly like lawnmowers that they put big tires on, and like hot rod cars being modified, and like
Dude, he should get into hot rod lawnmowers. That's like
seems like he
fuck yeah.
I went to a lawnmower racing event once with my off-roading redneck friends, and it was pretty cool. There were all these different categories of lawnmowers. These things going like 50 miles an hour on a dirt track.
He likes building cars. And then he'll drive them for 6 months or so and then sell them. He just sold his El Camino, I think, for like $30,000. And he's about to start in. I was like, I'm always trying to get a free car. So I'm like, Dad, what you really need is like I think it's a 76 Trans Am. It's the one that Burt Reynolds drove that's got the Firebird on the hood. I'm like, you go get one of those and there'll be carburetors and intakes showing up at your house out of nowhere. I'm like, I'll help finance this thing. He's like, there is one of those sitting over. I'm like, say no more. So I'm hoping
I haven't seen one of those in like 30 years.
He says he knows where there's a body of one.
Awesome.
He said it has the bird on the hood, but it's all fucked up. It'd have to be redone. I hope I would love one of those.
That would be awesome.
I just watched Kill Bill the other day, and her character is the blonde with the eye patch. She's driving one of those out through the desert with the T-tops. That's a beautiful fucking car.
Do they still make Trans Ams?
No, they haven't made the Trans Am since like 98 or 99.
Trans Am was a Camaro, right?
Yeah, it's the Pontiac version of the Camaro. it was a sportier, tricked out version with some niceties.
It seems like, well, maybe I'm missing the like retro wave. Like in 2005, Mustang did it, and then Dodge did it with their Charger, and but Trans Am seems like a fruit ripe to be picked.
Yeah, Pontiac went out of business, so they just do all those variants of the Camaro now. So they have like I think the ZL1 is their like top of the line Camaro, the supercharged 6-liter, probably the one that they throw up against the GT500 or I don't know, Hellcat, something like that. But like their class of that.
Pontiac closed, but I think they have the capability to make a Pontiac badge. Just do it.
I'd be down with that. Yeah, I'd love for there to be a Trans Am. I've seen Trans Am concepts drawn. I saw a bunch of people stealing cars in a video. I don't know why I'm phrasing it so carefully after what we did earlier. I saw these guys stealing Hellcats. They stole 6 Hellcats in 45 seconds. It was like another Nic Cage movie gone in 60 seconds. It was like some shit out of that. They essentially had the keys, but I think I saw one of them stop, put a fake license plate on, and then they just all got in the cars and left. And they're in the showroom stealing the cars. Like they're stealing the showroom Hellcats. I don't know what a Hellcat costs, but if I would guess $90,000. And I bet there's a dealer markup on top of that. So I think that's a 6-figure car, $100,000 buy if you're getting a Hellcat. They took 6.
Did you see the TikTok trend of stealing cars?
Yes, the Kias.
We saw
the Kias because so you can like hot rod or hot wire a Kia basically like they do in the movies, right?
I just read in the news story. I didn't see the TikToks, but I guess maybe hot wired or maybe it's super easy to get going with a screwdriver is what I thought. I'm not very sure.
That's what I kind of mean. Like you can like tear the bottom of the console off underneath the steering wheel and apparently like break the key thing off or maybe, and just a screwdriver allows you to start the thing up is what it sounds like. And a certain kind of Kia, I think they were saying, and then they're calling them the Kia boys. And I guess for whatever reason, they just drive like assholes. They drive like it's Mario Kart. So there's all these wild ass videos of them. And it reminded me of those Saudi oil guys who will have like a Range Rover, like on 2 wheels, screaming past, going 100 miles an hour. It's I don't know, they're pretty entertaining, but I feel bad for like the innocent bystanders and the car owners because you're driving a Kia, you're probably a working guy. You can't that wasn't your second, third, fourth car. It's not like they stole a frivolous sports car maybe that was somebody's plaything. They're like taking somebody's working vehicle and destroying it. They're never getting their money back after a Kia boy wrecks your shit. So I feel kind of bad seeing those. Just like
okay.
No, I was gonna say I felt bad with that drone video the other day where the guy's face got mushed in. That was upsetting.
When I first got this house, I ended up getting a golf cart, but I was shopping for a John Deere Gator, which is kind of like if people don't know, like a golf cart, but a little more durable. And there was scam after scam after scam on Craigslist of John Deere Gators. I don't know why. But I wrote one of the scammers and I'm like, this is bad. I love that dog. The people that you're scamming are working people. Like people who guide John Deere Gators are not like rich. They're people who have work to do, and it seems especially bad. Kyle is going to come back with a rival dog.
What's your dog's name?
Maddie Ross.
Maddie
How old
Ross.
is that dog?
2. She's
Looks
very
like
big. Okay.
That is a big dog. Oh, what a sweetie. She well trained. You do a good job.
No, she's horrible.
Not like shitting and pissing in your house, I hope.
Oh God, no, not that. I trained her to sleep until I'm not hungover anymore.
Are you always in a battle against hangovers?
As it turns out, Taylor, yes.
Yes. But it seems, basically, it seems like you're winning. It's a war of attrition, but you're keeping it in.
The alcohol will give up.
Yeah.
It's a preservative, unfortunately.
Hopefully it preserves your tendons a bit. Because that seems to be a problem.
Oh, we got another dog here.
Oh, another pup.
That is a floofy dog. I'm trying to make out the body part. I'm looking. There we are.
That's Toby.
What is that?
It's a floofy dog.
Maddie.
Oh, Maddie. Everyone's playing with their dog. Yeah, what do you put your 250-pound dog on your lap? You know what's funny? If you did, we couldn't see his profile or anything. We'd just see like dog chest, like mid height on your lap.
Our dogs are old now. So Great Danes live 8 years. My Great Danes are 8 and 10. Just
That's old.
whenever they want love, they get it. I'm like, I don't know if there's a tomorrow with this thing. One of them, skin and bones. We can't get her to eat any more than she does.
It's good that you're seeing it that way. You never know.
That's Toby.
You've been down that road. Yeah. What kind of dog Dick was asking?
He's a Bernie Doodle. He's half Bernese Mountain Dog and half Poodle. And he's
goddamn doodles.
And he's about 80 pounds, apparently.
7 months old, about I don't know, 75, 80 pounds or so.
Do you remember when Kyle got it, Woody, and he was like, he's going to get to about 30, 40 pounds.
I knew he
and Woody just started dying laughing, just being like, wait, a Bernie Doodle?
Bernie's
He's a big boy. He's sitting right next to me right now, like watching the screen. He watches TV. I've never had a dog that would watch TV. I sent these guys a video of him watching a wolf on some like nature documentary, and he's like learning. He's like, all right, boss. All right. Yeah, okay. I haven't gotten him fixed yet because I want full use of testosterone. Until he maxes out.
Dude, you should inject him.
Dog maxing.
Inject
That's
him.
what I mean.
He's got plenty. His balls have like a white stripe on them, so like when he walks, they're like wagging
faster.
back and forth. It's fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
I love
My
that
dog
fucking
hates
dog.
anime. Whenever she sees like anime on TV, she goes, she's like, she doesn't like it.
Smart dog.
Dude,
And then,
because of
whenever-
they see high frame rates, so she can probably see like the evil that's like between the frames in that anime.
Yeah.
This is just like Netflix preview page. She just comes over and she's like, whenever there's anime up. Whenever we leave her at my parents' house to go take a vacation, take a trip or whatever, my parents have an apple orchard. They've got like 20 not an orchard, like a bunch of apple trees in their backyard. And the dogs just sit outside and gorge themselves on apples. So we'll leave her there for like 5 days, and we get her back. It's like a barrel of a dog. And they're always like, no, there's no apples in the yard. We cleaned them up. We got rid of them. And I'm like, I fucking know. I grew up here. I know there's fucking apples in the yard. We'll come back. It's like, it looks like a keg. It looks like a keg with a dog for a head. Like, oh, she was like that when she got here. I'm like, why in God's name would I deliver upon you a dog that's like 75 pounds like this? Like like a fat guy with a suitcase.
before we got
now he's all
Enderman
gassy.
fixed, of course, he had big swinging balls. And I'm accustomed to having the biggest balls in the house.
Oh, nice.
And then this dog comes along and emasculates the fuck. It's not even close.
Yeah.
Like,
You need nudicles. Woody, you got to get some nudicles in you.
That's what I did. I have 4 now.
Yeah.
The Goro arms. 4 arms, 4 nuts. Boom.
that's the cosmetic surgery I want. I've decided. Nudicles.
That's not bad. I wouldn't mind a third one.
No, you want to keep the number even, of course.
No, like that third one would be like extra heavy, so the middle would be like real low, and then there'd be like 2 amigos up high watching his back.
Yeah, she's
Like
gonna
a
love it when
tungsten
my tungsten testicles slamming into it.
She is. You're so wrong. Like you just sold it to me. You're like,
Doggy, bang
yes,
that
she
clit.
is.
It's like a
Yes,
sled
she
in
is.
football practice. You got a tungsten cube in your nuts.
I'm gonna keep making it heavier. I'm gonna.
You know
stretch
how
it with a
when you
magnet.
run. You know how when you run down the stairs at the right pace, your dick and balls slap your legs and like slap. It's
Yeah,
kinda like
it's awesome.
that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's a
you
feeling
want
that
some
makes you feel
supporting
like you're
underwear if
rolling.
you're gonna ball bearing your testes.
I'm saying that you would hear like the clack of like a fancy office. That like
like 2 of them. Click, click, click. I like that.
yeah, you'd hear that instead.
You just
That's
want
way
one
better
big
than my
one, though.
idea of getting 97 small ball bearings.
Yes. Yeah, anybody can have.
Why
big
would you get
nuts, but do you
97
have
of them?
102
All in his penis,
tiny
though.
nuts.
You put them just under the skin of your penis, like all over the ball bearings.
No,
There's
So
a
you
name
can
for
cum
that.
them out, like shoot.
No,
like
no,
a
no, no.
BB gun?
Under the skin. Now your penis is studded. It's
ribbed
like
for
now
her pleasure.
it's ribbed for her pleasure. Yeah.
How does
I
it
heard she
stay
gets
in the
enough
same
pleasure? Fuck her.
Yeah,
How about pleasure for
they
this
move
guy?
around a little, but the trick is to just fill it up.
How about ribbed for my pleasure?
Yeah, let's rib up
Yeah.
her tunnel. That's the way to move.
Rip up her tunnel.
Oh my goodness.
Well, that's been a good show, everyone.
All right, Zach.
Check out
Dick,
backed.by. Check out all Dick's links below.
Yeah,
and of course, the
crypto,
sponsors.
Patreon, fuck banks. You can never, if you join back.by, you can never be canceled. Like, you literally cannot be canceled at all.
Yeah.
We'll be there eventually.
Yeah. So, if you live in Philadelphia, we're doing a live show at the World Something Theater in Philly, live.dick.show. Get tickets April 22nd. I don't know. If you guys are close, come on over.
Live.dick.show.
PKA 638.